Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. How are you? There it goes. StreamYard didn't want to work for me this morning. How are y'all doing? Y'all having a good day? I is. I'm having a good morning. It's early morning for me. I really don't want to be awake. I hope y'all had a wonderful day yesterday. I hope y'all got to spend time with some family or at least some friends. I did. Getting my hearing aids. I lost one of my hearing aids, y'all. It fell down somewhere by the bed last night and I cannot find it. So I may be having to run and look for it in a minute. But right now I got my special ears on, so we'll see how that goes. Oh, trying to get my my jewelry on. There I is. Good morning, everybody. We've got who's first in chat today? Teresa, you're first in chat. Whoop, you're awesome. Thank you so very, very much. Let me turn up my monitor so I can have some sound. I got my coffee. I got my friends, and we're waiting on Miss Donna Adelson's trial because, boo, y'all, we gonna hear from Miss Donna Adelson this morning, and I am so here for that. Oh my Lord, y'all! I am here for some Miss Donna Adelson, y'all. Oh no, I got coffee grounds in my coffee. Oh well. Oh well. We have our bingo card this morning. Oh, let's take a look at our bingo card while we have a moment. Let me share this scene. Uh-oh, something's posting. I gotta wake up all my equipment. Oh, no. I hear it. All of our streamers are going live with this trial today. So right now we have in our bingo card, we have photographs, right or correct, conspiracy, yes or no, child custody battle, text message, phone calls, emails, FBI, evidence, of course, recorded calls, airport, jailhouse confession, Catherine McBanawa, searches, Charlie, Vietnam, search warrants, sidebar, Dan Markle, Tallahassee police, arrest Wendy in Tallahassee. We got it all in the house. I mean to tell you. Let me throw up a nice little background for us today. Since it's fall, let's throw up a fall background. We have gotten. I forgot to fix it. Uh-oh, it ain't showing up. Let me find it. I hope everybody had a great weekend. I got to play hooky a little yesterday, and we drove down to the coast. And we got to have a little bit of coastal time. Took my dear friend who used to live here. She lived in here in Kerrville with us. She about 6 years ago moved with her sister to Pennsylvania, lived there for about 3 or 4 years, and then she moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Well, she's moved back. And outside of my sister, she was my best friend. I mean, and well, it's nice having a best friend back again. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. So we kidnapped her, literally kidnapped her, and we took her to the coast. It was fun. I didn't put any makeup on, lips on this morning. Good morning, Miss Angela. Good morning. Good morning. It's a very this is our Monday, y'all. I know it's Tuesday. Did you find it? It's over there somewhere. I know it's over there because I had both of them on last night. Look behind the headboard. You may have to pull that down. My hearing aid fell off the nightstand sometime, and we can't find it. So I'm having my special ears in, which I'm blessed to have, but they're nowhere near as good. They're nowhere near as good as my hearing aids. So thank God I have these for today, but they're not my number one choice for communication. And I have to have the right one and the left one, or the right one, but the left one, it won't work without. Okay, we do have Donna Adelson sitting in court right now. They are getting ready. So while they're doing that, let me give you a witness rundown. Let me get this down.
And I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent, but also that she did some act. We go back to and I think we did some act, but also
come on. Why can't I go back?
And I think we go back to the initial.
Hold on, y'all.
Intent, but also that she did some act or said something that was intended to, and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And was a charge.
Okay, this just kind of boom started in the middle on court TV. So now we're going to get the judge coming in. Okay, we're going to start from here. Donna Adelson's defense team. Who are they expecting to call as witnesses? Well, guess what? Donna Adelson is one of them. Number 2, Charlie Adelson is on the list, but has not been called in the case in chief for the prosecution. It yet remains to be seen if he's called today. Other possible people are Rob Adelson to be called back to the stand, although he was called in the case in chief. We'll see. Other than that, there are no other people projected to be called on her behalf. So Wendy Adelson did testify against her mother. Basically, her mother's control and the custody dispute were heavily tied together and in a very emotional connection there. She testified in great detail about their relationship. Robert Adelson, or Rob, the estranged son, identified by court TV as a part of the state or the broader witness list, thought he may not testify, but his depositions existed. I'll have to go look. I hope Soxy didn't get fun and play with it last night. I'm missing a hearing aid. That never happens. Co-conspirators, Catherine McBanois testified. She's the ex-girlfriend of Donna Adelson. Louis Rivera is one of the 2 hitmen, key state witness. He did downplay Donna Adelson's role. Sid Frio Garcia, another hitman linked to the Catherine McBanois, was less clear of her involvement.
With respect to the state's case, at this point in time, the defense would move for judgment of acquittal. State's indicted Mrs. Adelson.
By the way, this is standard for operating procedure for them to do this, and It ain't got to happen, but they have to try. This is something that they always do.
On 3 counts: first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. All 3 charges, obviously, of the indictment require that the state present evidence that Mrs. Adelson intended for Mr. Markell to be killed. However, as this court is aware, judgment of acquittal should rarely be granted on the issue of intent. However, the remaining issues are different. Specifically, whether the evidence lends itself to a finding that Donna Adelson was a principal to first-degree murder, whether she conspired for Mr. Markell to be killed, or she solicited another to kill Markell. To go through this briefly, Your Honor, to prove the count 1, the state has to establish, obviously in the light most favorable to the state, the evidence would have to support a finding that Mr. Markell is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Mrs. Adelson, and there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markell. Since there's no evidence that Donna Adelson herself committed the crime, you have to look at the principal instruction. Principal instruction requires that, in the light most favorable to the state at this stage of the trial, that there is competent evidence that Donna Adelson helped somebody else or other persons commit the crime. Specifically that she intended the crime to occur, and I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent, but also that she did some act or said something that was intended to, and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And for this, I think it's important that we look at how that is defined. And the most recent case on the issue where it was discussed at length is Denise Williams. And the Williams case, the first DCA, focused on what was done the day of. So in this case, it would be July 18th of 2014. And the site for the Williams case is 314 Southern 3rd, 775. It's first DCA from 21. It's our position, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that Donna Adelson did some act or said something that was intended to, and that would incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise, or advise the other person or persons to commit the crime. And as Williams indicated, you have to focus on what Mrs. Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. Williams' decision says proof of conspiracy alone is not enough. And so in the light most favorable to the state, let's go through briefly what the evidence reflects. Daniel Markell was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Catherine McBenowa to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by the Wendy lady to get her kids back. Luis Rivera testified that he saw that Sigfredo Garcia had a picture of Markell with some writing which he believed to be an address. They made 2 trips to Tallahassee. During both of those trips, according to Mr. Lacoste, Wendy Adelson acted extremely anxious and exhibited odd behavior. At the time of both of those trips, Mr. Lacoste was scheduled to be heading out of town, and he drove a vehicle that looked similar to the ones rented by the shooter. There's no evidence that my client ever spoke with Catherine McBenowa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
Your client did speak, however, with Charles Adelson in the chain of communications. I believe the state's wording was the train cars.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The evidence, the undisputed evidence, is that Charlie Adelson kept stacks of stapled cash in his house. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson did the same. The evidence also reflects that Charlie Adelson had a safe the size of a refrigerator. There's no evidence that Donna Adelson had a similarly large safe. Before Mr. Markell was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Jeff Lacoste that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markell. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of this statement made by Wendy Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendy Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markell. Before Mr. Markell was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Mr. Lacoste that Charlie looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 after relocation was denied. There is no statement in evidence whatsoever that Donna Adelson was either aware of that, or said or did anything to encourage that or incite that. There's also no evidence that had been admitted that Donna Adelson was aware of the claim, that Charlie Adelson had actually looked into that. And additionally, before Mr. Markell was murdered, whenever Charlie was on the phone with his mother, he would walk out of the house to speak with his mother on the phone when Catherine McBannel was there. After Mr. Markell was murdered, Catherine McBannel went to Charlie's house. Charlie, according to the evidence, the light most favorable to the state, Charlie told her that his parents had just left. I rewatched her testimony over the weekend. During her testimony, she did not say that Charlie said anything at that point about his parents leaving money at the house. She testified that she woke up the next morning and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk. She then left and tried to locate Sigfredo Garcia. She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together. Her testimony was pretty clear. She said a couple days later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was wet. She did not say that she did. After Mr. Markell was murdered, Donna Adelson followed her daughter's instructions and used the last name Adelson for her grandchildren. After Mr. Markell was murdered, Donna Adelson conveyed the message from their family attorney, Weinstein, to Rob Adelson to not talk to the cops. After Mr. Markell was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Catherine McBannel at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an owner. After Mr. Markell was murdered and the bump happened, Donna Adelson begged the undercover to go to the cops and tell them what he knew. After Mr. Markell was murdered, Charlie kept up the lie that he told Donna Adelson when discussing the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the only way, it is our position, the only way that the state overcomes counts 1 and 3 is by improper stacking of inferences. They have evidence that Donna Adelson allegedly hated Mr. Markell. The evidence is that Donna Adelson didn't like how Dan Markell treated Wendy. The evidence reflects that from 2012 to 2013, according to the emails from Donna Adelson, a non-negotiable was relocation. However, after July 31st of 2013, there has been no evidence admitted in this trial that Donna Adelson said or did anything to convey the message that she would do anything for Wendy and the children to move to South Florida. There's no mention.
As to the argument about inferences, however, inferences plus a confession, and you're saying the state has not been its burden?
Judge, I'm getting to that.
Please do.
There's no evidence that she solicited anyone to murder Markell aside from these assumptions. The emails, the text messages, the testimony, no one has said that my client solicited anybody to commit murder. The evidence reflects that Donna Adelson vented to Charlie Adelson about how Markell treated Wendy. But as I said, there's no evidence aside from assumption that she went a step further. The state has submitted the July 17th, 2013 email to her parents' shared account, and one of her parents responded, "Wow." The evidence also reflects that had it been Donna Adelson that responded, all the other email correspondence that's been admitted reflects that she would have sent something much
Give me a second, y'all. I made a boo boo. That was my bad. Let me get it up live. Oh, nap it. I did post the bingo card. For some reason, it didn't stick, and I just reposted it, and hopefully it stuck. And now we're in Donna Adelson's court again, and there we go. Where is the live? Is alive. Is alive. Okay, I think we're right about there. Let me see. I'm getting it.
And you are disputing that she dropped off any money to Charles Adelson on that date as payment to the trigger gun.
What I'm saying is that there's no evidence that she knew on July 18th. In the light most favorable to the state, obviously I disagree ultimately that that's what happened. But in the light most favorable to the state, which is the standard that we're applying here today, there has to be that next step that she knew what it was for. And there's no evidence that she did. As a result, Your Honor, we're asking that the court grant judgment of acquittal on
Thank you.
counts 1 and count 3.
Response from the state.
In considering this JOA argument as to whether there is sufficient evidence for this defendant to be a principal to the charges, the state first wants to point out the emails in this case that detail the defendant's hate for Dan Markel and her motive. If he's out of the picture, then Wendy and the grandsons can come to live in Miami where she is, and she was the person who benefited most from this crime by them being able to do that. We also heard from Luis Rivera. He said that he and Garcia followed Dan Markel's car from his home to the daycare, to the gym the day of the murder, and had surveilled Dan Markel's comings and goings from the park outside of Trescott Drive in the month before and the weekend of the murder. We also saw on the defendant's planner where in 2014 she had the year, make, model of Dan Markel's car as well as his license plate. We also heard from Catherine McBanois. She said that Charles Adelson said that his parents had just been at his house the night of the murder when she arrived, and then also told her his mom had washed the money. This was the same money that was provided to the killers and that McBanois found was wet. That testimony was corroborated by phone evidence showing that the defendant stopped at Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. We saw the text message from her saying she's outside his house, and that was during the short stretch of highway where she has 1 hour unaccounted for on her drive, when the rest of her drive she was able to accomplish within the estimated time that the mapping software would think that she would have. We also heard from Rob Adelson and heard that she told him not to talk to the FBI, and when he let her know that he already had, she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She also had a complete lack of curiosity about what happened, according to him, and said that, I don't know and I don't care what happened. It's not my concern. We saw from the evidence that this defendant had an access to a large amount of cash, kept her cash in a safe, and that it was very common for she and Charlie Adelson to transfer cash back and forth to each other. We saw that she signed 44 checks to Catherine McBanois from Adelson Institute over the course of 2 years. This is despite the fact that Charlie Adelson had signing authority there. He could have done it himself if it was just him acting alone here. We also heard that in 2015, Harvey Adelson bought Adelson Institute back from Charlie Adelson. And we saw on the summary of the checks where roughly half the checks written to Catherine McBanois were written from fall of 2015 to spring of 2016, where Harvey Adelson would have been back as one of the primaries in the business. Donna Adelson, we also saw from the bump video, she was handed an article with Danny's picture about the murder. And she calls her son. He's the first call that she makes. And she tells Charlie specifically that this involves the both of us and that it involves the two of us when she's talking about the article that she was handed about Dan Markel's murder. So while there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and inferences in this case, there is also direct evidence, and the state argues that her admission that after being handed an article about the murder, that it involves both of us and it involves the two of us to Charlie Adelson is direct evidence and an admission of guilt in this case. And she also tells Charlie Adelson the TV costs $5, or this TV is about $5. And that's the same TV that's referenced that Charlie Adelson bought instead of hiring a hitman, and that Wendy's family, that her mother helped set up as part of her alibi and emailed Wendy about that day after the appointment was made by her father. When the wire took place, she and Charlie Adelson are overheard discussing the fact that they don't need to be talking on the phone. They don't need to be talking in an apartment. They go to great lengths to take a walk outside, to sit down by the water where they can't be overheard, to sit by the pool where they believe they're not able to be heard by law enforcement. And on the wire, we see the same pattern of communication that was seen in the call detail records before the wire took place. Donna to Charlie to Catherine to Garcia. And this is consistent with Magbanoir's testimony of how communication was relayed in this case.
Before you continue, Ms.
Yes,
Dugan, specifically as to the argument of stacking inferences, what is the state's position?
The state's position is there are inferences in this case. There is circumstantial evidence in this case. However, there is also direct evidence. Even if there was only circumstantial evidence, the Bush case from the Florida Supreme Court did away with excluding every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in circumstantial evidence cases. However, we have more than just that here. We have this defendant writing checks to the middleman of this murder. We have her admitting it involves the two of us. And we also have her suborning perjury by admitting to one of her friends in custody, Patricia Bird, that she did do what she was accused of. That's what Miss Bird said on direct, and I clarified that with her on redirect. Was it that she told you that she just wrote checks, or did you specifically ask her, did you do what she's accused of, or did you do what they say you did? And she said that no, she said she did what she was accused of. And she's also offering to pay for false testimony from Bird and from Miss Bernhardt, and even writing a script for Miss Bernhardt to come in and recite in trial. We also have Donna Adelson adopting Charlie Adelson's extortion defense during and after Charlie's trial through text messages. And on the other hand, we have text between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson in 2016, where we see that Charlie Adelson is telling her that his attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney, and we see her reaction to that, which is not consistent with someone who believed that they were being extorted by Garcia or by that group for the past 2 years. We also see the 2016 text messages where we see Donna Adelson's reaction to Charlie Adelson workshopping this other possible theory of Dan Markel's murder. And our argument is that reaction is not consistent with somebody who believed that she was being extorted, according to Charlie Adelson, for the past 2 years. We also have evidence of consciousness of guilt in this case. We have her fleeing with an emergency fast-track visa she sought to obtain within hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict. And within also hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict, sending a text that says, basically, I'm next, but that won't happen, and I'll take care of that. And then going to board this flight to a non-extradition country a week later. So the state's argument is all of that circumstantial evidence combined with the direct evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the state, there has been competent substantial evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could find the existence of the elements of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right, the legal standard the court must apply at this point is reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I believe in Turner versus State 29 Southern 3rd 361. In moving for a judgment of acquittal, a defendant admits the facts and evidence in every conclusion favorable to the state that may be reasonably inferred from the evidence. As to the direct evidence, the circumstantial evidence, and also the consciousness of guilt evidence taken together, I believe this is sufficient to overcome the matter that was raised in Williams versus State. The motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied at this time. Does the defense, as to counts 1 and 3 specifically of the indictment, does the defense have any other motions to raise?
Just a moment. Judge, there was an issue that you, Your Honor, raised last week concerning advice of counsel. I don't know if we can approach to address that.
You may.
Uh-oh, sidebar. I am struggling to get my thing to be obedient today, y'all. It's not being obedient today. I don't know why, but it ain't. So I'm having to redo all of my tabs. It's the way it is. And go figure. Sidebar share. I apologize. I'm having to redo all of my little outside of presence of the jury thing. Having to do all of it. Let's see if I got them all done. It's a Monday morning for us, y'all. It's Tuesday, but it's a Monday morning. Let's see. Okay, but why is that not? I need you to gear up. Thank you. I was hungry, y'all. Yes, I know. I'm replacing it. Of course, we have a lot more family coming in. The father, that gentleman to the far left with the yellow shirt and the blue jacket, that is the father of the victim. Oh, there it is. Got it. The mother is directly behind the prosecution with the glasses on. And then the I think the sister sat down between them. There we go. Well, let me get that up. Okay. I'm ready. So that is the father. Oh, my sentiments exactly. Oh, it is a morning, y'all. It is a morning. Let me come over to comments. I'm sorry. I've been kind of fixing the banner on the bottom. Good morning, everybody. We had first in chat, Teresa. Thank you. Then second was Angela. Aaron, you were 3. Good morning. Miss June. Good morning, Nightbot. Good morning. One sunny day. So good morning to everybody and everybody out there In X, good morning. Thank you for joining me. We do appreciate you and your comments. Please comment, like, subscribe, do the thing. That's the mother of the victim. And I think that's the sister of the victim, I believe. I could be wrong. I haven't quite seen her full face yet. But it's family. It's family. So, Miss June, how was my sound this morning? Is court good? I need a little feedback. Is my sound good? I am going over to my Discord. I see I have some ding, 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 ding. No, June, I bumped a button. Boo. Didn't mean to try to call you. I didn't mean to try to call you. I was trying to make an adjustment, and it said my sound was disconnected. My apologies. My apologies. So Grandma Gotti is going to probably testify today. She looks good today. She's not in a cardigan granny sweater. I know that, yeah, she's been wearing the same sweater, and is either a pale yellow or a pale blue sweater, making her look old. She's got her audio devices. Oh, she's got a suit jacket on and a white shirt, or pink, or pale pink, maybe. She's going to testify today. Oh, the sun's coming up. Wonderful. I'm glad y'all are okay with the sound. We are holding on with a thread with our soundboard today. Oh, it's the same white and red pinstriped button down Oxford shirt she's been wearing in the past. What? That helps to put my other light on. And I feel like I sound a little echoey. That's why I'm asking. I don't know why I feel like I sound a little echoey, but I do. It may just be I'm not used to these ears. They're that is true. I don't have my hearing aids. I misplaced one. I had them when I went to bed last night. Put them on my bedstand. When I got up this morning, one was gone. I don't know, y'all. The hearing aid gremlin came up and got them. Oh, I'm sorry, Amanda. Wonderful. Sound is good right now. Yay. You know what? We can zoom. This is a long sidebar. We are now caught up, and they've been sidebarring for wow, this is a long 10 minutes. That's a long sidebar, y'all, but we got to zoom a little bit. So what did y'all do on your glorious weekend off? We did moving a little bit. Oh, I didn't even get to finish telling you what we did yesterday. So we decided we desperately needed a mental health day. So we did go down to the coast, put our little tootsies in the sand, and this time we went to Corpus. Last time we went to Galveston. So this time was Corpus. Let's see. I like the town of Galveston better. The beach in Corpus was clear water. It is further from the Mississippi. The closer you get to the Mississippi on the coast of Texas, the dirtier the water looks, the browner it looks. The further towards Mexico you get, the more clear the water is. So anyway, we went and had a nice meal and drove home. It was 3 hours one way. Everything in Texas is a long way. So for us to go to Austin, it's 2 hours to Austin border. For us to go to For us to go into San Antonio's an hour, Houston's 3 hours, Galveston is 4 hours, Corpus is 3 hours, Dallas is 4 hours. So yeah. So those of you who complain about going to the next biggest town and it taking you 30 minutes, yeah, that's funny. Everything is at least an hour because we are so big. Texas is so big, y'all. Let me do a big post. I wonder why. Yeah, they're not. I'm putting something in YouTube. Yeah, I know. I know it doesn't like what I'm putting. I love it when you type something for drama and dramatics, and then it tells you it doesn't like it and it wants to fix it. And you're like, leave it alone. Leave it alone, computer. Leave my post alone. I want to be dramatic. Drama wanted here today. Cardi B is going live today. I'm pulling that up. We will be in Cardi B as well. We will be watching for her and her closing arguments during our breaks. Oh, you know, she's nervous, y'all. Cardi B is, just so you know, Cardi B is scheduled at 11:45 today for us. We will be monitoring that.
Yes. Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
I hope everyone had a good, restful, long weekend. At this point in time, we are going to begin with the defense's case in chief. Mr. Zellman, you may call the defense's first witness.
Who? Woman, get on a mic so I know who you're calling.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Oh, that hurt my ears.
Morning. Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you speak into it so everyone
Yes,
can
yes,
hear.
ma'am.
Okay. If you could tell us your name and then spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Ann Elizabeth Cunningham, ANNE ELIZABETH, Cunningham, CUNNINGHAM.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where, I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida
Okay.
and New Jersey.
Okay. So you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And
No,
what did you
bro.
do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, special education teacher.
Okay. Do you know Donna Adelson?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Miss Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay. And how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me.
How did you meet?
We met when my life partner and I drove to Florida and
Wife.
arrived on Christmas Eve, and the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey, and
Okay.
Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay. And what is his name?
Ronald Gutterson.
Okay. And so he cracked his tooth, and what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay. And when you said they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay. All right. Very good. So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip. It was Christmas Day to come in and care for him.
Okay. And then how did that lead to you meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay. And from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well and developed a friendship.
Okay. And when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in Southeast Florida,
Okay.
Aventura.
All right. And was that closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay. Socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often.
Okay. So you had a lot of contact over the years.
Very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady over here, she's typing every word that we're saying. And I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to
And I
try.
have a bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going to need to make sure we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak, okay? So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes.
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
Yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point you got your home then in Naples, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, but still continued to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I met two of her children.
And who were they?
I met Wendy
Okay.
and I met Charlie.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendy, her children, and Danny?
Yes.
Okay. And you never met Rob?
No.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many years?
Simply the best. That's what she thinks about her. Boo. Okay, we already have a sidebar. Oh, that's right. We reset me. I don't have all my stuff. Okay, I'll do it myself. Oh. Okay, guys. Now I have my ears. When you're calm and go back and look, sometimes you see things you missed. The problem is that my hearing aids also blend into my carpet in my bedroom. So I found them. Yay, I can hear again. I don't like it when I don't have my hearing aids, y'all. It is not fun. So we are on witness number 26 of the case. First witness on behalf of the defense. We are looking at Mr. Adelson Harvey. Hello, Harvey. Good morning. A very stressful day for them, I'm sure. I was going to put my feet up. Oh, I can? Oh, Her Royal Highness got off of my stool. Now she's under it. So now I can put my own feet up. Ha. Get comfy, y'all. I feel like Paula Dean this morning, y'all. Oh, she is. I know. She's just a sweet Southern meemaw. Oh, honey boo. She's just, she is. Look at her. She is a sweet little meemaw. Her and her honey bun met Donna Adelson while his tooth cracked or while he was having dinner. Oh, hello. Good morning, Miss June. Good morning.
Overruled on 404 grounds as to the relevance. Let's move to that, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over these, I guess, 15 years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never,
Is she aggressive towards others?
never,
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
never,
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
never,
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
no,
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendy was going through her divorce.
yes,
During that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Danny Markell was killed, you're aware that he was murdered.
yes, I
Okay. At any time during that period, did she ever say she wanted to have Danny Markell
am.
killed?
Never,
Ever say she wanted him to be harmed?
never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she,
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what she said.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
Never,
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about it?
never.
Okay. Would you
Oh,
say that
checking the
she
jury.
was supportive of her children?
Very,
Okay. And she's Jewish. Are you as well?
yes, I am.
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children?
Yes,
I would.
There's
I-
been
I have a
some
problem-
testimony that she kind of managed her kids' life.
I have a problem with this testimony big time. First of all, there are different sects of Judaism, different from extremely liberal to extremely conservative. You can't sit there and make that statement depending on where in that spectrum you fall. Good morning, Miss June. Where in that spectrum you fall. So for her to say that, she can't. I just have a problem with that question. I do.
Lives.
Don't bring religion
Lives.
into this.
yes,
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
absolutely.
Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Home phones like landlines?
Sometimes,
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
many times.
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson
Dag nabbit.
to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No,
I'm trying to fix the captioning for y'all.
I'll lead you forward to the date that Danny Markell was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
yes, I do.
Okay. And can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and Donna was quite hysterical,
Okay.
and she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Sustained.
Goes
Do
to-
not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Please continue.
may
It
we
is
approach,
strict.
please?
Please approach.
Whoa, even the judge is getting testy with her. Did you do anything that will cause her to turn on you? Yeah, that's a good question. But here's again, I can have, I mean, do you think Donna is going to allow this woman to see her in that state of planning a red room? Absolutely not. She's not going to go to this friend and say, by the way, don't tell anybody. We're going to red room my son in law next week. Just FYI, pray that we're successful. She's not going to go to synagogue. I don't think she ever went to synagogue, but if she did, other than the bat mitzvah or bar mitzvah, depending on who, but I don't, she's not going to go to synagogue and tell her. It just ain't going to happen, y'all. I got some backgrounds I've been playing with. Didn't know if y'all noticed. We have a different background. Although I wonder, yeah, I think I'm going to I think I like that one with what I have going today. So y'all, I struggle a little bit with this line of questioning. I do, boo. There we go. We'll do that. I do, boo. You know, she's just a good girl that, I mean, I guess they're friendly. They're good. They're friends, but I don't know. I see where they're doing though. Yeah, that judge is a little snippy this morning. Maybe somebody didn't give him his Cheerios. He's way snippy this morning. I think that must be the sister. She looks too much like Mama and Daddy. That's the sister. The coffee is good this morning, y'all. My monkey butt, y'all missed it. Y'all should have been with us the other night when we watched our movie. For those of you who are new and joining us for the first time, thank you for joining. I'm Ada Kay. I'm your deaf courtroom commentator, and we provide sign language when deaf person is watching. I grew up hearing, but became deaf as an adult. Since then, I have these big bad boys, or I call them girls, actually. We also are on Discord, so if you ever are interested, please come join us on Discord. We have some fun member things that we do. One of the things that we love to do, absolutely love to do, is we do movies. Good morning, Miss Deborah Owens. We do meme challenges, GIF challenges. We have fun. Good morning, Christy Robbins. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I was at the beach yesterday, about that time of day, too. Pretty picture. Good morning, State of Accusation. They are at a sidebar. You're right. But she's still on the witness stand, so that's fine.
Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendy and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay.
Because she did not know who had shot him.
Okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay. During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still was she still very upset about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go
Matt, there's
forward
still
just
egg
a
all.
little,
Look,
a point in time. Did you continue to stay in contact with Mrs. Adelson and her husband
still,
from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward?
dude.
Yes.
Okay.
You need to rinse
You
this.
were aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested.
Yes, I was.
In the case. Okay. And
There's
did
still
you
shell on this
promote
one.
the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
It was no.
Okay.
I really don't do social media.
Okay.
And of course it was on the news.
Okay. Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay. There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Stay.
at some point did you allow Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples
Yes, I did.
for the purpose of watching the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, moving forward, did you become aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted of the offenses with which he was charged?
Yes.
Mod's sound check is I need to know if state of confusion is the only one having a hard time hearing court. Please, thank you.
Were you aware you knew their grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah plan for the younger one in January of 2023? No, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
Yes.
Okay.
In which the other grandparents were not invited.
After the verdict, that you spoke to.
By the way, that I don't know why she asked that question, but that's a dig at the grandparents of Dan, Markel's parents, the grandparents of the other grandparents of the children, because they were disinvited after all this had happened.
With Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do.
Yes.
Okay. And did she discuss with you that she had planned?
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning those?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
Yes.
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.
She cried a lot.
Okay.
She was very concerned about Harvey.
Okay.
Very concerned about Charlie.
Okay.
And just incredibly sad.
Okay. And during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you knew
Yes,
that. Okay.
yes.
All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions, did she tell you that she was planning on
Please approach.
Yet another sidebar. Okay, I turned myself down, June. Is that better? Unfortunately, everybody's devices perceive sound differently. So I may be more balanced on one person's versus another person's devices. So hopefully I'm good for everybody now. It just depends. Some people are listening with earbuds. In that case, it's different than listening through a computer. So hopefully I'm not blowing anybody's eardrums out. I hope I'm more comfortable to y'all. Well, you're welcome, Miss June. My son brought me some boiled eggs and they did not peel well. Had a little microscope, little tiny egg crunches. You know, if he did not know anything about this plan, Mr. Adelson, and he was left out in the dark as everyone's portraying, I really feel bad for him. Really feel bad for him. I would hate to be in his shoes right now. Hate to be in his shoes. I just realized today's Tuesday, trash day. I kept thinking today was Monday. This is our Monday, y'all. Definitely our Monday. I haven't even been looking at the bingo card. We do have right or correct. We do have yes and no. Airport recent call search. Charlie. Charlie was mentioned. Search warrant. Sidebar. We've had that. Dan was mentioned. So this is all I have right now. I could be wrong. I could be way wrong. That's what I've got right now. There we go. That's a better one. So we'll see. If I need to add one, please let me know. Every 2 weeks, state of confusion. Where are you living? That is a state of confusion. We get ours every week. Child custody, that was mentioned, wasn't it, in the divorce when they were talking about the divorce and the custody of the children? I think. If I'm wrong, let me know. Oh, Angela, you would be a big mad. Yep. Interesting the fact that we're having this many sidebars for this trial. It's kind of interesting. I know, right? I have two. I paid for a second trash can. It was worth it. Angela, sometimes you can get a second trash can for a little lesser than you can.
We're going to take a brief break before we continue with the direct examination of this witness. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Ruh-roh.
Ms. Cunningham, you may step down. Please step
Oh!
outside the doors. Don't discuss your testimony with any other person.
Do you need a third, my dear? Okay, that's what I have. Didn't she mention
Everyone
Wendy?
can be seated.
Thought she did.
We'll resume with the testimony. We'll try to at least within the next 5 minutes. That should give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Uh-oh. When you were conferring with the defendant, y'all, this is, ooh, somebody's in trouble, y'all. Trouble, 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 trouble. Okay, so let's go back over the bingo card. That's what I have so far. What state of no. Okay, you're sitting here telling us that your city pays people to make sure that you're sorting your trash appropriately? Wow. So, state of confusion, is it mandatory that you recycle in your community, or is it something that you may choose to do within your community? I want to know that. We have a choice here, and we don't have to worry about that recycling. I mean, if you don't want to recycle, you don't have to. Compost? Do they provide the materials needed for composting? What state are you in? Is this a statewide thing or is this just for your county? Yeah, no, we don't compost here. Now, if you live in Austin, you have recycling. Oh. Now, yeah, if you live in Austin, we have recycling. I used to live there. And in fact, in Austin, if you go there and you're shopping, you don't get plastic grocery bags. You don't get any grocery bag. You are required to bring your own, or you pay for the grocery bag. And I was like, dude, I don't live here. I'm staying in a hotel. Had no idea. I just came to get me a little bit of food for the snacks for the hotel room. They gave me one complimentary plastic bag. And I was like, oh, so you don't want us using plastic, right? All right, Miss June, I caught you. Um, so you're sitting here telling me that you're trying to force people into bringing their own bags. You don't want to use plastic bags. So why not give a little paper bag for free versus the plastic? Paper is more biodegradable. I don't understand. See, I remember when they brought out the plastic bag, it was to save the trees. That's why they brought out the plastic bags. Problem is, plastic doesn't, oh, you're in the UK. Plastic does not, absolutely does not degrade like paper. You created a bigger problem, boo, and plant more trees. In the UK, all shops charge for plastic bags. Well, I mean, I miss the paper bags. I do. Because we recycled paper bags. I mean, if you had a fireplace, they make great fireplace starters if you know how to use it. Do it. We used them to cover our books in school. We used it to ripen our fruit. We used them for a lot of things. I mean, boo, we recycled our bags. I mean, we actually had a space in our cupboard for my dad made a special shelf for sorting the paper bags that we would recycle. We didn't just throw them away. We used them when after the fireplace cooled to scoop up the ashes in. And then we would take it and burn it in the burn pile. We had so many uses for the paper bags. Yes. I mean, dude, it's hard to get paper bags now. Oh, I remember getting the paper bags. You knew what grocery store the people shopped at when you were at school because the books were covered in those bags. Yep. I don't even think they cover books anymore. Oh, not here. Not here. Everything's plastic. But I mean, there were so many uses. I can't even remember all the uses. Hey, that's a good question. What all did you do? How did you recycle your paper bags? I think that's a fun question. That's a fun question. There, put it up there. Yeah, I mean, there were so many uses for the paper bags. And you could get more in those paper bags than you can those little plastic thin pieces of crap that break after you put 3 or 4 cans in them. Irritates me to no end when you go to do your groceries and somebody else has bagged them and they have way overstuffed the plastic bags, especially with the canned products. And the plastic bags tear so much easier with corners of the boxes. I'm just like, draw on them. Oh my gosh. We used to, yeah. My grandma, when we went to church, she pulled out this little book that she made out of these paper bags. She would. She cut them all the same size. She punched holes in them, tied them with the yarn, and that became our church book. And we used to use that to color and write and draw on while we were sitting in church. When she died, we found all of the ones that she saved them all. I wished I had them now because that was cool. Used to let us kids color on them and then they'd be used for wrapping paper. Yes, covering books, putting my cat in it. That's funny. My grandma used to, when she had to repot, she would take the plastic bag and wrap around and moisten it with water, and then wrap her roots and create a temporary pot out of it while she was repotting everything. So yeah, yep, hers. We did. I mean, there was all kinds of yeah, there was all kinds of wonderful, wonderful things we could do with them. Put your cat in it. Do you want to explain that one to us, June? We are on a very long break, by the way. Let me get that back up here. Court on break. Um, we do have Cardi B that will be starting their closing arguments about lunchtime for them today. So hopefully we'll get to watch some of that. Um, my dad used to use a lot of paper bags when he taught industrial technology teacher in high school, and so he would use them in so many ways. Yep, they were really good at wrapping the fish. Really good at wrapping the fish. They were talking a second ago, and then they disappeared. By the way, mods and members of our Discord, you might notice some slight changes. June has been working very hard and doing some organizational work in our Discord. One thing you may notice in the member section, you no longer have member merch, member movie, member recipes. It's just under member. We shortened the titles. Things have been organized a little better so you guys can find them easier. So, to my fabulous mod June, thank you so much for your hard work and due diligence in Discord this last couple of days. It has not gone unnoticed. And also, today is National Coconut Day. Put the lime in the coconut. No, I can't have the lime, but Coconut Day today. Y'all, it's National Coconut Day today. What do you like as far as coconut? How do you like to use coconut? Besides in butter, coconut oil. How do you like to use your coconut? Favorite coconut recipe? Go. What is it? June, they started by changing us from plastic bags to get to use to them. Then they banned all single-use plastic, having bring your bag for life to the store. Yeah. Yes, you betcha. They still love paper bags. Coconut water. Oh, bonbons. Nothing. I feel like I'm low in the camera today. Is it just because I'm stretched out? Let me get my camera may have shifted a bit. I'm shifting. I know that. Oh, yeah, it's my camera. Hold on. I'm going to get the light. What, Mama Kitty? What do you want, Mama Kitty? Huh? Bubble. Oh, there we go. Oh, Mama Kitty is bothering this mama. I am purchasing me a new stool, and I'm going to give this to somebody else because it's too. It doesn't fit very well under this desk. It's not as comfortable as I would want it to be. Just saying. So, what is in my the one I'm looking for also is it can be angled up and down here. Let me share this. Oh, I'm in the wrong place for it. Let me come down. That's what I'm looking at. I've got some credits that I can use, but it heats up, which will be great during the winter. Be able to put my feet in it. This is what I'm looking to get. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm going to get it yet. We shall see. We'll see if I end up getting it or not. Come on. Get where I need you to move. Thank you. Grr. Share this tab. I got a lot of items in my car and saved. Street vendors in Italy sell coconut chunks. Ooh. Yum. Coconut chunks. All of a sudden, I'm getting a lot of ding, 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 dings. Sorry, college sometimes sends out these weird texts, and I'm like, y'all don't know I don't live on campus. I don't need to know every student situation. We just had a break. So what's going on here? We don't know. But the judge did say to the defense's table, you need to confer with your client. We're going to take a quick break. Hmm.
Everyone can be seated. The objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination of this witness as to any other matters.
Thank you. Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes,
Was she upset about that?
yes,
Was she crying?
yes,
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
It's very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that?
she was considering taking her own life.
And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes,
Okay. You have just one moment? Thank you. Just one last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes,
Was she excited about attending?
very.
I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
What a lame.
Pam, are you familiar with the defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought?
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No, she
Was
was
she-
always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it.
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her after Charlie's verdict?
Yes,
Okay. You were best friends with her.
yes,
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel.
sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge, not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten or to convert the children?
Be careful and listen to how she's answering. There's a lot of things that are definite yes or no's, and then there's I don't recall. I don't recall. She knows. That answer, the way she answered that was to me telltale, in my humble opinion.
Children to Christianity in order to strong arm Mr. Markel.
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call. I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay, when was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips. I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I don't recall.
And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No,
Obviously, it's the people that are extorting her, right?
she didn't know what. Are you talking about? Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
She was. I'm confusing that with the bump. I believe that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
And when the phone call was made to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number,
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last 4 digits. If you want to put-
1655.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend, Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
I guess it's a long time ago.
An approach.
I used the old one.
I'm gonna just draw your attention to, I've circled a few here, but you're
Sure.
free to look at as many as you need to.
Oh, yes, this part I do recall.
You can show that's the same messages you're referring to.
That's going to be a weak cup of coffee. Mm.
So you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son?
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
yes,
You think the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Okay. And you, in fact, said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes,
Meaning Charlie's innocent,
yes,
Wendy's innocent.
definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Isn't that what you think?
Yes,
And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes.
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No,
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
Okay. Do you remember?
I have a suspicion that this woman is not being truthful because watch how she says the I don't recall really. That to me is being a very telltale. It's uncomfortable.
Texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendy had not even called.
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
That's the bottom message on this page on the
Which one?
bottom one.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendy hasn't even called, right? Is
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
And you offered to come and be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
One moment, please, Your Honor. What type of work does your husband do, or did he do before
My
he
late husband?
retired?
My
I'm
late-
sorry, I thought you had. Is it? Maybe it's not your husband. Partner?
Partner.
Is that Mr. Gutterson?
Yes.
What type of work does he do, or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
Just make sure I understand your testimony correctly. Donna didn't tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No.
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted.
Yes.
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted or
No.
how? Okay.
No.
Now you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
That's what I was told.
Just now while you were
Yes,
testifying.
yes.
You didn't hear that before.
No,
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
never.
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
Definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I don't have anything further.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the defense or the state potentially in rebuttal? Will this witness be recalled by the defense? You are released, Ms. Cunningham.
Excuse me?
You are released.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense, the next witness would be Ronald Gutterson.
Did he say Don Anderson and Adelson? Did he say Ron Adelson? No. Who is that? That's not Ron.
Mr. Gutterson, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will offer will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so the jurors can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Gutterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in, around 2000 and
Au contraire.
8 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami, Christmas Eve. Everything is closed. We're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food. So we order Chinese food. I bite into the spare rib. I crack my front tooth.
That's
I
the,
call a
oh,
friend of
that's
mine
the
who
significant
lives in
other.
New York, who also went to high school with us. And I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist.
Florida.
He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas. He saw me the next day and we reconnected and we became friendly. And then he and Donna and Annie and I would travel together and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and Harvey?
Once again,
Can you describe their relationship, Donna
a
and
very
Harvey?
loving couple, very together, very warm.
Were you aware that their son, Charlie, was arrested in this investigation?
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and Harvey's state of mind, how they were feeling about things?
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall, like most caring parents would be.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay. And when you first reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did you all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes. Annie had a place in Aventura.
And at some point later, did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
Some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place. We're snowbirds. They, during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters. And they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We offered them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there. And they availed themselves of this opportunity.
After the verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they were distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean when you say off the wall?
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Now, I want to back up a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have an undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division,
And when was that?
approximately 1966 to 1971.
After the conviction, did you become aware that Harvey and Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes,
Did you know whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
it was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back uh, in in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
That's a long time to clear your mind.
Although they were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah.
Yes, Donna had told Annie that she purchased a dress.
Can't say what somebody else said. Just you
Yes,
were
I was aware they were going to return.
under any set of circumstances would they not have returned?
I don't know. Under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
They do this after every single witness, and it drives me crazy.
Mr. Gutterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes,
And what way?
the handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number. And I was asked to do Harvey a favor that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then, but it was clear to you, clear to Jared, that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were traveling.
Until he returned during his absence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-exam.
You said that under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes,
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that might
Yes.
prevent them
And
from
by the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right. But might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not
it
come back.
might, you'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir. She wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she said.
You mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent? Were you in New
To the
York?
best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with managing the rental properties?
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specifically Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but I was never spoken to by Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down.
My
to Florida to do
services
some
may be
help.
needed as a friend to assist.
Right. And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Words to that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No question, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Gutterson released from trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state planning to recall him for any purpose? Have a good day, Mr. Gutterson. You are
Thank you,
released.
Your Honor.
Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is Kelsey Gwine, who might need a few minutes to set up the presentation.
Well, he's off the stand and I can't hear squat. Here we go.
Bailiff will take you to the jury room. We will
Oh, no.
hear from the next witness.
Oh, really? So was he a nothing burger? Yeah. Au contraire. I love that. Au contraire. I know we've had more breaks than we can shake a fist at.
Please bring in the witness so they can get their computer or other matters set up.
There's a hum in that courtroom that's driving me absolutely crazy. It feels like I'm constantly being tickled in my ears. I accidentally reran my second cup of coffee through the old filter. I thought I had switched them out. I had not. So now I'm drinking a decaf. I know they're breaking again. We are court on break. Yes, court is on break, y'all. I'm sorry. Let's look at the bingo card. Shall we? Okay, we don't have photograph. We don't have the word conspiracy. We have right, correct, yes, no, child custody. Text messages were brought up, so yes. Cell phones, emails, FBI evidence. They showed the emails, but not to us. Airport was mentioned. Jailhouse, Catherine. Searches. Vietnam was mentioned. Search warrant. Tallahassee arrest was mentioned, and Tallahassee police. So we have right now right or correct, yes or no, child custody battle, text messages, airport, free space, Charlie, Vietnam, sidebar, Wendy, arrest, Dan Markell, and I have no bingos. No bingos. Huh? Oh, my teacher's texting. God help me. I know. I got a lot of homework to get done, along with a lot of moving. It will happen, y'all. It will happen. It will happen. It will happen. It will happen. all of a sudden my body is happy in the chair with the pillow in the right spot. My feet have socks, so I'm not cold. My feet were real cold this morning. I got my blanket. I got my coffee. Y'all, we in a happy place. We's in a happy place. You know the song, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Now I won't get that song out of my head. Oh my God, Aaron, moving sucks. I got to get my monitors cleaned, y'all. They just got all sort of handprints on them from moving. Break again, break again, break again, break again. Oh, I wish I wasn't in land of break, of break. The sun is out. There's not a cloud in the sky. There's not a cloud in the sky. My phone is very, very communicative this morning. Thank you, State of Confusion, for liking and sharing. Don't forget, guys, we need to like. If you have liked, given us a thumbs up, which I hope you did, please comment ILIKED in the comments below. If you have subscribed, this is a bot. Nobody, you have to be new though. New persons only. If you have shared this live, put I shared in the comment. And of course, if you get a bingo, put a bingo. You can get bingos. You can get them vertically. So you got 5 vertical, 5 horizontal, 2 crosses. That is 12. And if we do a coverall, that's 13. And everybody gets 20 points additional for coveralls. So that is where we are, y'all. Do y'all like this screen or do you like this screen better? I think a lot of people like the full screen better. So I'm told. What do you mean you're still having audio issues? Please tell me what the audio issues are. Because nobody else is complaining of audio issues. Guys, do we have audio issues? Mods, I need your feedback, please. Are we having audio issues? Good morning, Miss Erin. Miss Erin, how is the sound for you? Are we having audio issues in the court feed? Is it too soft? I have a little bit of gain left in me. I don't want to gain it 100% because what happens when I do that, it has a tendency to distort a little bit, and I'm trying to avoid that. How am I that much louder than court? Okay. All my mods, is my sound balanced with the court sound? I can come back a little bit more. Shouldn't have to, but I can. I'm looking at my feeds and my outputs. I'm held in the green. That's where I need to be, is in the green, not the yellow or red. I am so sorry, State of Confusion, that you are having that difficulty. Well, I need to be a little louder than court, but not that much. Is this a better volume for you guys? All right, how's this now? I have lowered the volume yet again. How's this? Testing 1, 2. No, State of Confusion. Chances are it's not just you. I'm going to roll court back just a hair so you guys can.
No, sir,
Good.
she wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she
You mean in
says.
Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent? Were you in New
To the
York?
best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that when
Okay, that is the new court volume. I have moved it. That's gained up a little bit more and I have come down. So how is it now? Hopefully it's a little more balanced. And it also depends on who's talking. I will try to monitor that a little bit better. Being that I'm in hearing aids, somebody said, why are you, both is balanced. Someone said, why are you asking people about your sound? Well, because I wear hearing aids. I'm deaf without my hearing aids. And even with my hearing aids, I'm deaf. And I can't gauge. I can tell by the vibrations where if something's super loud or super soft, but I cannot tell you fine tuning adjustments. So I depend on you guys a lot to communicate with me. Now, there are some people that may struggle more than others. Some people may have it on a TV, where others may have them in their ears. And that does cause a discrepancy. And that's something y'all are going to have to adjust on your end. But if y'all have brought yours down to a level that is almost as quiet and it's still too loud, then I need to know about it. I do my best to try to get a good balance. We are working with a glitchy thing. I am waiting for them to return their decision. I am hoping they will send me a new one and then I send this one back. Yep. I am working on it. It is not fun. It is so frustrating. That's not what I want. I am looking. Silence my text messages. I'm sorry. I'm reading an important email. Hmm. I have to figure this out. My neighbor is doing some weird banging, y'all. It's weird. Okay, let's see if that works. I do know when you get a subscription and you've decided you don't want it anymore and you go to cancel it, and no matter how many times you tell them to cancel it, they're still billing you for it. Yeah, I'm dealing with one of those. I'm dealing with one of those, and it is so frustrating. That's okay. That's life. It's a cheap subscription, but still. State of confusion. Don't regret saying anything about the audio. Yes, Ada needs to know how the audio is. Thank you for letting us know when you have audio issues, please. Yes, that is correct. I agree 100%. you know, that poor lady wearing that suit. Oh my God, that judge. I mean, that lawyer. She looks like she's all of a twig, and it's hard. I mean, people think it's hard to find clothes when you're big. When I used to be a twig, it was harder to find clothes to fit me then than it is now. Kiddos are situated. Thank you for a little bit. Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. You know your neighbor's music is loud when you have hearing aids out and you can still hear their music over the TV. Yeah, I don't have that problem. I just feel the banging. He was banging on something and I felt it in my ear. Oh, y'all go to my merch shop. Y'all, we got some fun merch. Christmas is coming up. You got some legal geeks in your family. We got some cool things. Uh, I wanted to call, I love the word law nerds, but it's taken. So I'm legal eagles is what we're using, I think. Oh, yeah. One of my mods and I stayed up real late watching a cool old movie. Can anybody guess which mod that was? I enjoyed staying up with my mod. I enjoy the old movies. Sometimes some of these old movies are just what you need to relax down. They ain't full of this intense and this tension and doesn't get you all, it's just a good, relaxing old movie. I've never seen that one, by the way. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was stinking cute. It's a war movie, but it was good. Who loves brand new, fresh, fuzzy socks? Me. My toes are happy. I'm happy. I know it's bad. I'm bad. I know it. I know it. I do. I'm really big on documentaries. I will binge watch documentaries like crazy. I love my documentaries. The Great Seal of the State of Florida. It's kind of pretty actually. I'm looking at the seal. I love good socks. When I was working volunteering and doing the ministry with the flood, they were given all the first responders stuff and they gave me, I said, no, I'm not. And they said, take it, you're first responder. And halfway through the day, I went and put on those socks because they were dry. And oh my gosh. Well, it's not showing back on my end. We are slightly delayed. Hold on. Let me reboot. Now we're back. Thank you so much, Miss State of Confusion.
Everyone can be seated and square, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. You speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kelsey Goy, and I'm a senior digital forensic examiner.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Roll-Off Digital Forensics, which is a small private company based out of Spokane, Washington.
And tell us a little bit about your background and training in the area of digital forensics.
Sure. So starting at the beginning, I graduated from Portland State University with my Master's of Criminal Justice in 2016. During that time when I was in grad school, I worked for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office in their Family Justice Center, which is a domestic violence clinic. After graduating grad school, I became employed with the Portland Police Bureau, which is in Portland, Oregon. I was employed as an investigative crime analyst. So for about 3 years, I supported the entire detective division, and I worked on anything from call detail records, mapping cell site location, developing frequency analysis, looking at pattern of life. I would also help them review search warrant returns. So things like when they get data back from Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and I would do some open source, just looking at people's profiles online to help an active investigation. After that, I was the ICAC analyst, and ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. So during that time, I performed phone extractions. I went on scene to search warrants where there was an internet crimes against person suspect. I would do RAM captures and router examinations. I would also review every single cyber tip and any search warrant returns that came back for those cyber tips. After that, I was the digital forensics lab manager. They civilianized the unit. I was a civilian employee my entire time with the police bureau. And so for about the last a little under 2 years, I managed the digital forensics lab where I would perform extractions, and I led a team of 5 examiners in doing digital forensic extractions and analysis.
Can you tell us approximately how many hours of training have you had specific to the review and analysis and interpretation of call detail records and cell site location information?
I have a general 400 hours of training just related to all kinds of things, digital forensics, CSLI, cybersecurity. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 100 hours dedicated to cell site location information.
And with respect to call detail records and cell site location information, how many sets over the course of your career of call detail records have you reviewed for casework?
Like actual files, I don't have an exact number. I would say, close to 1,000, if not over. Some of the cases I work on can have, 10 and more phone numbers. So each case can get quite expansive pretty fast. So I would say, maybe roughly 1,000 different sets of records.
And with respect to mapping of call detail records, can you tell the jury approximately how many times you've had to map cell site location information from call detail records?
Sure. I would say maybe about half. In when I was working in law enforcement, they don't always get location information for a call detail record. Sometimes they just get records without mappable location information, and they want like a frequency analysis, looking at patterns before event of interest. So I would say I've probably half of the records I've reviewed.
Have you previously offered testimony in court concerning this subject matter?
I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in digital forensics, specific as to cell site location and call detail records?
In Oregon, it's a little bit different, but in at least one, they did provide me as an expert. Most of it was my employment at the police bureau.
At this point, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
State wish to voir dire the witness as to her training or experience. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of digital forensics? Members of the jury, while this witness testifies, she will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gweik, in this case, did you review call detail records that were provided or obtained by law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. And specific, can you tell the jury what records you reviewed?
So when I started working on this case, I was given a lot of different data, just so that I could see everything that had been obtained by law enforcement. However, my focus was on Donna's cell phone records. So that's where I kept most of my focus, was on her records. However, I reviewed all of the data. So essentially there's a lot of AT&T records encompassing various time periods. Some of them, duplicate of the same time period. There were also Sprint records. I think there was also some Verizon and T-Mobile records. So there was a lot.
Okay. Now, we did not provide you with the tower dumps. We provided you specific with the records of the individuals that were obtained by law enforcement, correct?
Correct. From like a company like AT&T, T-Mobile, related to a specific phone number.
Did you also review any testimony that has been provided in the past by Sergeant Corbett?
Yes.
Specifically, what sets of testimony did you review?
There was, I guess, from this trial, 2 PDFs that I was given discussing testimony from this trial. I think there was also potentially other testimony from previous events that I skimmed because it wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was asked to look at.
Were you provided the information, were you provided call detail records that included cell site location for Harvey Adelson?
I was.
and specifically for Donna Adelson
I was.
and Charlie Adelson.
I was.
Were you also provided with a PDF of a PowerPoint that was prepared by Sergeant Corbett?
I was.
What were you asked to review related to this PowerPoint?
So to just look through all of it, there was about 350 slides. So I, kind of went through it slide by side, but my specific focus was on slides 26 and 28, which were charts of a frequency analysis.
Would it be helpful to the jury to see specifically what you reviewed and the work that you performed?
I believe you guys have probably seen this already, but yeah, it might be helpful to have a visual.
Pull it up, please.
Do you want me to do the present?
Yes, please. If you go back a couple slides, please.
To the beginning?
I'm sorry?
To the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is a screenshot of the folder that contained the document that I focused my analysis on, because this document was related to Donna's cell phone number, her records. In this document, after reviewing all of the different ones, I realized that this document contained the most data. It started, I believe the record started January 1 of 2014, and they went through May of 2017. So it contained both time sets that were seen on slides 26. Additionally, this data contained seconds in the timestamp. And so me as an analyst, when I'm looking at CDR documents, I always prefer to get the document that has the most information. And in this case, to have a timestamp that includes seconds.
Why is that important?
It's important for, different reasons depending on the case. If you are very interested in building like a chronological timeline, having seconds, right? Because we have 60 seconds in 1 minute. So if your call detail records only show you the minute and not the second, things could be coming in showing the same minute, but you don't actually know which happened first without the second timestamp. So
Okay.
different reasons why it can be important.
And in that same note, I think your next slide shows what you obtain or what you see when you open up this file.
Correct.
Can you show that to the jury, please?
I can. So you might have also seen something similar to this earlier in this trial. But this is what that document looks like when you open it up. This is just the first 3 rows because this document, like I said, goes through 2017. There are a lot of rows in this document. So it's just a glimpse of what it looks like when you open it up in a text document, which is the native format. This is not very easy to work with as an analyst. You could take this and you could put it into an analytical program and run some calculations on it. However, when I looked at this in a little bit more detail, and there are slides, I realized this data was kind of messy. And by messy, I mean I wouldn't necessarily just trust putting it into a program and trusting the numbers that came out. So I took this document and put it into Excel.
So the programs that you're describing that this data could be put into, are those referred to as tools?
Yes.
Okay. And so since this was messy, how did you import this into Excel?
So when you open up Excel, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Excel. I live in Excel, so I'm very familiar with it. But one of the options when you open Excel is there's a data option and you can import data. There's a little tool that helps you bring in text files into Excel. And this one is a great one to bring in Excel because it might be hard to see, but there are commas between each of these values. So this is what's known as a comma separated, type file. So it translates very nicely into Excel.
And can you show the jury how that looks when you put it into Excel, please?
I can. So this is that exact same first 3 rows, and this is what it looks like in Excel.
How does does Excel know how to separate that those 3 lines into making this correctly?
So essentially there's like a little walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text file, and it will show you a preview. Is this what your data should look like? And you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes, so this specific file, it's again, probably very small, but in column 2 or B, the header says connect date or con date time UTC. So this is very common for call detail records to come in UTC. And if they explicitly say UTC, you know it's UTC. So for these records, the times of interest were in the summer. So I knew that this would be in Eastern time. So I was able to add a column in Excel. Again, very easy to do this in Excel. Add a column, write a quick formula, do that time conversion so that I can make sure that, because if you have a call that's in UTC, it might be showing on a different day, but if it kind of happens within that, plus or minus 4 window of when days change, I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right dates for Eastern time.
Okay. And then and you did this for what data?
I did this for Donna's records, the file that we had identified on that very first slide.
Okay. And then did you also do a similar analysis for Charlie's call records?
I looked at his phone records. I did not go quite in depth as what I did with Donna's, but I did look at his in Excel as well.
And I believe the next slide is that frequency chart.
No, the next slide is essentially an example of kind of the messiness that I was referring to earlier.
You could show the jury that, please.
Yes, of course. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, please. What are we looking at now?
Okay. So this is that exact same document. Now, instead of just looking at the first 3 rows, we're looking at rows 1 through 9. And this is at the very top of the document. So as I open up any kind of call detail records, I want to get an idea of what the data contains. So in this example, that red box is just showing 3 unique rows of data. But when I look at these 3 unique rows, I see a couple things that indicate to me that these 3 unique rows might all be referring to the same one call event. And by call event, I mean like an incoming or outgoing call. So if a program takes this, it might see this as potentially 3 different call events. Whereas me as a human, I can realize, oh, there's indicators that tell me that this is one call event.
Is there any way you can zoom in on that a little bit?
Not in the presentation mode.
Okay, if you could back out of the presentation mode and zoom in so that the jury can see what you're talking about, please.
I will do my best. I don't know if this is getting any better or worse.
Okay, so the top line that we're looking at there on line 6, what does the data from that line of call detail records tell you?
So essentially, when I look at row 6, I see the connect date time, which is when the call was initiated, whether it's an incoming or outgoing call. I see a few things. I see the seizure time, which is the time it takes for the network to set up the call, the elapsed time, which is ET. That's how long the phones would have quote unquote connected. I see the originating and terminating number. So, oops, a little too far. There we go. Originating number, so the call that it was started on, terminating the call, the phone number that the call was ending on. And then because this is a screenshot of Donna's phone records ending in 0997, we also see the IMEI and IMSI. Those are just the, it's like a VIN number for a phone, is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier. And then the IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. I mean, that's how the network can tell that you are allowed to be on their network, right? And make calls on the AT&T network. We also see the call type, CT, mobile terminating is what that MT stands for. So again, it reinforces the fact that we see Donna's phone number in the terminating column, and then it's reinforced by that MT. In the feature, this is unique to AT&T records. So this is some random, they look like maybe what might be random letters, but they all have meanings. And there's a record key that if you're not super familiar with what those letters means, you can go and look at that record key. But essentially what this is saying in human speak is that the number calling, there was number identity present, that's that NIOP. There's the CN or CFNA, which is call forwarding. It wasn't available, that it couldn't reach the other party. And then you see that VM, which just means voicemail was involved in this transaction.
So the next line, so the features, what does that tell us about this call?
It tells me that there was an incoming call to Donna's phone and it was sent to voicemail.
Okay. What does the subsequent 2 lines indicate?
So the next 2 lines are related to this initial call event. So I can see that this next one has voicemail. I also can see that this is the forwarding number, which is to forward it to the voicemail box. And then if I go all the way back, the SO and the ST are service originating and service terminating. So these are not human generated, these are network generated logs. So that's what the SO and ST stand for. And then if I go back and I look at the times, the thing I notice is that for those following 2 service calls, the timestamps are the same. And all of this, so while the connection time is that what would be 2:52 p.m., that's when the call would have, come into her phone and gone to voicemail. And those second 2 with the identical timestamps are essentially just multiple legs of that activity. So as a human, I can see that these 3 lines are all related to one event, an incoming call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay, if you can go back to the presentation mode, please.
Of course.
And then let's look at the next slide. What do we see on this slide?
So this is slide 26 that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony. So this was one of the things that they had asked me to specifically review.
And the number that's highlighted, whose number is that?
I believe that is Donna's phone number.
And according to the state's slide 26, how many times, what's the time period of these records, of this chart?
So each phone number has a slightly different time period, but for this particular phone number, the date range was May 2nd, 2014 through July 20th, 2014.
And according to the tool that was used by Sergeant Corbett, how many times did Charlie Adelson's device attempt to communicate with Donna Adelson's device?
So it's my understanding that this would contain both directions. Charlie calling Donna, Donna calling Charlie, and both connected and attempted, right? So if it's a voicemail or if it actually, like, there was an elapsed time of, let's just say a minute, right? So this would theoretically contain all of that activity. So based on this chart, it appears that this tool said that there were 417 unique communication events.
Did you take any steps to verify the accuracy of this number?
Yes. So because this slide particularly was focused or created using Charlie's phone records, I went through all of those files that we had described earlier and tried to see if I could find any one particular file for Charlie's phone records that contained this entire time span, May 2014 through, or May 2nd, 2014 through July 2014. Again, going back, there were a lot of different records for this case. I couldn't find one specific file that encompassed this entire time frame. I did find 3 different files for his cell phone number. So essentially, I had to take 3 different files to try to recreate this. And when I was doing that, I noticed that at least between 2 of the files, there were a few dates that overlapped, right? So when law enforcement gets a call detail record return, they'll ask for specific dates. So for example, you might ask for May 1 through June 20. And that would be one return. And then on another date, you do another warrant or subpoena, and you ask for June 18th through July 18th, right? A month's worth of data. So when I found these 3 files, I noticed that there were at least 2 files that had some dates overlapping.
Did you remove the overlap when you conducted this manual examination?
I did. And the other thing I noticed was that out of the 3 files, 2 of them were in local time, so Eastern time, and then one of them is in UTC. So again, I had to, try to see if I could make this a continuous May 2nd through July 20th, taking out any overlapping dates and making sure, again, that the dates were all correct by seeing everything in Eastern time.
What did you do did you try to recreate this chart that Sergeant Corbett prepared?
I did try to recreate it by how I just explained.
And were you able to?
I wasn't able to come up with 417.
Can you explain to the jury what you did beyond what you've already described and what number you got to?
So I did 2 different steps. I did the one that I just explained where I converted everything to Eastern time, ensured that there were no dates overlapping, and so that it was essentially just showing me, May 1 through July 20. And I think when I did that and I took out these extra overlapping dates, and then I filtered to just only look at the incoming and outgoing calls. I did not deduplicate at all. That what I just explained, right, where I say that three for potentially one event, did not deduplicate. I just put a filter for Charlie and Donna's cell phone numbers. And at that point for these dates, I think I got maybe 383 unique call events. And that was, again, taking out the overlapping dates. The second step I did was I thought, well, maybe the tool didn't do that, and it just took everything and it didn't deduplicate the dates. So I tried it again, and I got 393 when I did not take out any extra dates. So, and these were just calls. I was only looking at calls.
And these were, did you do anything to determine whether or not these events went to voicemail?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take this a step further to determine whether or not there were actual communications versus actual or attempted?
Sorry, could you?
Sorry, it was a poorly worded question. So the 393 that you identified is both connected and attempted.
Correct.
Is there a way to determine whether or not something is attempted versus connected, aside from the voicemail flags that we talked about a few moments ago?
So the voicemail flags are going to be the best indicator of if somebody didn't connect, because AT&T is telling you that the phone call went to voicemail. So as an analyst, that's, to me, the best indicator. Another indicator that you can use, I think different people have different thoughts on this, but if it's a very short duration, like let's say under 10 seconds, could the phones have connected and there's just actually no communication, or it may be, you answer, but you don't hear anything, so you hang up. So different analysts will use different amount of elapsed time to determine, I think some people will say, I think everything over 30 seconds indicates there was, actual communication. So people have different thoughts on it. But I like to see, if it's 2 seconds to 0 seconds, there probably wasn't any actual communication.
Now, when reviewing specific to this, to Charlie's records, did you then go back and dedupe everything to determine the actual and attempted calls?
I did not for Charlie's records.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Donna's phone records. If we could advance to that, please.
So this is slide 28.
Okay, and according to this, what was the time period of this chart?
So this chart is focused on, would have been created using Donna's call detail records, and the contact at the top that's highlighted is Charlie's cell phone number, And the date range that was used to generate these records was June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd, 2014. Again, I did the same process like I did with Charlie's. I went to go look through all the data to see if I could find a file that would cover this date range and only this date range. And I was able to find a file that covered this date range.
And when you went through the process that you've already explained, manually going through the records, were you able to determine how many unique call events took place during this time between Donna and Charlie?
Unique. So for this one, I took the original file that I mentioned and I just looked at the filters between Charlie and Donna's phone number, and I was able to recreate the 80 when I just look at the totality of the data. Taking a step back, all the way back to that slide 1, I mentioned that record for Donna contains data from 2014 through 2017. So that particular document covered both of the time frames. It covered this one, which is June 23 through July 22, 2014, and it covered what was in Charlie's records, which was May 2nd through July 20th. So I used that document that I showed you guys at the very beginning to dedupe. So I went through that document. I put the filters for Charlie and Donna's phone numbers, and then I went through each line during those time frames to determine, like, is this a voicemail activity? Is this just AT&T duplication? Is this an actual unique call event? So that was the document that I used, focusing on these two parties' phone numbers. And I went through each line by line, and removed manually any rows that I believed to be referencing the same call event. So when I did that, I got, for this time frame, deduplicated, and this would be attempted and connected, right? So it's including the voicemail. It's just noting that there's only one line for that voicemail, not potentially 3. I got 69 unique call events that would be connected and attempted.
So the failure to manually go through these records resulted in an overinflated report in these frequency reports.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to this data, and I don't think we have any more slides.
No, we do not.
Okay, so get the lights, please.
Would you like me to unplug it?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to this part of the data, did you also review cell site location information for Donna Adelson's phone, specifically on July 18th of 2014?
I did.
Okay. And did you identify the cell phone towers that likely provided coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014? The towers that he could have been connected to from his residence.
So I was not provided with like an AT&T master cell site list, but I mapped the records for July 18th that are available in the AT&T document.
Who has access to the master records?
Law enforcement.
So presumably law enforcement would have gotten those records and taken a look at what cell site, what towers and sectors would correspond to Charlie Adelson's residence.
Correct.
Okay. And in your review of the records, the call detail records that were provided to you, obtained by law enforcement, did Donna Adelson's handset ever connect to a tower that could provide coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014?
No.
With those same records, was there any instance on July 18th of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's handset were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Here we go, y'all. Let's see what the state does with her. I think they're going to tear her up.
Any of the mapping of the cell site locations from Sergeant Corbett's presentation?
No.
No. We saw on the section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Markel's murder. Do you remember that?
The ones where there's like projected travel paths.
Correct.
I do remember that.
Okay. And you don't disagree with the fact that her phone was communicating with the cell site in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and you don't disagree with that site or sector that he mapped there, right?
Correct.
And you don't disagree with on the following slide that the next time she has location in her cell records is at 10:57, and you don't disagree with that cell site or sector that he mapped, right?
So I think the 1053
I'm sorry, 10:53. Thank you.
was actually Harvey's cell phone.
Okay.
But if they're presumably in the same vehicle, the tower and sector is correct.
Okay. So for the location south of Charlie's residence and the location north of Charlie's residence that we have location for, you do not disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the iMessage where she says outside your house, would you expect to have location for iMessages?
If it's from an iCloud return, no, I would not expect there to be location information from iCloud.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. It's not that we do have location for outside your house and it's not consistent with Charlie's house. It's just that we don't have location at all for outside your house.
Correct. There is no location.
But Donna Adelson says her location in that message, right?
There's the text message from the iCloud, correct?
Where she says outside your house.
Correct. That's the contents.
Okay. When you looked at Donna Adelson's records, was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham on the evening or night of July 18th, 2014?
I'm not familiar with that name.
You're not familiar with the name Annie Cunningham?
No.
Okay. What if I gave you her number? Would you be able to look and see?
I don't have the call details memorized, so
Do you have them with you?
the original documents I do.
Laptop? Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to look and see?
I'm going to check this on the scope of direct.
Please approach. The objection is overruled. This way, if you need the question repeated for you, Ms. Dugan will do so.
I'm pulling up your call detail records for Donna Adelson.
Of course.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll give you the number.
It's a fairly large file, so it'll take us a minute to
Okay.
load.
If it needs time to load, I can ask some other questions and come back to this if you.
Your Honor, I would just ask that if we're going to provide the phone number, that we not do it so that it can be published in the media. If we can-
That's fine. Mr. Dugan, please handle your questioning on this matter discreetly, so her phone number is not published to anyone watching.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just going to filter to that date.
You can approach the witness to show her anything that she may need to read concerning this matter.
I'm just trying to get to 18.
So am I showing you a contact with Annie Cunningham?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't need to say the number out loud, but is there a number next to it that begins with 845?
Correct.
Okay, 845 being the area code?
Yes.
Okay, that's the number we're looking for.
Okay.
And my question was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham the evening PM on the 18th of July, evening or night?
And to reiterate, it started with 845, correct?
Show you.
Please show it to her again.
Okay, yeah. I see the number and I looked at the records for the evening of the 18th and I do not see a call to that number.
Okay. And that would be like in the afternoon, evening, or night that night of July 18th of 2014.
So starting from noon to noon on the 18th through midnight on the 18th, I don't see a call to that phone number.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we saw your presentation where one slide was kind of showing us what the raw records looked like, right?
Correct.
And the next slide was showing us an example of how a duplicate event looks. It can look like 3 entries, but it's actually one event, right?
Correct.
And then we saw the Sergeant Corbett's frequency reports for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of a frequency report?
There's a lot of different purposes. So when I worked in law enforcement, I would do them for lots of different things. One of the things that you can do is just see who's the #1 caller for a particular person. Sometimes that's a significant other or family member. So that's one reason you can do a frequency analysis. Another is just to do more of a pattern of life and look at activity over matter of days, months, years.
Is another reason like to show a relationship between 2 parties, whether there is one at all, and if there is one, how often they talk
Yeah, that's definitely a reason.
in comparison to the other people they talk to?
Correct.
Do the frequency reports in Sergeant Corbett's presentation that we saw in your presentation, do those accurately reflect the call detail records?
They represent the raw data accurately. Correct.
Right. They represent the raw data of the records accurately.
Correct.
And do they accurately reflect that Charlie Adelson is Donna Adelson's most frequent contact?
For that particular time span of June 23 through July, I think it's 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. It's just that in Corbett's frequency reports, those are the raw records without duplicates taken out, right?
Correct.
When you reviewed his, and well, let me show you this. I'm going to show you from 73A, slide 20. Are you familiar with this slide of the presentation?
I might have seen it at some point.
Okay. Would this be a representation in Sergeant Corbett's presentation of 3 entries that are actually one event, like a duplicate event?
Potentially. I mean, I would like to see the feature flags or the call flags, but yes, based on the timestamps, the minutes, there's no seconds in this, but it does appear that this looks like a phone number is calling a phone number. It's being routed to what I know to be like an AT&T voicemail routing number, and then I see the first 2 numbers replicated. Again, I don't see the call type or the feature flags, but it does appear to be a 3-in-1 incident.
Okay. And when you reviewed Sergeant Corbett's testimony from this trial, did you review a portion where he explained that call we just saw, what a duplicate is, and that his frequency reports did contain duplicates?
Yes, there was some testimony that I reviewed that he did say that there was like voicemail routing events that could show us more than one line.
Okay. When we see throughout that presentation, when we see the call detail records for a particular day, let's just say the day of the murder in this case, July 18th, 2014, those summaries, the duplicates have been taken out, right?
Are you talking about like the slides that have just like the different rows?
Yes, for significant events in the
Correct.
case. Okay.
Yes.
And if you were to go through that frequency report and you only took out the duplicates for Donna's records for Charlie and Donna communicating, right?
Correct.
If you were to go through that frequency report though and take out all the duplicates across the board, it would reduce the total amount of communications for each contact, right?
Correct.
Okay. But it wouldn't change the frequency ranking of each contact.
I'm not entirely sure about that because, as I mentioned, the first one, when I was trying to recreate Charlie's, there were 3 different documents, and at least 2 of the documents had like dates that overlap. So I'm not sure if you would have to also take out like the extra for those dates. So that might change the numbers slightly.
If it did, it would be slight though.
Yeah.
Okay. And your testimony was that for Donna Adelson's frequency analysis, just with Charlie Adelson, instead of 80 events, she actually had 69 when you take out the duplicates.
Connected and attempted.
Connected and attempted. Okay. What do you think that shows that's helpful to the defense in this case?
I think it just goes to when I look at records, I like to be precise with my numbers.
Okay. And when Sergeant Corbett testified, he did let the jury know that this contains duplicates though, right? For the frequency report?
I think he said that it does include voicemail forwarding events.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is he didn't say anything that was unreliable or inaccurate with that.
I think that being able to see exactly how many can be important.
Because it's 69 and not 80 when duplicates are taken out, does that mean that Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson don't have a relationship?
No.
And you still agreed that Charlie Adelson is still Donna Adelson's most frequent contact, right?
For that time period.
When we looked at Donna Adelson's frequency report in your presentation and in Corbett's presentation, this one, right? Number 2 on that list is not an actual person, right?
I'd have to pull it up I don't have it memorized.
Okay. You want to pull yours up?
Sure.
Okay. Is the second ranking on that list her voicemail, AT&T voicemail routing number?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then 3rd place on that list of most frequent contacts is Harvey Adelson, her husband, with the 9032 number?
Correct.
Okay. So Charlie Adelson would still be first, followed by the number of calls routed to voicemail.
Correct.
Where did you fly her from?
Portland, Oregon.
And how long did that take?
6-ish hours.
And was that paid for by you or paid for by the defense?
Paid for by the defense.
And how much are you charging for your work in this case?
The roll-off charge is $300 an hour.
And does that include the work that you did that we saw here in court prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay. And does that include your travel?
Correct.
As far as $300 an hour during the time that you're spent traveling?
Correct. It's the company's policy.
Okay. And waiting to testify and testifying, is it that same amount?
Correct.
Do you know the total amount the defense has paid for your testimony here today?
I don't. The company does, but
Do you know about the amount of hours that you spent on this case, including travel?
the amount of hours on the total case, no. On travel, they just do a flat rate of 10 hours if I work over 10 hours. So for yesterday, so the trip for the trial would have been about 30 hours, so about $10,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
So let me,
Did you prepare a written report that you provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones? Or phone with the frequency analysis for his contact with Donna Adelson?
Using Donna's records?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And using those records, you indicated that it reflected about 393. Would it be helpful to see your report for what your numbers were for unique call events from May 2nd to July 20th?
For using Donna's records to deduplicate
Yes.
between that time period, I think it was 211 deduplicated.
So 211 rather than 417?
From the May 2nd through July 20th.
Now, you indicated on cross that you did not locate a call between Annie Cunningham and Donna Adelson on July 18th of 2014, correct?
I did not see one.
Okay. Now, the records that are collected by call detour records, those are for communication events that are through the carrier.
Correct.
And so any communication event that took place through a third-party app would not be collected there.
Correct.
So, for example, are you familiar with the apps WhatsApp and Viper?
Yes.
Okay. How did those show up on call detail records?
So any applications, anything third party, really even FaceTime audio or FaceTime video is technically not, through the AT&T network. All of that activity would be a data transaction. So when you look at AT&T records for a data transaction, it's not going to show you individual items, for example, that you got an email and that was so many bytes sent on the network. It's just going to show you a time that the data session was open and how many bytes were received and how many bytes were sent from the handset to and from the network. So AT&T does show data transactions, but it's not going to show like a FaceTime audio or, an email.
So in other words, when you are using FaceTime audio or FaceTime or one of these apps, it's not going to, the number that you dial is not going to show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
It's going to show up on the data session that AT&T records report.
It would be lumped into the data session. You aren't going to see like what was being used for the data session. And
these data sessions, do they typically have like a certain time period that they last?
There, a lot of times on an AT&T record, you'll see a data session that can run up to about 60 minutes. You can have ones that run less than that, but AT&T data is kind of all over the board.
Now, with these data sessions, the way that our phones work, if you have your phone constantly having alerts pushed or emails pushed to your phone, those are going to show up how?
Again, if it's like, you know, let's say you have your email and you have it set to like give me a notification every time I get an email, that means that your phone has to be communicating with Google servers, Gmail servers, right? So that it knows when you get an email. So that's going to be lumped into these data sessions.
In the call detail records that you reviewed for Donna Adelson, specific as to July 18th of 2014, did those records reflect that Mrs. Adelson's phone was engaged in data sessions?
On the 18th, it was.
Was it consistent throughout the evening and night of July 18th, 2014, that Mrs. Adelson's device was engaged in data sessions?
There were data sessions throughout the day, including the evening.
So the entire time that she was driving with her husband on July 18th of 2014, her phone was connected to some tower engaged in a data session.
So the records don't give you like minute by minute, second by second. So when I look at data transmissions, data records, I look at the time when that data transmission was initiated, because in order for a data transmission to be initiated, the phone would have to be on and connected to the network, right? Your phone, if it's, you know, in airplane mode or, you know, off, it's not going to be able to reach the network. So the time when that data begins, the phone would have had to be on. When I see these things like 60 minutes, do I know with 100% certainty based on these records that the phone was on for the entire 60 minutes? I can't say that, but I do know at least at the beginning that phone was on and connected to the network. And I did see data transmissions throughout the day and the evening where the connected time was, you know, kind of throughout the day.
And so those data sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 2014?
It could be. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further from Ms. Bly.
You may step down.
State to ask one more question.
What's that?
Permit the state to ask one more question.
This witness is only here for today under the defense subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor. She flies out this evening.
Do not permit recross. Please approach.
Okay, Angela, go to private chat in StreamYard itself. Y'all, I'm teaching in mod how to use this program. So today there might be some communication between us. Don't worry, all is well. I do have a 2:30 doctor's appointment, eye exam I had to set up like months ago. So with that, I am teaching somebody how to use this program. So when I am remote, I'll be here with you, but also I'll have somebody in the background in case something happens and they can help monitor some of the stuff. So I'm so grateful for them. Thank you so much, Angela. Angela, try and go ahead and pop up a comment if you would like to try. Just go to comments and click on it like that. And then like that. Oh, is that you, babe? Yay. Now you may pop it under me because this is my live. Yes, that is going to be you because you're representing me. You have to go to your YouTube to comment for yourself.
The recross on the one.
Okay, now what I want you to do is put your cursor over me and pop me up like that. Do that.
Question, Ms. Dugan, you may ask.
Defense asked, well, could there be a call to Annie Cunningham on WhatsApp or some app that you're not able to show? Was Donna Adelson the afternoon, evening, night of July 18th, 2014, was she using her phone to make voice calls and answer voice calls to and from people that night? Like, and when I say voice call, I mean, like if I picked up my phone and called your phone, an ordinary voice call. Was she using her phone in that manner with other people that night?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Defense need to redirect
Re.
on that one.
Wee. Wee.
One question, and I'll keep it at one. Ms. Guy, can you pull up the phone records for Ms. Adelson on the night of July 18th of 2014?
Give me a second.
That wasn't a long question, was it?
No, that was preparatory.
All right.
Do you see, can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
That's why you may step down.
Thank you.
Is there a brief witness the defense can call before the lunch break?
Just a moment, Your Honor. We'll see if Ms. Cunningham is back. Without being able to predict how long the state's cross is going to be of our next two witnesses, I can't say with any degree of certainty how long it will take.
We'll take our lunch break then at this point. Is Ms. Cunningham available?
She's supposed to be returning from the airport, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury, at this time, we will take our lunch break for today. Please do not discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any additional information about this matter that has not been discussed in court as well. We will resume with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break. Please report at 12:45.
Yeah, why is Miss Cunningham coming back? That is the question. Why is Miss Cunningham coming back? I guess they're going to recall her. There's something they need her to validate. I don't know. Don't know. So this is where we come over here. Court is on break. I need to recreate that and make it for lunch break. I'm changing all of the colors. Y'all have no idea how much work I do behind the scenes keeping these things updated. Let's do this. That's our little clip. That way I know that we are. Share, download, transparent, day 7. What is on lunch break? I am teaching a new mod, you guys. Yes, I know I'm replacing. I'm teaching a new mod how to use this program. So it is easy to use. You just got to learn how to, you just got to remember where everything is. It's pretty easy to use. So let's do this. Miss Angela, can you please put your cursor, go down to where it says overlay on the right-hand side. Click on that. You'll see a bunch of overlays. Click on CLB and it will do this. So this is that. Oh, why is it moved? Why is she moving? That's weird. She shouldn't be moving. Why is she moving? She shouldn't be any bigger. That's weird. Oh, well. She moves a little bit. So I'm going to let you, Miss Angela, try and change the overlay from witness to CLB, court lunch break, and see how that works. I'll go. I don't want to remove me. I just removed it. I want to put me on stage like this. Cardi B is supposed to be going at 11:45 our time. So they're having a really early lunch break. Oh, why did they do that? Okay, let me go over here. I'm going to go, did we have a video or something that posted? We watched her arrest video. Oh, I know what I want to look for. Where is the video? I'm trying to find. I know Tanika put it on her website yesterday. It's not separate. Never mind. I'm trying. Let's go over the bingo card real quick. Guys, it got real busy here on the bingo card. I'll go ahead and do that. We have all but, there we go. Photograph, conspiracy, jailhouse confession, and Tallahassee police. Oh, wow. It's been busy. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 bingos. How many do y'all have? We should be seeing bingo, 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 bingo. Angela, if you're having a problem, let me know and chat and we'll fix it. If you want to come on screen with your voice, you can just open up your mic and then we can talk on that. June, the video where Charlie Adelson was transported out of state, it's a long, well, sort of long video. But what was so funny about that video is that the seats that you sit on are only about like that wide. And he was on it for hours and hours and hours. I think a day and a half or something weird. I don't know. Long day. And he was, versus the way Donna Adelson was transported. Oh, she was getting, she was really, the poor Donna Adelson, when she was transported, they were giving her water and snacks and she was dehydrated and she was so miserable and so uncomfortable. Poor baby. Just saying. Drama. She had a lot of drama in her trial. And he was transported in plain clothes, white shirt, undershirt with a purple long sleeve shirt, which is interesting. We're going to watch Donna Adelson's full arrest again. I wanted to. Okay, I wanted to see this again because I want to really pay attention to the phone situation because that was a really big part of really big part of testimony the other day was the and there was some kind of spatting over who was telling the truth and did they remember correctly with the police investigator that ran this particular arrest. By the way, today, you are correct, is the 80th anniversary to the end of World War II and signed a treaty on board the USS Missouri. Okay, while we're doing that, we'll see if we can find, I don't want to play another YouTuber's content without their permission, so let's try and find that video without it. We'll see.
Hi, how are you? You have the ID?
It's echoey.
I don't want to give it to you. Why do I have to?
Because my attorney says not to.
Why do I have to give it to you? This is evidence. What's evidence? She's under arrest. I have to go with you. I have to go. I have to go. You don't have any choice. I can help you. No, I have to stay. Please don't do this. Don't stay. You need to grab the bags. Take the bags. Yeah. You need to wait outside. Okay.
My husband's almost 80 years old. He can't
Yeah,
come
I
with
can't.
me.
Please, can I go? No, I can't join me there. Oh, don't do this, please.
Please.
Oh,
Someone's
God.
got to help him get home. This is terrible. You can't do this. This is insane.
Is that okay with you? Please, give me that can back over here. Please, please. Do you have anything in your pocket?
No, no.
Do you have anything of value in you?
No,
Plus, you have my necklace on.
Wanna go?
My-
Yeah, take it off. Yeah.
And the earrings.
And the earrings, the rings, take everything. You give it to your husband. Because once you arrive at county jail, they're gonna make you remove all that.
Can I call my attorney?
You can. You have a passport already?
Where am I going?
Which company thing?
Where am I going?
You're going to the Dade County jail.
They county jail. No, this is right here, the one on.
I'm sorry, remove your earrings? No.
1 minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Y'all, did you see that? Remember they talked about, I'm going to pause it. Look at that. Remember they said that they were trying to do this in more of a secluded and controlled environment. Thus, they wanted her to get into that tunnel area between the actual airport and the airplane itself. And look at all the people waiting to board, first class and disabled and all of that. They're all waiting to board and they can see this happening. How humiliating.
Yeah, go back.
You take it right through this.
Yeah, let's go back out and just.
You're making a mistake.
Okay, so
Another mistake. It's two
do me a favor,
mistakes.
I try to take the remote. Can you get this off of me?
Can you take it off, please, Donna? I don't
I don't want to hurt her. That's why.
Please.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Please.
It's getting there. Hold on. Listen to me.
Yeah, I'll call.
Get in an Uber, go home.
I will.
Take
I
it
will.
easy.
I will.
All right?
Yes.
Here.
If there's anything else in her person.
Just go back on that. I want to hear what she
Can
said.
you get this off of me?
Can you take it off, please, Donna? I don't
I don't want to hurt her. That's why.
Please.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Please.
It's getting there. Hold on. Listen to me.
Yeah, I'll call.
Get in an Uber, go home.
I will.
Take
I
it
will.
easy.
I will.
All right?
Yes.
Here.
If there's anything else in her person that she wants.
Oh, it's coming, sweetheart. I got it's coming. Just a second.
Do you have her driver's license by any chance?
I'm sorry?
Her driver's.
It's in my
Yeah.
purse.
Yeah.
How?
Yeah, then you could give her.
Sure. Do
It's
you need her
almost there.
passport? Or can I give it to the husband? The passport can I give it?
What's else?
Where is it?
It's in the blue and white, it's in the blue and white,
Yeah, but I'm gonna get her driver's license for it. Yeah.
And the license, the address on your license is correct?
yes.
She needs all her gels.
When she goes to the jail,
They're all in here though.
Yes, they work. If I take them here, what will happen is when you go there, they toss them out. So when you go to there, you will meet the nurse and the doctor, and then they'll work in conjunction with the hospital to get you whatever you need.
Yeah, but I don't have a list with me. I know what's.
Driver's license?
Yes. I have a,
Is it multiple or is just one or two?
it's, no, there's a bag of medication in here. Is that what you're asking me?
She can take
No, I know. I was just trying to find out if it was like one or two. Yeah, if it was one or two, then maybe we can take the name down.
Do you need anything else from her?
Can I ask
Or
you
we're good to
something?
go?
Can someone just get my husband outside and
So I'll get him.
There's a gentleman here with a system and anyway, they're kind of like,
I'll be okay. I have the ring. Hold on.
Let me help him.
She is slowly working that ring off, man. I'm like, are you doing that to delay? I wonder if she's delaying.
Okay.
All right, so I don't have the meds, honey, they're all in here.
Okay, y'all, here comes the walk of shame. Wow, look at all the security. Have you noticed that they have a lot of security standing around? Y'all, this is just, I'm going to mute this because it's just chaos. But oh my gosh, y'all, you want to talk about a walk of shame? I would have been sitting, crazy lady coming through, future lifetimer coming through, conspiracy to Red Room coming through. I would have really made it embarrassing. And you know, people are sitting there saying, what did that old woman do to get arrested? What in the world did she do? Try to sneak on a bottle of Malax? They almost ran into that guy.
You have your case number? No. Okay. All right. I'm going to 06 from now, from here, and then I'll get the case number for the video.
That's a long walk, y'all. Oh my gosh, y'all. Look how long that is a huge walk of shame, y'all. Long walk. That is just insanely loud and insane. I've turned it down, y'all. Maybe it's in my own ears. I forget I can adjust my ears separately. That was a long walk of shame. I would have said, slow down, boo.
Thank Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this body cam video. I mean, I think it
Long walk of shame.
You want to take my spot? You want more ahora? Okay, I'll do that. Huh? No, it's okay. I'm gonna leave it like that. I mean, well, you can have the car if you want, you. I'm gonna leave the camera. The address on the license is good. Huh? The address on the license. That's a camera, okay? Record you.
Did y'all see them congratulating each other? Look at this. Look at this. This was funny. Watch them. They're going to congratulate each other. Job well done. We got her. We got the granny Gotti. Frankie Leroy. Really? Where are the tears, boo? Where are the tears? They're going to adjust the handcuffs. Oh, and it's done right outside where all the people are driving to pick up their loved ones. So this is public. He didn't ruffle her hair behind the ears. In the mouth. Take out the tongue, lift the tongue. All of that. She's like, my God, did you? She doesn't have much boobage. If they'd done that to me, they would have fallen right out the bottom of that bra and they would not have gotten it back on. Y'all, that's humiliating at best.
Air condition doesn't go to the back because of the vent, because of the plastic. We open this a little bit then. Absolutely. That's fine. It'll be freezing. Yeah. You'll be glad you have it.
What? It's not restroom rubber Ramada? So that bra shakedown was funny, y'all. bra shakedowns, man. There's a lot of us women that you do that. You might get a black eye. Oh, they did. Out there. The squat and cough and bend over and cough comes later, y'all. Do you know how many times she's had to do that? Every time she leaves the unit. Every morning and every evening she has to squat and cough. They strip her naked every time she leaves for court and when she comes back. This woman has squat and coughed so much she can do it in her sleep. She is no longer embarrassed to do it because it's been done so much. It is now a part of her repertoire. Oh, look at that face. She's all like, now the drama begins. One thing is when you get under extreme stress, you get a lot more thirsty. She's like, give me the whole damn thing, dude. What and pop? Still want more?
Do you know how long we're gonna sit? Oh, how long we're going to sit here?
As soon as he comes back, he's going to take you from here to the warrant room and then to the facility. We're waiting for the other officer to come back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever information he took from you, I guess that's what he was missing. So he's going to.
She is still wanting to control the situation, and she can't. She can't.
What did you say the next place was?
Well, see, what happened is the warrant that they have from you is from out of Leon County.
When did they issue a warrant?
So what happened is we have to take you to our warrant room for that information to get entered, and then after that gets entered, before we can take you to the jail, to the local jail.
Okay, because I didn't know there was a warrant. How would I know that?
Well, we wouldn't have been able to take you if there wasn't something in place.
So aren't they supposed to inform? Aren't they supposed to inform me if there was a warrant?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't either.
They had a warrant. The gentleman that you met earlier in the plain clothes.
Yes.
Right. They were supposed to inform you of whatever, and then because it's a county warrant, that's how we became involved.
Okay. Yeah.
So because there's a warrant and she's wanting to know why didn't anyone tell me there's a warrant? Aren't they supposed to? No, they don't have to tell you there's a warrant for your arrest so you can get out of the country even faster. Please. Thank you, Miss June. I appreciate it. So yeah, they don't have to tell you there's a warrant. And the warrant is out of a different county, which means they're going to have to take her to the jail. Then they're going to get her into their jail. And then the county that has the warrant are going to have to come and pick her up and extradite her back to their county. I know, right? Now he's putting his camera back on.
Yeah, you're gonna have to bring up the window because it's raining.
It's raining a lot, yeah?
Yeah, and raining.
Okay, brother. Thank you, man. I'll see you.
So it's raining, so they're going to have to put the window up, which means it's going to get hot back there. Yep.
Airport 35.
Okay, let's see what Miss Donna has to say.
Warren, transporting a white female, ready for starting. Six 003.
They have to give their mileage when they start and when they stop.
Roll out the windows. It's raining once we exit, okay?
Nope. Let's see what she pulls on the trip.
Ending is 6011. Here's up. Let me lock the door.
Just push my glasses up a little on my nose.
Absolutely. Like that?
Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
No, you're welcome. We go to that office right there in the corner.
Oh, that wasn't long enough. At least it's not pouring down rain while he walks her in and she's getting a wet t-shirt contest. Let me tell you guys, when you go into the jail, if you're wet, it's very cold in those cells. They keep it very cold in there, especially in the holding cells, germs. And it also helps the drunk people. They don't want to keep it warm. They'll sleep too much, I guess. I don't know. But they take your bra away, especially if you have an underwire. And since she has a cup, I would presume she's got some kind of underwire. If not, if she's got clasp in the back, they'll take it out because of that. If you have a sports bra that's a pullover that has no wires or anything like that, then usually you can keep your bra. But chances are, by hers is a clasp bra, she will have to be sitting there with a thin t-shirt. They may let her keep her hoodie, but she'll have to take the string out of it unless they decide to change her immediately into a scrub top. And then but at that point, it's cold in there, boo. And if you're wet when you go in, oh God, it's really cold.
Thank you. How you doing? That's how I see you,
See, with me, they could never put my arms in the back. I've had too many shoulder surgeries. My arms don't go that way. They'd have to, and because I'm deaf, they would have to do it so I can use my hands to sign.
Rules and regulations.
Oh, she has to follow the rule. Now, is this the new guy coming to pick her up? Yeah. Now they're going to take her somewhere else. Now they're getting her out.
gonna go through that door in the corner.
That's the second place. It was a long night for her, y'all. They stood out there a while.
That's how I see it. Oh, you know why? Yeah. That's why.
He's being very polite to her. Rubber glove time. Okie dokie, madam. Okie dokie, madam. So that was her trip. We went down memory lane with her trip through getting arrested and all that. We're going to go over here and watch this breakdown real quick.
It's all coming up next for you right here on Opening Statement. Long weekend, hope you rested up. Boy, it's a big week this week on Court TV, and we got a big show to kick it off. Grab that cup of coffee. It's time for my opening statement. A leopard never changes its spots. And a guy who's been a mama's boy all his life doesn't suddenly turn on the #1 lady in his life. This, I predict, will be the case with Mama Donna Adelson's boy, Charlie. The evidence has shown us he liked his ladies, but it seems that none of them could hold a candle to his queen. I think that Mama Donna's little prince is going to stick with his story of extortion. I think he's going to stand by his story that the greedy gangbangers saw an opportunity to take advantage of him and his rich family after the coincidental murder of the former family member that they hated so much, victim Dan Markell. I think Prince Charlie is going to be a good boy on the stand today and not say anything that will incriminate his Mama Donna. Now, as for incriminating Wendy, well, weak memory Wendy's another story. You know, I think if Charlie implicates anybody, it's going to be his lovely sister. I don't think that he's going to want his 75-year-old mother to spend the rest of her days in prison, but he just might feel differently about Wendy. We'll see. The fact that the state of Florida did not call him tells me that they knew he would only be helpful to his mama. I think we're about to see extortion defense 2.0 this week as we get ready for Mama Donna to present her case. And I think she's going to be counting on her little prince to help her out big time.
Oh my God.
That's my opening statement. Let me know if you like it right now. It's time for your daily docket.
I love it. Drama Mama. Oh man, I loved her puns. That was good. I loved her puns. I need to get my other chair. This is killing me. I know, right?
I personally feel like if there's no physical touch, there is no incident. There was a verbal altercation, If you think that that's an incident, a verbal altercation, then it's an incident for you.
In California, we've got the closing arguments expected today in rapper Cardi B's civil assault case. Court gets underway at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. In Colorado, defendant Barry Morphew is going to be in court today. He's accused of murdering his wife, Suzanne, after she went missing on Mother's Day back in 2020. The hearing begins at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. And in Florida, the case I was just talking about, Mama Donna Adelson's case and her defense begins this morning. The jury set to begin hearing the evidence at 9 a.m. Eastern time. That is our top story for you. So, burning question, will we see the alleged matriarch mastermind take the stand?
Yeah.
Well, Donna's indicated she will testify in her own defense. The state resting its case in chief Friday after 6 days of testimony and 26 different witnesses called. Some notable faces, including Donna's daughter, Wendy, I call her weak memory Wendy, and Donna's estranged son, Rob. Poor guy. And 2 jail informants. Yeah, these were 2 other very notable witnesses you see right here, these ladies. One of them said that she was Donna's quote-unquote jailhouse daughter.
That'd be her.
Burhart testified that Donna tried to buy false testimony from behind bars.
Yep.
Whose handwriting is this on this first page?
That's Donna's, Miss Anderson.
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it you were supposed to do with this information?
I was supposed to study it and answer it correctly on the stand for her.
So this is what she wanted you to say in court?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
Well, I was in jail. I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
And you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
All right, so how do you think the state did?
Why a grand piano? I wanted to know why. Why a grand piano? What? You don't just you just don't pull a grand out of your pocket.
Did the state of Florida prove its case? And what can we expect from Mama Donna's defense case? Let's talk about it all. So happy to have on the program this morning former homicide prosecutor Melba Pearson and retired NYPD detective and the host of his show, The Rob O'Donnell Show on Odyssey, Rob O'Donnell. Good morning to you both. All right, so let's start with the state of Florida. Melba Pearson, you know I want to ask you if you think they've proved its case.
Well, good morning.
Odyssey, Rob O'Donnell. Good morning to you both.
Think that they really laid out the pathway to Donna Adelson's guilt. They made it very accessible, very easy to understand, and they hit all the elements. So I very confidently predict a guilty unless something crazy comes out of the hat from the defense perspective.
Cordy, you're hearing it from Professor Pearson there, Melba. Thank you for that. Rob O'Donnell, let me talk to you, please, about what went into this. Because I think unless you've done wiretaps, I think it's really hard to know just how intricate and how many hours involved an investigation like this would be. Would you kind of take us behind the scenes and explain to us how it goes?
Yeah, once you have this many players involved in a case like this, it's wide span and it's bound. It's the perfect storm to fall apart the story, and that's what you saw here on the stand during testimony. What I love about the courtroom testimony that they had here is they showed how the mother takes control not only in her personal life with her family members, but in the jail itself with her cellmates. Who promises a baby grand piano? And if she happens to have access to one, it kind of just shows how she's manipulative, how she's pulling the strings behind the scenes. And it just gives that sense of, how good law enforcement and the prosecutorial team did here.
Definitely, Rob. A perfect segue to another clip I want to play for you incredible analysts. This is from informant number 2. So there were 2 jailhouse informants. We heard a little bit from the first. Now let's hear from Patricia Bird. She's saying that Donna essentially confessed to her.
Once you and Donna Adelson became close friends, did she ever talk to you about her pending case, this case?
She did.
when y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her whether she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Did she offer you anything in exchange for you providing that information?
Yes.
What did she offer you?
A trailer and some land, and she would have her husband fix my teeth.
All right. Wow. That was a moment. That was a moment in the courtroom, no doubt. Melba Pearson, do you think this testimony from this informant and the other informant, the two jailhouse informants, can be relied upon by this jury?
So that's a very interesting question, Julie. Now, as a general premise, juries don't tend to like people that are quote unquote snitches, right? But at the end of the day, and this is very important in jury selection as well as throughout the pendency of the case, you have to remind the jury that, you know, two things can be true at the same time. Like these folks could be convicted of doing whatever deeds, but at the same token, they could be telling the truth about what actually happened. And who likely to get that information but somebody who is acquainted with the defendant in that particular setting. So I think that there is a pathway for the jury to be able to find these witnesses credible, especially in terms of the detail that they gave and the very specific compensation that they were promised. You know, as Rob mentioned, the baby grand piano, and as we just heard, having your teeth fixed by a dentist, which happens to be what your family trade is. So I think there are a lot of things here that the jury can rely on and use to come to the conclusion that Donna Adelson is guilty of this murder.
Yeah, great explainer, Melba. Thank you. I want to play that important clip of what has been referred to as the bump. Seemed to get Donna all stirred up. Let's take a look. And Rob, I'm coming to you on the other side.
Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. Don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that you know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Google for quite some time after your problem up north has been solved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that he's taking care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuco. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
All right, Rob O'Donnell, give us your assessment of that interaction, please.
Well, it just goes to show that the legal team here, the prosecution and the law enforcement, the extent they went to cover all bases here. You could see them bring up the case of others helping her, and it was not, you know, I don't know what you're talking about immediately. Don't get away, just get away from me or anything like that. There was inquiry on her part, you know, looking at this here, and that will just add to, you know, why you're just like, I have no idea what you're talking about, rather than, oh, okay, and then kind of say, well, I don't know, type thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's definitely pausing there. There's definitely a big pause. You know, it's not like she's walking away, you know, I don't know what you're talking about, you know, get out of my hair. No. And then we know she's calling Charlie up. She's nervous. She's worried. Melba, what would you say when we look at this case overall? Was there any moment that you think was a turning point? Might it have been this, you know, with the investigation with Donna, or might it have been a call with Charlie after his conviction? Is there anything that really stands out to you where you think it solidified the case against her that it seems to me perhaps law enforcement was wanting to bring some time ago, but just felt they didn't have enough, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the turning point, to me, the biggest one was her one-way ticket to Vietnam. a country with no
Yes.
extradition. I mean, as a general premise, we always say, oh, innocent people don't run. Of course, there could be other mitigating circumstances as to why you may not want to, deal with law enforcement around a particular set of circumstances. But here, when your son basically gets convicted, the house of cards has fallen apart around you, and your first thought is to get on a one-way trip to Vietnam at random when you have no connection to the country. It's not like, oh, this was on my bucket list or anything like that. To me, that screamed guilt. And I think the jury is going to see that the same way.
Yes, and they'll get that flightless consciousness of guilt instruction, right, Melba? It'll come in Florida. Oh, thank you both so much. We're going to watch the courtroom because sometimes they start early. So if they start early, we'll go in. Melba and Rob are coming with us. Do the same at home, please. Go get some more coffee. Here is what's next for you here on Opening Statements.
I feel like when I got sued, I was like, when I got sued, I was like, oh, I know I didn't touch her. Like, it's like, look for the cameras because they'll tell you.
We're counting down to closing arguments in Cardi B's civil assault case. So who will the jury believe? We'll discuss. And the parents of baby Emmanuel Harrow in
Pregnant Cardi B.
court this week, their little boy, his remains still haven't been found. The latest developments from the California case that is gripping the nation.
Matriarch of the Adelson family gets arrested.
Terrible.
Donna Adelson is facing charges of murder, the death of her former son-in-law, Dan Markel.
Prosecutors say a bitter child custody battle was the motive for the murder-for-hire plot. Now that Donna has turned into a defendant, what's next for the Adelson clan?
Now that the ship is really sinking fast, blood doesn't matter that much.
The Matriarch Mastermind Murder Trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
There's the main scar here. And this entire area here shows differences in the skins.
She was like, you fat ass, so I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna get you fired.
Did the defendant use her fingernails to cut your face?
She did. I personally feel like if there's no physical touch, there is no incident. There was a verbal altercation. If you think that that's an incident, a verbal altercation, then it's an incident for you.
Welcome back. Cardi B's civil assault trial has been filled with memorable moments, and today it's time to see some more. Today is the day for the all-important closing arguments. The Grammy Award-winning rapper is standing by her claims that the incident in question was verbal only and that she did not touch former security guard Imani Ellis. The plaintiff, however, is claiming that she was attacked by the pregnant rapper, which left her with a scar on her face that needed cosmetic surgery. She's seeking damages in the amount of $24 million.
What scar? All right, y'all. What scar? What scar? Microneedling worth $24 million? Oh, bitch, please. The woman that split them up got a bigger scratch than this woman did, and she just wiped it off with alcohol and went on her way.
$1 million. So what are your expectations for the closing arguments? And what is it like to represent a high-profile client? Let's bring in someone who knows exactly what that's like. She's the co-owner and the host of Justice Served TV. She's a high-profile trial attorney, the lovely Linda Kenny-Bodden on the show today. Linda, good morning to you.
Good morning, Julie, my friend. So nice to see you.
Oh, you
what
too.
Is it like? Well,
please.
The first thing you have to do, is decide during the trial before you even get to closings whether you want the client to be the client. For instance, when I represented Phil Spector, I didn't want to change a thing about him because I wanted the jury to see who the decedent went home with, right? So the attorneys in this case, her attorneys, decided they wanted her to be Cardi B. They didn't want her to be anybody else. They didn't want her to be Bill Callis. They didn't want her to be her, that's her given name, right? They wanted her stage name. And boy, did she come through for them.
She sure did, Linda. You know, tell me, this is helpful because I think for anybody wondering how strategic is, let's say, her attire in the courtroom, her outfits, and you're such a fashionista yourself. I know you love fashion and appreciate it. So tell me how, for anybody wondering, is anything coincidental in terms of, her hair, her makeup, her clothing, all of it?
Plan.
Absolutely nothing. Everything is pre-planned. She also has handlers, and she also has the attorneys have to deal with her press people too. Because remember, she's a star. She's got an album out. There's questions whether it's tanking or not, and whether this helps it. But that's a different issue. So do you believe her? Because look at her. I mean, the attorney tried to say, well, the security guard didn't recognize you, but she did recognize her. And ultimately, this case is not going to come down to Cardi B's status. It's going to come down to the fact that the plaintiff, in my opinion, had no pictures at the time of the alleged incident. The plaintiff did not take the spit and saliva. She's a security guard. She said she spat on her. She could have taken that, the a la Monica Lewinsky and the famous dress, and had it tested for DNA. The doctor and the receptionist all testified for Cardi B. And ultimately, she didn't see a doctor for 4 years who said he then treated her for a hypersensitive scar that could have been caused by a fingernail. But
all right, y'all, let's talk about that. 4 freaking years. Okay. Later. 4 years later. How do we know that's where the scar came from, y'all? I gotta fix the camera. It's driving me nuts. It is way too high. There we go. How do we know that's where the scar came from? It's all about the money, about that money. No, poor people. She don't want to be poor no more. It's all about the money. That scratch she could have done herself. 4 years later, hyperpigment sensitivity. So they go in and do microneedling on it at the tune of, well, he normally charges $6,500 to do what he did, but for some reason he only got paid $2,500 ish. So my thought on all this is, what the hell? 4 years later, boo. Oh! Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. It popped off stage. My bad. Y'all, my bad. I am so sorry. I'm
What about
listening
the
to all this.
file bias?
Cardi.
Okay, guys, my bad. I'm listening to this and oh, I hate not having my hearing aids. It's so weird. I apologize, guys. We're back. I'm over here looking at the video, not realizing you're not seeing it. Y'all,
The doctor and the
bad
receptionist
host.
all testified for Cardi B. And ultimately, she didn't see a high profile patients. But this woman is.
And did she spit on you?
She did.
Did her spit actually land on your body?
It did.
Did the defendant take a swing at you?
She did.
When she took a swing at you,
I
it didn't hit your body, right?
No.
Did the defendant use her fingernails to cut your face?
She did.
Sorry about that, guys, because I had the video over here. My
I feel like
bad.
my privacy was completely being violated. I wouldn't want to be anything that had to do with my medical records or anything. Even if I do cosmetic surgery, I don't want people to be in anything that has to do with medical in your business. It's just
privacy, boo.
Especially something that is so sacred as your pregnancy is yours.
Yep.
All right. So predictions from all of our courties at home and from our wonderful guest, Linda Kenny Bodden, is what we want to do now. Linda, if you had to predict what this jury is going to do today and why, what would you say, please?
Well, I think that the jury will no cause the plaintiff's verdict. The only hope they have is for some minimal damages, as I said, for possibly the verbal assault, but I don't think they're going to find that. This is a security guard that she should have known better. And everybody knows who Cardi B is. Everybody knows she gets angry, even though the plaintiffs even though the defense attorneys were able to keep out some of the other cases that she may be involved in. But this is when she went to her doctor for being pregnant. And I think the jury's going to find that humanistic moment that you just played there from her testimony is going to override the plaintiff's case.
Linda, tell me, having had the experience of representing high-profile attorneys many times in the courtroom, what are some of the other plans that you would have in place today in terms of PR, media, other things like that that you may be thinking about, in addition to just the argument you're making before the court?
Oh, if she wins, Cardi B wins, I would put her before the cameras and say, look, no one should go through this. Just what you just said. If you are pregnant, if you're going to your doctor's office, but you have to stay away from defaming now the plaintiff if you have a press conference. But I think she has to thank the jury. I think she has to be humble, and she has to not be Cardi B. She has to be Bill Callis, okay? And that, as I said, is her given name.
Yeah, she was authentic, and that really, it wins the day. I know you know this, Linda. You see that when people try to be somebody else, and like you said at the start, just being who.
You guys, let me ask you a question here. Let's ask a question. Famous people, it's their job. They are famous. They are in the public eye. They live on that. They thrive on that. They build their whole lives on that. They make money on that. But do you believe that they should have the sense of privacy when it comes to going to their physicians and should they have a separate private life? I believe they should. As with anybody, any job, that's her job to be Cardi B. But when she's pregnant going to the doctor, she's not Cardi B. She's a human being who is having a private medical appointment. That should not be violated. That should be sacrosanct, and especially from a security guard of the building in which she's going to. I mean, it's one thing if a fan runs up, you got the same OBG as me. I get that. And the Cardi B would be going, okay, thank you very much. Bye. And she said as much, she goes, it's one thing if it's a fan, you just kind of be polite and you kind of skirt around. I mean, you get that. But you are an employee of a building in which her physician rents space in, and it's your job to protect not only those who work there, but all who enter there as a security guard, not a police officer. It was pissing me off to no end when the the prosecution side was saying, oh, but she's a cop, she's a cop, she's a cop. She is not a cop. She is the lowest man on the totem pole in the security world. Okay, there's a lot of good rental cops. There's been very, very, really good security guards. As with anything, there are different levels. This woman was on the ground floor. No, she was in the basement of qualifications when it comes to being a security guard. She just took a little test, got her little license, and then boom, put on a uniform. But in that, she knew her job, or should have known her job better than that. And for her to tell her, get out of my building, this is my building, you get out of my building, you got to leave, pull that crap. She couldn't pull that crap. Because Cardi B had an appointment there with the physician. She had a right to be in that building. She had a right to enter and leave that building, egress and regress that building without any confrontation from an employee of that building, including the security guard. Okay, so she was totally in the wrong. Totally in the wrong. Yeah, I know. I'm having Facebook trouble. She's a human being that was pimped up as Cardi B. No way she went there discreetly. Well, wait a minute. State of confusion. She went in a hoodie with the hood over her head in regular street clothes. She was not dressed like she was in court. She wasn't all dolled up and all that in a bag of chips. She was trying to be incognito. I have two good friends who are popular. Never in a million years would I ever use their name or put them out in social media in any other way. Yeah. Yeah. Well, paparazzi can be rude and they need to respect privacy, Princess Di. But that wasn't even paparazzi. I mean, it's that securities guard to keep the paparazzi outside the building. Her personal security guard, she asked him to stay at the door because she didn't want this man to go with her to the vajayjay doctor. He probably didn't even know she was pregnant. Well, he may have, but you know, she has a right to that privacy, and she asked him to stay only at the door of the building. Once in the building, she figured she'd be fine. Well, this security guard came up and became out of line. She didn't think, none of us would have thought a security guard within the building would pull that stunt. Yes, state of confusion. They did describe what she was wearing when she came in. The witnesses described what she was wearing when she came in. She had a hoodie and she had a hoodie on. So she wasn't all dolled up. I thought the same thing at first. But it was brought up in the trial that she was pretty down dressed. She was very casually dressed. So, oh, I would, if I had a security guard, I'd be, boo, you're waiting out there. I don't want you even to know I'm going in to see the vajayjay doctor. At my old age right now, it's like, okay, well, I got to go get the yearly smear. You know, who cares? But she's young, her first pregnancy, didn't want her security guard there. And then the security guard in the building pulled her crap. Yeah. Yeah. So state of confusion. They did say she just was in a hoodie. I don't know if it was blue jeans, shorts, or leggings, but she was in a hoodie. So, but if she was dressed up all like she is right now and she had all her entourage around her, then making a big show about it, I could understand a lot of people running up, Cardi B. But even then, that security guard should have gotten between Cardi B and anybody that came up to her. If I was a security officer at that building and Cardi B was going, I would say, ma'am, do you need an escort? All right, ma'am, you have a good day. And kept walking. That would have been appropriate. They did show the scratch to the jury. We just saw it in this interview. They showed it to the jury, but in this interview, they just showed the little bitty scratch. 4 years later, boo. How do we know you didn't get scratched going around 20 rounds in the bed Olympics with your boyfriend?
She really is. I think the jury's going to be able to connect with her, I think, more than people may think, because at the end of the day, she's a human being, right? We all deserve
Get
courtesy
over
and
it.
respect when we go to our doctors. And it seems to me like that's really what it all started with, the violation of the privacy and the exploitation when she's just trying to get checked. We'll leave it there for now. But again, today,
Frank, you're on a predominantly female channel. Control thyself.
Noon is when the closings will start. Linda Kenny Budden, you always have a busy day ahead of you. You're doing your show. You're in the courtroom. Thank you for making time to come on opening statements today.
Thank you for making time.
Thank you, Julie. I love seeing you all the time.
Love seeing you too. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. And still to come here on opening statements, friends, don't go anywhere. Here's what's next in our spotlight.
How has this case impacted the community?
It's really sad. Everyone's mad. Like, you could, if you didn't want him, but you could have just gave him to someone who did.
We're talking about baby Emmanuel Harrow's disappearance as one of his parents is speaking out from behind bars. They're expected in court this week, and the baby still hasn't been found. Plus, Donna Adelson's defense case begins this morning. Will she take the stand today? And what about her son, Charlie? That's coming up. Believe has happened to him.
Do you believe you know how baby Emmanuel died or was killed, and is there anything you can share?
The filing in this case reflects our belief that baby Emmanuel was abused, victim of child abuse over time, and that eventually, because of that abuse, he succumbed to those injuries.
Now, Jake Harrow reportedly joined investigators in the search for baby Emmanuel, but still no sign of him. And in the interview with the Southern California News Group, Jake would not confirm that he helped in the search, but insisted that he's innocent and has been completely cooperative. When asked what he would say to his baby Emmanuel, he responded, "I love you, buddy." So let's talk about this case. Let's bring back in retired NYPD Detective Rob O'Donnell, also formerly with the NYPD, private investigator Manuel Gomez with Black Ops Private Investigators. Manuel, let me begin with you, please. Where does the search go from here?
Well, unfortunately, I think the search is still continuing in the area where he originally took them, because as I stated in the past, there's mountain lions, there's vultures, there's coyotes that are in that area that would clearly take a baby. And I doubt he dug a deep grave. And unfortunately, there's a lot of predators in that area that would take the remains of that body. But the one thing about this case that nobody's talking about and needs to focus on is the outrageousness of the judge's decision, Julie. This case shows the red flags in our judicial system that there's currently no guardrails in place to remove a judge who is judicially incompetent. Right now, judges across the United States can be unlimited decisions overturned for improper rulings, and they still stay on the bench. Right now, our system relies on the public's belief that our judicial system is fair, just, and equitable. It is not just when we leave a justice like this still on the bench. He needs to be removed.
I appreciate what you're saying there, Manuel. So for anybody who doesn't know what happened here, so Jake Harrow had a felony child abuse case for badly hurting his 10-week-old baby girl. And this was a few years ago. And the district attorney, when he gave a press conference, he said essentially what you said, Manuel, that this was just an outrageous decision by the judge to give this man what's called a suspended sentence, essentially, and probation. I never liked suspended sentences. I feel like it's like a legal fiction. You're either incarcerated or you're not. Here, he was not. And so the DA says that's how this murder happened. Let's take a listen.
In this case, a judge here in Riverside County happened to have been a visiting judge from San Bernardino County, gave Mr. Haro a suspended sentence, which means, if I can translate for you what that is, it means that in
Okay, guy, Donna Adelson is back in court. Hold on a second, guys. We're discussing lunch. Okay, here we go, Miss Donna Adelson. We are already in a sidebar. I want to hear what they had to say. Sidebar. How much you want to bet?
Mr. Zellman, were you able to obtain Miss Cunningham, or was she able to return?
She has returned.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach on scheduling matters?
Yes.
Oh, really? On a schedule matter? Anne E. Cunningham. So we have Miss Cunningham coming back. That sucks where they had to go get her back from the airport. That is interesting. Yeah, I'm remaking this. And by the way, when I do my witnesses, whether they return or not, this is witness number 26. I put their numbers up so we can remember who is who. And Cunningham, share, download. Trying to get it all lined up. She was the first witness of the defense's side. I know. It drives me crazy. It just pisses me off. That is who's coming up next. No. Oh my gosh. Y'all. Something just popped up. I cannot believe this. Wow, we got something going on in Kentucky. I'm trying to pull it up while they're in their little doohickey thingy. Let me go to court TV. We're going to switch for just a moment.
A claim to be stated by pleading it as intentional infliction of emotional distress would be an end run around the fact that she was acting in self-defense.
All right, over here.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree with the court that it is confusing, and I would ask that this will not be submitted.
All right, I'm going to refuse special instruction number 5. All right, and then 3903, we just corrected that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, that's how I gave it, and so I'll just swap that in. I'm not going to give it again.
Your Honor, I also submitted 3903.
And what does yours say?
It just basically says medical expenses past and future.
I think that is the proposed instruction.
I recall theirs to be a little bit different.
Your Honor, it looks like he's combined 3903 with 3903A, which is the next page in my binder that was given to you.
I wish they would have it that way.
There may be something that popped up that they need her testified to. Okay, they're coming back into court. We are going to be court hopping now that we have both of them in session.
You can bring in the jurors at this point. For everyone observing in the gallery, please turn your phones off once again. Please be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break period. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's case in chief. Defense, you may call your next witness. Ms. Cunningham, you remain under oath from being previously sworn. I'm just going to remind you, you are to tell the truth in this matter. You may be seated, and at this point, you'll be examined. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you. If you could pull that microphone down, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I have a question about your use of cell phone service, and we touched briefly on things like WhatsApp, and what was the other one you said you use?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you use mostly?
WhatsApp or Viber.
Okay, all right. And as opposed to picking up and using the cell phone service, you would use those instead?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Ah!
So you had gone to the airport after your last testimony, right?
That is correct.
And returned to the courthouse?
Yes.
To tell us what, that you used Viber or WhatsApp to make
Yes.
that phone call?
Yes.
So it wasn't a regular phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier, or it just wasn't clear?
No, I said she called me.
Okay, and she called you and made a regular phone call on June 23rd, the month before the murder, right?
I don't recall many, she made many phone calls.
And she called you on a regular line on July 20th, just 2 days after the murder. Do you recall that?
If you say so.
Okay, and July 21st.
The objection?
Yeah, the witness is not being shown the evidence that she's being confronted with.
I believe she is not
Doesn't
asked,
ask you.
or she is not asked to recall, or let me clear this up. Ms. Cunningham, do you need to see the items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection?
Do I?
Would
Yes,
you like to see them?
if I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
Okay, so you have no reason to contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call, June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's in the record, yes.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th.
Yes, they were in the car and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh? Nothing further.
Redirect examination for the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham. All right.
Now, will she make it to the airport with being recalled for a third time?
We are certain she's good to leave at this point. Have a safe travels. Please call your next witness.
Defense will call Richard Chagrin.
Y'all, that was funny. What witness were we on? Did 29 have to go look? I forgot. Y'all. Yeah, we're on number 29. She was number 26. We were up to 27, 28. Now we're on 29. Oh, if she did, I'm sure they got her on another one. They have money to blow. I'd be pissed. Yeah. Yep. But don't you know the police are the sheriff is probably the one that brought her. They may give her an escort. I don't know. What's taking so long to get the witness in? He should be right there. Oh, that's why. He's in a walker. A little old Jewish man. How much you want to bet he's Jewish? Aww. She could have walked him all the way up to the stand, for Pete's sakes.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Chagrin.
Mr. Chagrin, how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 38 years ago. They're best friends.
How do you spell that?
My wife was the president and CEO of a.
How do you spell that, y'all? I'm just doing it this way. If I'm wrong, oh well.
Nonprofit, I was chairman of the board.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
It is what it
Say
is.
Gourmet club.
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
Yum.
Now,
Was it
are you married, sir?
was it kosher?
I am.
Okay. And what does your wife do for a living?
She's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, corporate, and bankruptcy.
Estate planning?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Without telling us what they said, did you and your wife go to their residence in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harley was like in shock.
I bet you were.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us, did 2 weeks in Israel.
Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
And were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa. And then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. And then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way. And I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa. Were there options that were given when selecting which visa to apply for?
To my recollection, there was only two options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
Now, you indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Okay. Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
Where are your car keys?
Hanging on the back of the bedroom door, I believe.
Barraged by the media, fortunately live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
To your knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
To my knowledge, I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
Okay, if you notice, she's slightly nodding her head, slightly giving a response. I was the prosecution and I saw that. I would ask the judge to reprimand her.
Now, although you are the one that suggested the one-way ticket, who booked the flight?
Harvey.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said they had no restrictions in traveling.
Can you describe the type of mother and grandmother that you observed Donna to be?
Well, Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in
Unlike my
children
wife?
and grandchildren's lives.
Oh my
Donna
God.
maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendy working, and also they live close by, Donna and Harvey in South Beach.
So, am I
Whoa,
hearing
that's
correctly, you would describe Donna as a typical Jewish grandmother
More than typical,
and a typical Jewish mother?
yes.
At the time that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided, other than the fact that they were going to, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah.
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
she needs to stop nodding. Even though he's starting to give the answer, she needs to stop responding to the questions herself. It can be misconstrued as leading. Maybe her attorney just told her to stop it. If I was a judge, I'd tell her to stop it if I saw it.
Sir, at the time that the travel was booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Do you recall giving a deposition? It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely.
And in that deposition, weren't you asked, so did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
Yes.
But today you're saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
Well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
You were there because you were more computer savvy than Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
Okay, but what you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer
Yes,
because you were more computer savvy than these two.
correct.
But today you're saying you suggested the one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I would say yes.
And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions about a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket?
I don't remember.
Would it be helpful if I showed you a copy of your deposition transcript?
Surely.
I'm going to show page 11, lines 12 through 17.
Want me to read which one?
If you could just read page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12, question. Okay.
Just to yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask if you made Any decisions?
No,
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions, did you?
no,
You made suggestions.
yes.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be retained or is he released?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
How much you want to bet his wife comes in next? Sorry, guys. How much you want to bet the wife is next?
Please call your next witness.
The defense would call Donna Khan.
Why are they not the prosecution had them spelling their names? Why are they not spelling their names now? That's something that's confusing me. This may be all spelt wrong. We'll find out. Oh, finally, somebody to sit next to him. Oh, I have felt bad for him. I really have, y'all. I have felt really bad for Mr. Adelson. If he's innocent in all this, this sucks. Travel agent, you want to bet?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Donna Khan. Last name is Khan.
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is that what do those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down 3 different, the male side and the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do effect investigation, and I also do the mental evaluations not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
Okay. And that's with a habeas unit?
Not right now. I'm just with the Middle District of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
1 year in Georgia.
Okay. Prior to that, did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did the Capital Habeas Unit.
And can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals?
Correct.
Gathering records?
Yes.
And that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
Correct.
And preparing reports?
Correct.
And presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No.
No. Now, how long were you employed with the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office?
From 2016 until July 2022.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate's in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in that.
Okay. And when did you complete your bachelor's?
In around 2014, maybe.
Now, in between working for the Federal Defender's Office in the Northern District of Florida and the Federal Defender's Office in the Middle District of Georgia, did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
After I left the Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022, and I never, I guess, stopped. I just took the job in for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Bird?
Yes,
And where was she located?
in the Leon County Jail.
How many times did you meet with Miss Bird?
Once,
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January. Can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory,
Okay.
sure.
Oh. Ms. Bird was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct. Sorry.
And when you interviewed Miss Bird, did you tell Miss Bird that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No.
Specifically, did you tell Miss Bird that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
No.
What about a trailer?
No.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No.
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
No.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
No.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes that with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in this case?
Did she tell you that? I'm sorry. Can you read that?
Did
for me?
Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to her?
No.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Khan, prior to interviewing Ms. Bird on January 24th, 2025, did you meet with or speak with Donna Adelson?
No.
Have you ever met with or spoken with Donna Adelson?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Why did you interview Miss Bird?
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense counsel?
Correct.
Okay. And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I wouldn't have seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have known.
Okay, so you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it
No,
that way.
no.
All right. And did you record your interview with Ms. Bird?
No.
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
Asked by who?
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it, no.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it though?
Had I requested for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there?
The jail does allow that.
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Okay. if you get permission in your experience, is it typical for
Correct, yes.
jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
She seems to be a very neutral testimony, but I don't like her resting bitch face. Just saying.
Ms. Collins, since you didn't ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Miss Bird, how did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they said, that they were saying to me. So I did pen and paper.
Pen to paper.
Old school.
And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be recalled or retained for any reason?
We retain her, but she's free to go about her business.
You may step down, Ms. Khan. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness.
Eddie Barnes.
I keep forgetting to do the kitty. Who is Eddie Barnes? They have a lot more people than I thought they were going to have, actually. The Cardi B is already in their... I think they're doing their jury instructions.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
They're doing their jury instructions. They haven't done their closing yet.
Use the microphone as you need to. We'll do it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Eddie Barnes. Excuse me, E-D-D-I-E. Last name V as in Victor, A-R-N-E-S.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
How long have you been a private investigator?
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that, total 27 years.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. The last, yes.
What type of casework do you handle?
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I market. I have my own company. I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2024.
Now, I want to specifically direct you to when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Bird.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
And what did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from prior defense counsel saying there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name. So at that point, I had traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Miss Bird.
Now there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
Okay, so you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
Okay, just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And tell us, without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, I met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, you understand you might have some information on the case? And she said, yes.
And she might have some information on Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
She told me she had some information about what Katie McBanawa had stated to her back in 2021 when they were incarcerated together.
Now, did she tell you that Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Specifically, did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you Miss Adelson offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of those things that she is saying Donna Adelson offered?
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
I was instructed by prior defense counsel to not record the interview. That wasn't unusual because we spoke to I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
Now, did Miss Bird talk extensively about Miss McBanawa?
Yes, she did.
Did she say that Donna Adelson told her to say those things?
No, absolutely not.
Did Miss Bird know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Miss Adelson?
No, she did not.
Had she heard the name Donna Adelson?
No, she didn't. She actually told me when she met her.
When
in the jail, like she never heard of Donna's name. At that, she met her like maybe 4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when Miss Bird is telling you about Miss McBanawa, did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Miss Bird, the state's going to, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
No.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I wanted to get to know her a little bit. So she told me why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit. And then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further at this time?
Cross-examination.
Should we grab one? So, Mr. Barnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Bird because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Bird as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her.
No.
Okay. You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I could have, but I was instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how Magbanois basically lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markel just to extort them for their money, is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
Yeah, I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Bird quoted the following that McDaniel had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia and Katie, excuse me, said, why not kill him, get the money ourselves? So then Bird replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kids got to be raised and go to college as well.
So I have a question about that. So according to what you say Bird told you,
yes,
Bird used the word extortion. That's the word Patricia Bird used.
Yes, ma'am.
That Magbanois used.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, listen to what this lady's telling me? Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important. You didn't do that, did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told them what they told me, and if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if Miss Bird, after all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's
Do you
their
know
job.
why these attorneys never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
State, allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please.
Stigan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I have no idea.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did charge for your services.
I did charge for my services. Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I set the font at green. It's easier for me to read. Oh my gosh, you're right. Thank you so much. It didn't save. Why didn't you save?
Yes, sir.
The state just asked you, according to what you say Bird said to you.
Why didn't you save? My
Isn't
apologies.
that, in fact, what Miss Bird said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speeding objections. I will ask your next question.
I'll save it again.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied?
You're right, June. My apologies.
Please let him finish his question first.
See if it saved correctly this time.
Would it surprise you to learn that prior defense counsel, in fact, listed Patricia Bird on the witness list that they submitted prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding that Ms. Bird was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Will this witness
Thank
be
you, son.
recalled by either party?
Oh, thank
Let me
you.
know.
Let me know, because that's the law. He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Varnes, do not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may step down.
Sir, thank you.
Please call your next witness. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. The attorneys can approach briefly for one moment.
Sidebar. Oh, y'all, I will be leaving here at 2:00. The jury's been asked to leave.
Everyone can be seated. Sir, I'm going to need you to step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors. Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case?
I was not aware he was here, Your Honor. Our assistant was trying to find him. I went in the hallway looking for him. I didn't see him before we called the witness that he sat in here for. She sent him a text message asking him where he was because we were concerned he was not here, and that was about 1:30. I believe, based on speaking to my assistant, that he was present during all or part of Ms. Khan's testimony, which is completely unrelated to his very limited scope in this case.
State, do you wish to be heard?
Uh-oh.
What's that?
I think it's the older gentleman that sat next to Mr. Adelson.
What is the substance of the
Nope.
testimony to be offered?
The substance of the testimony is a home search with Mr. and Mrs. Adelson and Dan Martindale.
And why didn't you get bread?
Probably had at least half a bailiff has informed me that he was present for 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not entirely
I've got a
sure
2
how the
o'clock.
testimony would relate to other matters that we've gone over. Now we need a moment to determine if the witness should be permitted to testify. We'll take a brief break. 10 minutes.
Uh-oh. He was sitting in the courtroom, which is a no-no. All right, I'll keep an eye on this. We're going to jump over to Cardi B. Jury
I'll
is
try to give context to these to the extent that it's necessary. I will put them into the package where they belong, but I do need to give these to you. And we're going to relieve the court reporter of her obligations to report these by stipulation of the parties. Okay, here we go. Words alone, however threatening, do not amount to an assault. Aggressive and threatening actions do not constitute an assault unless they were intended to cause immediate, harmful, or offensive contact. If you decide that Ms. Almanzar assaulted or battered Ms. Ellis, you should find for Ms. Almanzar if you decide that Ms. Almanzar was acting in self-defense. To succeed, Ms. Almanzar must prove both of the following by a preponderance of evidence: that Ms. Almanzar reasonably believed that Ms. Ellis was going to harm her, and that Ms. Almanzar used only the amount of force that was reasonably necessary to protect herself. Ms. Almanzar claims that Ms. Ellis's own negligence caused or contributed to Ms. Ellis's claimed harm. To succeed on this claim, Ms. Almanzar must prove both of the following: that Ms. Ellis was negligent and that Ms. Ellis's negligence was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. If Ms. Almanzar proves the above, Ms. Ellis's damages are reduced by your determination of the percentage of Ms. Ellis's responsibility. I will calculate the actual reduction. Ms. Ellis may only establish her claim for negligence if she proves that Ms. Almanzar engaged in negligent conduct that caused Ms. Ellis to suffer physical injuries. If Ms. Ellis can prove that Ms. Almanzar caused her to suffer only emotional injuries, and this is under the negligence cause section, Ms. Ellis cannot establish her claim for negligence. Emotional distress includes suffering, anguish, fright, horror, nervousness, grief, anxiety, worry, shock, humiliation, or shame. Ms. Ellis claims that Ms. Almanzar assaulted her. To establish this claim, Ms. Ellis must prove all of the following: that Ms. Almanzar acted with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact, that Ms. Ellis reasonably believed that she was about to be touched in a harmful or an offensive manner, that Ms. Ellis did not consent to the conduct, that Ms. Ellis was harmed, and that Ms. Almanzar's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. A touching is offensive if it offends a reasonable sense of personal dignity. Words alone do not amount to an assault. Outrageous conduct is so extreme that it goes beyond all possible bounds of decency. Conduct is outrageous if a reasonable person would regard the conduct as intolerable in a civilized society. Outrageous conduct does not include insults, threats, indignities, annoyances, hurt feelings, petty oppressions, bad manners, or other trivialities that a reasonable person is expected to endure. Outrageous conduct also does not extend to profanity, obscenity, or abusive language without circumstances of aggravation. In deciding whether defendant's conduct was outrageous, you may consider, among other factors, the following: whether defendant abused a position of authority or a relationship that gave her real or apparent power to affect plaintiff's interests, whether defendant knew that plaintiff was particularly vulnerable to emotional distress, and whether Ms. Almanzar knew that her conduct would likely result in harm due to mental distress. Under factor A, which is the position of authority, examples of positions of authority or relationships of power include an employer to his employee, an insurer to its insured, a landlord to his or her tenant, a hospital to its patients, an attorney to his or her client, or a religious institution to its members. Ms. Almanzar acted with reckless disregard in causing Ms. Ellis's emotional distress if Ms. Almanzar knew that emotional distress would probably result from her conduct, or Ms. Almanzar gave little or no thought to the probable effects of her conduct. If you decide that Amani Ellis suffered damages that will continue for the rest of her life, you must determine how long she will probably live. According to the National Vital Statistics Report, a 32-year-old female is expected to live another 50 years. This is the average life expectancy. Some people live longer, others die sooner. The published information is evidence of how long a person is likely to live, but is not conclusive. In deciding a person's life expectancy, you should also consider, among other factors, that person's health, habits, activities, lifestyle, and occupation. Ms. Ellis seeks damages from Ms. Almanzar under more than one legal theory. However, each item of damages may be awarded only once, regardless of the number of legal theories alleged. You will be asked to decide whether Ms. Almanzar is liable to Ms. Ellis under the following legal theories: battery, assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligence. Ms. Ellis's claimed damages are recoverable only once under all of the above legal theories. And the verdict form breaks that down for you. The following are specific items of non-economic damages claimed by Amani Ellis: physical pain, mental suffering, and emotional distress. No fixed standard exists for deciding the amount of these non-economic damages. You must use your judgment to decide a reasonable amount based on the evidence and your common sense. To recover for future physical pain, mental suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, disfigurement, physical impairment, inconvenience, grief, anxiety, humiliation, emotional distress, Amani Ellis must prove that they are reasonably certain to suffer that harm. For future physical pain, actually, I think, okay, no, we're fine. For future physical pain, mental suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, disfigurement, physical impairment, inconvenience, grief, anxiety, humiliation, and emotional distress, determine the amount in current dollars paid at the time of the judgment that will compensate Amani Ellis for that future physical pain, mental suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, disfigurement, physical impairment, inconvenience, grief, anxiety, and humiliation, and emotional distress. If you decide that Ms. Almanzar's conduct caused Ms. Ellis's harm, you must decide whether that conduct justifies an award of punitive damages against Ms. Almanzar. The amount of punitive damages, if any, will be decided later. You may award punitive damages against the defendant only if plaintiff proves by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Almanzar engaged in that conduct with malice, oppression, or fraud. If you define that defendant accidentally harmed plaintiff, punitive damages are not appropriate and should not be awarded. In deciding whether or not to award punitive damages against the defendant, you may consider whether defendant's acts were the consequence of a sudden heat of passion that was provoked by plaintiff. Malice means that defendant acted with intent to cause injury, or that a defendant's conduct was despicable and was done with a willful and knowing disregard of the rights or safety of another. A defendant acts with knowing disregard when a defendant is aware of the probable dangerous consequences of her conduct and deliberately fails to avoid those consequences. Oppression means that a defendant's conduct was despicable and subjected the plaintiff to cruel and unjust hardship in knowing disregard of the plaintiff's rights. Despicable conduct is conduct that is so vile, base, or contemptible that it would be looked down on and despised by reasonable people. Fraud means that the defendant intentionally misrepresented or concealed a material fact and did so intending to harm the plaintiff. During the trial, plaintiff testified that she sought treatment from John Scher, MD, It is not in dispute that Dr. Scherer has passed away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the additional jury instruction, and we're back on the record with the court reporter. That concludes the additional jury instructions that we are adding to those instructions that I previously read. At this point in time, it is the time for the attorneys to give you their closing arguments. Please keep in mind,
And we're back. All right, Your Honor, what are you going to do?
You may examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kelly, this is going to be very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Tim Kelly, T-I-O, last name Kelly.
All right. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your occupation was back in 2011?
Yes,
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markell?
I did.
At some point in November of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markell about seeing some homes?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes, he did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Great. Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes. Mhm.
And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendy and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but I think we had to make arrangements between, cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No, that was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time. We were a team.
Okay.
At one point, and I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay. Can you hold on just one second, please?
Mm-hmm.
Just briefly, when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside the courtroom?
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No, no.
All right. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markell's request?
Correct.
And was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markell and his family?
I believe that was it, yes.
Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails, yeah.
So Dan Markell and Wendy Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer, fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that.
Correct.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any reaction from the witness?
No, Judge.
You may step down, Mr. Kelly. Please call your next witness.
Defense would call Detective Joshua Turner.
That was interesting. A Nothing Burger. Boy, they could open up a restaurant called the Nothing Burgers. Yeah, they need to open up the Nothing Burger restaurant. I need a good raspy male voice in Nothing Burger. I need a good strong male voice. Boy, if he is not a perfect example of a detective, look at him. You know it just looking at him.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may adjust the microphone as you need to.
He be tall. He's sitting on the floor. Oh, he's got a star. Ooh, I may be wrong. Detective with whom?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I transferred into the criminal investigations division at the Sheriff's Office. I worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
And in your role as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay. And subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
And did you then attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms. Bernhardt, took in when she was speaking with Ms. Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center?
She said that she was speaking to Ms. Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she situated herself and Miss Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Now, previously, did you review State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe it was the recording of the pod, the annex.
Okay, so there was surveillance video?
Yes.
So after Ms. Bernhardt's interview on December 20th, 2024, at the state attorney's office, did you go back to your office to download the surveillance video?
No, sir. I went to my vehicle and back up to the state attorney's office and downloaded it from there.
Okay, so you went to get your computer?
Yes, sir.
So back then, when you were assigned to the investigations unit, you had access to their surveillance videos?
I did.
Okay, and then you logged in from the state attorney's office and downloaded that?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show him it was marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105.
You may.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
I do.
is this the surveillance, or is this a portion of the surveillance video that you obtained from the Leon County Detention Facility?
It is.
Aside from shortening the video so it was easier to show in court, any changes to it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just a moment. And at this point in time, I would move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 70, the surveillance video.
Any objection?
My only objection is rule completeness, Judge. I'm not sure how much shortening occurred, but I would ask for all of States 105 to be admitted.
And I can say, Your Honor, that the video that was provided to us as States 105 is exactly what I've copied onto this thumb drive.
The item is admitted. It is to be published in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you guys have the HDMI?
Hello, come on. What are we doing? Ooh, ooh.
Use the computer. Is it okay if I stand over here rather than at the lectern?
That's right.
So, Detective, initially in the video, do we see Miss Bernhardt or Miss Adelson?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
And do they walk towards the foreground of the video?
At one point.
Oh, something's going down when they walk like that, y'all.
Who's seated at the table with the dark hair?
That's Drina Bernhardt.
What does she have in front of her?
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
Oh, that really sucks sleeping on those bunks, y'all. Wow. That really sucks.
Did the video appear to show Miss Bernhardt putting a chair at the table towards the right?
It does.
Who's walking up now?
Miss Adelson.
appear from the video that Ms. Bornhart got Ms. Adelson to sit down at that table?
It does.
I'm going to remove the comments for this moment so y'all can see.
Engaged in conversation?
Yes.
Without stating the obvious, there's no audio on this video, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. No, she's playing solitaire. But we're playing bingo. How was y'all's? Oh, sorry. How was your cards going? I got Jailhouse Confession. We got 3 left. I'm going to pop it real quick. Those are the 3 I have left. June, if you need to correct me, please do. This is like watching paint dry. Hour and 14 minutes of this video. We're only in 7 minutes. Don't forget to share and like, you guys.
Now, Detective, at this point, we're over 8 minutes into the video. Neither one of them have started writing, have they?
No.
Skim. Show the timestamp. You don't need to watch the whole damn thing. Objection, Your Honor. Are we going to watch paint dry for an hour and 14 minutes? I don't know. And it's frustrating me. And I really can't zoom much. Yeah, 30 seconds is all I can zoom. Now she's writing. Whoa. Is she? Yeah, she's writing now.
At this point,
So 12 minutes and 12 seconds ish.
it appears that Miss Bernhardt is writing at this point.
Correct.
Judge, given that this is an hour and 14-minute long video, instead of publishing it in full as requested, is it okay if I fast forward to the points that I'm trying to make? Thank you, Your Honor. $13.26. Who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
$14.17. Who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
$14.33. She's still writing?
Yes.
14:46. My client takes the paper and starts writing, correct?
Correct.
Fast forward to 16:42. Did Miss Bernhardt take the notebook back?
She did.
From this vantage point, we can't see what Miss Adelson is writing, can we?
Correct.
However, it's clear that Miss Bernhardt is still speaking with my client.
They seem to be engaged in conversation.
$22.50. What do we see Miss Bernhardt doing now?
She placed 2 notebooks on the table.
and one of them was the hot pink one that we saw. That I think the state submitted into evidence. It's a hot pink.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think we're going to get to Adelson today, y'all. She'll be the last witness. I don't think Charlie's going to go either.
What do we see now?
Trina's opening the hot pink notebook.
Is she showing Mrs. Adelson something in that notebook?
It appears so.
Adelson's writing. And that, what people are paying attention to him.
4404. Are they both writing?
Yes.
I don't think they're sharing family recipes. Maybe jailhouse recipes. All right, this girl coming and standing in front of these two women while they're watching TV like that was so rude and disrespectful. That can cause a fight in some prison systems.
Uh, 4822, Mrs. Adelson handed Drina something. Do they appear to be discussing it now?
It appears so.
This is like watching paint dry, and I wish I could zoom, but I can't, y'all. Oh, I know this is the worst time to do this video. It's like watching my cream curdle. I'm on you. I know.
51 minutes. It appeared that Miss Adelson had gotten up and is now sitting back down.
That's correct.
Dude. This is brutal, man. I mean, seriously brutal.
Fast forward to 54 minutes. It still appear that they're
Better
both
call
looking at
Charlie and
the
rest.
pages and discussing them.
No, they're going to call Donna. Donna's testifying. Oh, yeah, I'm with you. I'd rather be moving. That's a lot. So let me tell you what's going to happen. I need to leave here at about 2:15. I have a 2:30 eye appointment that I've had forever. And I got new insurance coverage so I can get glasses, y'all, because these lenses are ancient. And but I will be remote. And so don't worry, I'm not leaving you. I'm just going to be remote. And now that my internet's running really good, now that I said that, I shouldn't have. You know what I mean. I will be.
Now we're at 55:35. They're still both discussing some topic, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what they're discussing.
Correct.
And they're both looking at pages that they have in front of them.
Correct.
I'll be right back.
We're at 59:34. Appears they're both still writing.
Correct.
And as with previously, can we tell what they're writing?
No.
Can we determine what they're discussing?
No.
I could only hope to come back to this being done, but no. Y'all want to go watch the Carter B for a while?
1 minute or 1 hour, 1 minute and 22 seconds. Can you tell the jury what's going on here?
Miss Bernhardt just opened some notebook. She's writing, and Miss Adelson is also writing.
Whoop-de-freaking do. Tie this together, y'all. Come on.
Detective, from your previous review of this surveillance video, does the same behavior continue where they're both writing and discussing things between now and the end of the video?
I believe so, yes.
Zoom. Slide that bar. Come on, you can do it. Put the cursor over it and go. Done. Oh, Lord have mercy. Thank you. Yeah. Make him stop, Mom. Make him stop. Hallelujah. We're going to church now.
Do you recall the date that video was collected? I'm sorry, it's a poorly worded question. Do you recall the date that video was taken?
I believe it was December 19th.
So the day before Ms. Adelson met with the state attorney's office. I'm sorry, Ms. Bernhardt. Thank you.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Detective, that's the day after Ms. Bernhardt told you that she had information about my client.
Correct.
Nothing further?
Cross-exam. You may.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. For the video finally stopped.
When you met with her on the 18th, she told you not just that she had information about Donna Adelson, but that Donna Adelson was trying to enlist her, solicit her to give perjured testimony in this trial, right?
Correct.
So you learned that on the 18th. You relay that information to who?
Investigator Newland.
With my office.
Correct.
All right. And the meeting at the state attorney's office ultimately happened on December 20th, right?
Correct.
And at that time, there was a more detailed interview conducted with Ms. Bernhardt to get the information she had about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Okay, and at that meeting,
got the smallest
Bernhardt
mouth.
shows up with this pink notebook pictured in State's Exhibit 62, right?
Correct.
And she tells us in that meeting, hey, here's the script that she's written for me that she wants me to deliver at trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to photograph the thing, and this is what's pictured in State 62?
Correct.
Okay. And what were Drina's instructions from the defendant about this exhibit? Why did we have to photograph it instead of impounding the thing?
Her instructions were to read over that and to trace it in her own handwriting and provide that back to Miss Adelson.
Okay, so she's supposed to copy what's here and give this back to Ms. Adelson.
Correct.
So Ms. Adelson was going to be expecting to get this thing back. We had to send it back with her, right?
Correct.
Did Bernhardt at the meeting on December 20th tell you when this script was authored by Mrs. Adelson?
She was speaking to Investigator Newland. I don't recall.
Based on what she told Investigator Newland, did you go and review that video and find the video that we just watched?
Correct.
All right. And so the video is from December 19th, right?
Correct.
So you didn't look through multiple days of videos. You knew to go to December 19th, right?
Correct.
So Bernhardt obviously said, she wrote this yesterday.
Correct.
I'm supposed to copy it and give it back to her. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went and found the video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And when Bernhardt originally reported this to you on the 18th, you said you let Investigator Newland know. Did you let Bernhardt know, hey, you're going to be interviewed on the 20th?
No.
Did Bernhardt have any way of knowing that we were going to have a meeting on the 20th?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, didn't we consider waiting until after Christmas to meet with her? Do you
Correct.
remember that? I was home with a bad injury.
Correct, case one.
Kids were out of school. It was Christmas time. We talked about doing it after Christmas, right?
Correct.
So wasn't it just dumb luck that we happened to bring her over on the day that she was in possession of this thing in defendant's handwriting?
Yes.
Defense says, well, both women wrote in the notebook. We see one writing, we see the other one writing. Are you a handwriting expert?
No, ma'am.
Would you defer to the expertise of a handwriting expert in determining who wrote this particular thing?
Yes.
I want to publish that video, if you would, at 5214.
Courtroom is even fuller now than it was this morning. Yep. Watch this not happen till tomorrow. Tonight I will be streaming the Cardi B closing argument about 7 o'clock. There's some things I got to get done. I got to go take a trip or two from the studio.
Does take this pink notebook out and give it to Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
And it is Bernhardt's notebook, right?
Yes.
And after she gives it to the defendant does proceed to write in the notebook for quite some time, right?
Correct.
And if we go to 5819, so we see Mrs. Adelson get up and walk away, and then she later returns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if we go to 104. We see Ms. Bernhardt get up and walk away, and Ms. Adelson continues writing.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
5:48.
Detective, we know that Miss Adelson expected this document back that was written in Drina's notebook because that's what Drina said, right?
Correct.
But we can't hear what's being discussed on that video.
Correct.
We have to rely on what Miss Bernhardt says.
Correct.
Now, you testified on cross that Miss Bernhardt did not know that she was being brought up to the state attorney's office for a meeting on the 20th.
I don't believe she knew the date.
Yet, when she came, she brought a bunch of materials with her.
Correct.
And the state attorney's office collected what Drina said they should collect.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will the detective be recalled by the party?
I don't think so, Your Honor. He's released from the state.
Defense will do the same, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Please approach.
Another sad bar. Mm-hmm. And they are closing arguments on the other case tonight. I will do that, but I've got to get a load from the shop and bring it home. Big load. And then I'll be on about 7 o'clock. I need to go ahead and preset that live. We're waiting. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm setting up the live for tonight. For Miss Cardi B. Cardi B.
Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for trial at this point for the day. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person concerning this case. Also, do not seek out any information outside of this courtroom. Please
What?
At 8:30 tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
What? What? Uh-oh, something going down, y'all. This is when they're going to ask her if she wants to testify or not.
Everyone can be seated. Please report tomorrow at 8:30. We will resume at 8:45 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zolman, Ms. Fulford, also, there is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir. That was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We're in recess.
Are you kidding me? That's it? That's it? What? Okay, y'all. Until I have to leave, we'll go over here to Cardi B. We're in the middle of it.
Did you have any conversations with alternate number 1 on Wednesday? The woman on the corner.
Uh-oh, we may have a mistrial, y'all.
I wasn't going to get into it. It's generally not proper to include yourself in terms of what we all went through, but that's why I was overruling the objections. One note, and is this grandmother here?
Yes.
Ma'am, can I have you step forward? Can I have you step forward?
Ooh, this is gonna get good, y'all. This will wake us up.
Previously sworn, you understand you're still under oath? Did you have any conversations with alternate number 1 on Wednesday? The woman on the corner? The woman who's on the jury? You don't recall any interaction with her?
She sat next to me and she was waiting on a break, but we didn't speak.
You didn't speak with her? Okay. So you didn't talk to her about the trial at all?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. You were just seeing, we thought that there may have been some discussion between the two of you. You don't recall that? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Something else?
Yes, Your Honor. Although you cautioned counsel that he can't argue things that are not in the evidence, he repeatedly did. He even started talking about Dr. Avila's treatment, even though he was excluded, over and over and over again. And all the jury sees is me objecting and Your Honor sustaining it. I would request that you admonish the jury to disregard all of the statements that you sustained objections to. I would also ask that you assign misconduct to counsel and that he be reprimanded because this has just been.
Oh, well, I knew that.
We can discuss.
I want to respond.
Well, let me.
All right.
I will give further instruction to the jury about that the argument of counsel is not evidence and that they should disregard any comments that were not supported by the evidence. I will give that instruction. We can discuss whether or not we want to set an OSC after the trial for any alleged conduct. Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I please say one thing?
Yeah.
Please.
Go ahead.
I just want to note that you advised Mr. Rosen that if he were to argue to the jury that Cardi said that photograph was taken on February 24th, that would be a knowing violation of professional rules. And that's exactly what he did.
Okay. Well, why don't we? I don't want to do it now.
Well, I have to say something about it.
No pissing contest, please.
We'll discuss whether or not we want to set an OSC and we can address it then. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, my Lord, y'all. Y'all. We're on a live short break. Y'all, this is interesting. So I might be able to get, yeah. So what we'll do is I will definitely be back. I will be back uh for the Cardi B I will come back at 7 o'clock and play the Cardi B thing. Excuse me. So I'll be back for that. And then trying to get this done. There we go. This is closing argument. And then we will go into jury watch. I'm shocked that we're just that it ended today. Just I wonder if there's a reason why. Why did they just drop everything today? Well, Frank Leroy, thank you very much. We do have other people who do wish to see it, so thank you for staying. See you later. Have a good one, Frankie. Yep. Let me close out this stream. Close out that stream. There we go. Oh, y'all. Okay, so Miss June, I think what I might do, because we don't know what's going to happen. All right, June, do you want me to leave the live running for Cardi B, or do you wish? Because I have to be honest with y'all, I kind of think Cardi B may be finished today. I don't see the jury going all day and all night. I don't. In all honesty, I really, really don't. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I just really don't see it happening. In my own humble of opinions. I just don't. I think we'll have a verdict today. June, answer me in live chat. I'm thinking about leaving this going while I'm at the doctor's appointment because it would not surprise me if we did not have a verdict today. And at least if I'm at the doctor, it will stay live. Do y'all have a preference? All of my viewers? My fabulous viewers, do y'all have a preference? I can always end the stream from where I'm at. No opinions? I'm not getting a response. I know it's delayed, but dang, y'all. So my question is, do you want me to continue the live with Cardi B? I know they're about ready to come back media mode. They're playing with the camera now. I sent y'all something in live communication. Okay, let me tell you what we're going to do tomorrow. Looks like we will probably not have Cardi B tomorrow.
When you left the courtroom, Mr. Peterson made some remarks to me that were rude.
Why don't we do this later? I'm not going to have a jury wait for this.
I ignored him. I didn't talk to him.
Okay. All right. We're going to bring in the jury.
That's complete falsehood.
Woo! We're leaving this. They're snippy. So this is the final on today's bingo card, you guys. We didn't have conspiracy photographs or Tallahassee police mentioned. We should have up to one. I don't know. I have a lot of bingos, but get your bingos in. Get your bingos in so I can do the bingos in about, I'll go ahead and do them. I only have 3 of you who called bingo today. Come on, y'all. I'll give you a minute. I shared is in and I liked is in. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now because I'm going to leave in a minute and I need to get that done. All right, here we go, y'all. Frank Leroy. One more draw. Woohoo, Miss June. Here's the bingo go. We only had 3 people commenting on bingo. If I missed you. Miss Tinka too. Let's draw again. All 3 of y'all will get it. And I shared. Congratulations, Angela. State of confusion. Woohoo. Yeah, yes. All right, we back into court.
Of our jury and our alternate. And before we get started with the defense closing argument, you heard a number of objections during plaintiff's closing. Some were procedural or evidentiary in nature, but some of them were based on facts that weren't introduced during the trial. And so that's why I was sustaining those objections. To the extent that plaintiff's counsel mentioned any facts that weren't presented in evidence during the trial, please disregard any and all of those facts that he represented that weren't actually accepted into evidence during the trial. Okay? All right. With that, defense can you give their closing?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking all of you for taking the time to participate as jurors. This is how our system works, and it wouldn't work without jurors. And I'd like to thank you on behalf of both Cardi, my colleagues, and myself. I'd like to just mention quickly that counsel argued that Cardi swore and used profanities in the courtroom and that was disrespectful. Actually, all she was doing was repeating under oath what was said. In fact, Ms. Ellis, plaintiff, used profanities to describe what she heard. Counsel used profanities, and I have to admit I used profanities, but just to tell you what was supposedly said. Cardi has never gratuitously sworn at any point in this courtroom, and the suggestion that you should be prejudiced against her because of that, it's just unfounded and offensive. Last Monday, it seems like it's a lot longer ago, but last Monday in the opening statements, I told you what I expected the evidence would be. And I told you that you can treat my statements and counsel's statements as promises of what they were going to show. And then I would ask you.
Okay, guys, I'm going to go to the doctor. I'm going to be in the back office. I'll be running it. Don't, y'all say when the cat's away, the mouse will play. So y'all have fun.
Some point today to decide who kept their promises and who didn't. I also told you that I would have a second chance to talk to you directly after all the evidence is in. The evidence is in. Witnesses have testified that exhibits have been admitted. And if you remember, the judge told you the first day that the way trials work is that bits and pieces of evidence come in. This is my opportunity to tell you how we think those bits and pieces come together and how they establish that you should decide in Cardi's favor. First, there's a couple of things I ask that you keep in mind throughout the rest of the trial. If you remember, Judge Fusselman told you last Monday morning that the reason we have juries is because they have diverse backgrounds and they have common sense. He reiterated how important common sense was when he said, we just need you to exercise common sense and evaluate, is this witness being consistent? Is this witness saying things, something that doesn't seem true? And does this piece of evidence fit in with all the other pieces that have been presented in this case? I respectfully suggest to you that using your common sense, there's only one possible outcome in this case. And that is a decision in favor of Cardi. Now, you'll be instructed that plaintiff bears the burden of proof of establishing her claim. She must convince you that the evidence shows that by 50% or more, her claims are valid. Now, there's another way of putting it is, and you'll see this in the jury instructions that you get from the judge, if plaintiff fails to prove that her version of what happened is more likely than not what did in fact happen, you must decide the case in Cardi's favor. The concept of a preponderance of the evidence can be demonstrated on this slide. That's 50-50. That's where the plaintiff has put on as much evidence as the defendant of a fact, and you'll see that that's where people talk about the 51%. But it is crucial to keep in mind that plaintiff doesn't start at 50%. She starts at 0. She has to raise that needle from 0 to 50% and more. She has to go beyond 50%, or you have to find for Cardi. Third, there is no dispute that there was yelling and some curse words in the hallway at the medical building around 1:30 p.m. on February 24th, 2018. But the judge will provide you with the jury instructions. In fact, he already has. That arguing, yelling, even using profanity is not something you can sue over. That's just part of normal life, and that is what we're supposed to bear. In fact, that would be crazy that someone could sue if they cause someone else to use profanity. The question really is whether Cardi ever struck plaintiff, and who caused this confrontation? Who caused the incident? And the answer is that the evidence in this case overwhelmingly proves that Cardi did not strike plaintiff, and Cardi did not cause this encounter. As a result, plaintiff has failed to establish, by the evidence you heard last week, that by a preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not, that Cardi was the cause. The way I'm going to try and do this in a very organized fashion, and the way I'm going to do it is going to be demonstrated by this chart. And so we have on the left-hand side plaintiff's evidence, and then on the right-hand side defendant's evidence. Now, plaintiff started with her own testimony. Last Monday, she testified under oath Importantly, though, in plaintiff's evidence, she never called as a witness either Tiara Malcolm or Dr. Finke, both of whom were present.
Objection, Your Honor.
Both of whom were present at this very time of the incident. Now, plaintiff's evidence, plaintiff's testimony, and we should keep in mind that just because plaintiff says something doesn't make it true. Okay? She has her version, but the fact that she alone says it does not actually make it true. And later this morning, maybe stretch into afternoon, I'll tell you, or I'll identify the many inconsistencies in plaintiff's story over the course of this litigation, actually going back to February 26, 2018, when she did her incident report. In the meantime, plaintiff claims that she was assaulted and scratched or cut on February 24, 2018. The plaintiff did not see a doctor. She didn't go to an emergency room. She didn't call the police or make a police report.
Objection, Your Honor.
And she actually testified she did not know if the scratch that has supposedly ruined her life was even bleeding. She also testified last week that she didn't even put a Band-Aid on the scratch. What did she do? She claims that Cardi mauled her, basically, cut her face, and this woman went home, and what did she do? She took a nap. That was her own testimony. She took a nap. The fact that on February 24, 2018, plaintiff just went home and took a nap is corroborated by plaintiff's own T-bill cell phone records for that day. As you'll see, and this was an admitted exhibit, you'll be able to see it, it's exhibit 200. She gets calls and she makes calls from 11:20 a.m. all the way to 3:35 p.m. and then nothing until 9:08. That's when she took her nap. That's what she did. She didn't call a doctor. She didn't go to the hospital. She didn't put a Band-Aid on her face. She took a nap. Now, importantly, when plaintiff testified as her own first witness in her case, she admitted that in 2021, she hit her head in a car accident. She's put on no proof that that wasn't the source of the scar, which is a pretty obvious reason that she would have a scar if she had one. And importantly, 2021, a car accident in 2021 is after plaintiff told Dr. McKenna in April 2018 that Cardi almost touched her with a fingernail, not touched her with a fingernail, and I'll talk more about that later, but almost touched her. So after the plaintiff tells Dr. McKenna, her workers' comp physician or psychologist, that Cardi almost touched her, plaintiff was then in a car accident, hit her head, and that's when she went to Dr. Mulligan. She went to plastic surgery 4 years later after being in a car accident.
Objection on this case.
Plaintiff also testified, by the way, that she was in another accident in 2023 and filed another lawsuit over that one. Plaintiff has argued, and he said again today, that plaintiff's counsel has argued and said again today that plaintiff has some special status as a security guard. But she testified she became a security guard by having her fingerprints taken and sent to California. That's it. That doesn't make her a policeman. Also importantly, when testifying last Monday, plaintiff admitted that she knew on February 24, 2018, that Cardi was in the medical building because Cardi was going to a medical appointment. Plaintiff's own testimony establishes that at 1:30 p.m. on that Saturday, plaintiff could have been at that security guard booth that counsel showed you a photograph of. She could have been on her rounds, going through the whole building. She could have been in parking, checking, because that's what security guards do. But plaintiff, who has testified she was a fan, just happened to be outside Dr. Finke's office when Cardi B was showing up to see an obstetrician. From those facts alone, you can infer that she was actually laying in wait she wanted to photograph and videotape Cardi, she would then be able to post it on YouTube, maybe start a new career, be a follower. I don't know. But from the facts you've seen in this and heard in this case, she very well could have done that on purpose. But even if we assume that plaintiff just happened to run into Cardi B in a 5-story building that afternoon, plaintiff testified that she knew Cardi thought that plaintiff was using plaintiff's phone to tell someone that Cardi was there and to videotape her. What would a reasonable person do at that point? By her own testimony, plaintiff had the chance to be professional and avoid all of this by putting her phone away. That's all she had to do. But the evidence is she kept that phone in her hand all the way through as she advanced on Cardi B and forced her into a corner in the hallway where Tierra Malcolm found her. Plaintiff also testified that after she was fired as a security guard, she got a new job that paid more money. That's why you don't hear any claim for lost wages or anything like that. She was better off. That summarizes what plaintiff testified to, and I'll talk later about the inconsistencies in it. But let's talk about her second and third witnesses, plaintiff's mother and grandmother. Both very charming. But her mother and her grandmother weren't in the hallway that afternoon. Her mother and her grandmother were not witnesses. And they testified that because plaintiff is the mother's daughter or the grandmother's grandchild, that they believe her. They don't need evidence. They just hear what she says. And that's understandable, of course. We all have relatives and we hope our parents believe us and and our grandparents. But remember what Judge Fusselman said at the very beginning, common sense. Okay. We all know that parents are not with their children every minute of the day. We all know that children don't always tell their parents everything. And they especially do not tell their parents that they're embarrassed or guilty about what got them fired. That's what plaintiff left out when she talked to her mother and her grandmother. Is anyone surprised that plaintiff did not tell her mother and grandmother that plaintiff cursed and yelled at a pregnant Cardi half her size, that plaintiff cornered Cardi in a medical building hallway, and that plaintiff knew she was probably going to get fired? Is that the kind of thing you'd say? Guess what, Mom? Guess what I did today? So it's completely understandable, using common sense, that the mother and grandmother would not know actually what happened. In fact, plaintiff didn't tell them that she had apologized in her incident report to Allied and the building for her own behavior. She left that out because I asked both the mother and the grandmother, did your daughter or granddaughter, tell you that? And they said no. So we know that plaintiff left that part out. Plaintiff's mother and grandmother both said that plaintiff is a peacemaker. Okay. Well, that sure doesn't square with the testimony of Tierra, Malcolm, Dr. Finke, or Cardi, and I'll discuss that later. And maybe what we take from that is she's a peacemaker when she gets her own way. We know what she's like. We've heard testimony what she's like when she doesn't get her own way. But there's another word for that other than peacemaker. It's a bully. Plaintiff's mother and grandmother both said they saw a scar on plaintiff's cheek. But on February 26, 2018, 2 days after the incident, plaintiff emailed her incident report to her supervisor, Jasmine, stating that Cardi scratched plaintiff's nose. So how is it that the mother and grandmother are saying that, well, when this happened around that time, our daughter said that Cardi had scratched her cheek? But in plaintiff's own incident report, she said she told her supervisor Cardi scratched her nose. A nose is not a cheek is not a nose, and there is something wrong about what's going on because, again, apply common sense. Plaintiff's mother testified that she saw a scar, but she didn't testify when she saw it. Counsel asked her, did you notice after the incident that Imani Ellis had a scar to her face? Answer, I did. When did she notice that? 2018, 2019, 2020. We don't know. And in response to one of your questions, because the judge was kind enough to allow jurors to ask questions, which doesn't happen all the time. You were lucky in that regard. One of your questions, the judge read, and in response, plaintiff's grandmother said she spoke with plaintiff right after the incident. Right after the incident, she spoke with plaintiff. But plaintiff testified last Monday, question, you didn't call your grandmother though, did you? Answer, no. Okay. So again, common sense tells you something is very wrong here. Now, plaintiff's mother and grandmother testified that plaintiff became depressed. If so, there could have been many different reasons for it. And for example, it could have been because she got fired. And as we'll see in a few minutes, she felt guilty. That's what plaintiff told Dr. McKenna in April. On April 26, 2018, plaintiff told Dr. McKenna that she feels guilty. Ultimately, the testimony of plaintiff's mother and grandmother just doesn't move the needle for plaintiff. They weren't there, and they're relying on what plaintiff told them. Now, plaintiff's third group of witnesses is Dr. Mulliken. And that's what she offered to support her claim. Of course, Dr. Mulliken also wasn't there on February 24, 2018. He didn't witness what happened. Dr. Mulliken testified that plaintiff came to him in November 2022, or more than 4 years after the alleged incident. Dr. Mulliken is a plastic surgeon, not a psychiatrist. So counsel pointed out that Dr. Mulliken testified that plaintiff told him she has post-traumatic stress, anxiety, depression, and headache. But Dr. Mulliken said, that's what she told me. I did not make a diagnosis to that effect. That's just what she told me. Now, Dr. Mulliken, and I hope he's not insulted, but his testimony was confusing and inconsistent. He testified that in November of 2022, plaintiff had a scar, had 2 to 3 scars, had 3 scars, and even plaintiff doesn't claim that she has more than 1 scar. But Dr. Mulliken thought there was as many as possibly 3. Somehow the no scar from the beginning turned into 2 scars and then 3 scars. Also, though, Dr. Mulliken's own photograph, Exhibit 228, which he testified was taken with a digital camera before any treatment, sure doesn't appear to show a scar. That is you'll have a copy of the actual photo. It's admitted as exhibit. You can look at it and you can decide. Counsel actually challenged you, look at the photograph, and we invite you to. If you see a scar, that's news to us. And this is before she was treated. Importantly, Dr. Mulliken testified at his deposition. You've all heard about depositions. They're under oath. It's just like a trial, except there's no judge. And that the claim scar was about an inch long and most likely made by a right-handed person who scraped or clawed downward with 3 fingers. Okay, that's what he testified to. That's what was in his deposition, and that's what he testified to here. But plaintiff herself claimed in her deposition that Cardi jabbed her with a straightened index finger, like this. That's not a scrape. Your Honor, I don't think I need to ask for permission, but we'd like to show and we'll show, this was played for the jury before. It's Cardi's testimony, plaintiff's testimony as to how she was supposedly cut by Cardi.
When you say like this, she put her finger?
Pointing, yes, so like this, pointing her finger in my face, yes.
That is directly and irreconcilably in conflict with Dr. Mulliken's testimony that it was a right-handed person who scraped with an index finger and 2 other fingers downward. Those are completely different things. They don't correlate. The testimony is clear that plaintiff and her plastic surgeon have completely different explanations for the same claimed scar. And once again, common sense. Something's wrong here. Something is very, very wrong. Now, maybe the scar that Dr. Mulliken says he saw and his explanation, maybe it was a car accident. I don't know. But it is irreconcilable with plaintiff's own testimony that she was jabbed with the straightened finger. And to add to that, Cardi is not right-handed. I want to say that again. It's very important. Dr. Mulliken says that in his professional opinion, and counsel talked about how well-respected he is, that it was a right-handed person who scrapes 3 fingers downward across plaintiff's face. But Cardi is left-handed. She is not a right-handed person and could not have done that. Plaintiff's counsel tried to get Dr. Mulliken to testify that a left-handed person might have made the claim scar, but that's not his opinion. He admitted that it would be hard, in fact testified it would be hard for a left-handed person to reach across and strike a person on the opposite them on the left side of the face. Now, here's another important thing. Dr. Mulliken testified that he can't say when plaintiff got the claimed scar. He testified there's no way of knowing the age of the scar. That's important because plaintiff admits that she hit her head in a car accident in 2021, almost 2 years before the November 2022 appointment with Dr. Mulliken. And Dr. Mulliken also testified that he can't say whether the claimed scar was caused by an intervening accident or some other cause.
You heard the evidence. Please rely on your recollection of the evidence and rely on your own recollection to the extent that it differs from counsel's representation.
And Your Honor, we also have a cite to the reporter's transcript. There are other odd things about Dr. Mulliken's testimony. For example, he calls a 3-minute long session of outpatient microneedling a small part of plaintiff's cheek, which serves as reconstructive surgery and plastic surgery. A 3-minute microneedling session in his mind is reconstructive surgery and plastic surgery. Now let's talk about why he would say that. He has a broad version of surgery that enables him to charge an additional $11,000 for an operating room. He testified surgery is anything that includes a doctor, a nurse, a scrub technician, and an operating room. No matter what you're doing, even if it's microneedling, even if it's pulling a splinter out, you go into that room and he charges $11,000. Dr. Mulliken testified he is the sole owner of the surgery center with that operating room. So he has a strong financial incentive to use and charge for that operating room, whether he's doing real reconstructive surgery or microneedling. Now, perhaps because his photograph doesn't seem to show the claimed 1-inch scar, Dr. Mulliken also provided confusing testimony about hidden scars under the skin. I don't know if you remember that. It had my head spinning. But he never testified. There's no testimony from Cardi, from Dr. Mulliken, or anyone else that plaintiff has a hidden scar. In fact, it's supposed to be this, really big embarrassment that she has this, terrible scar on her face that, you can decide whether you've seen it. You've walked by her. If you see a scar, well, no one else. A lot of us don't, I should say. Dr. Mulliken also testified that he charged $17,500 on a lien basis, which means he gets paid only if plaintiff wins or if plaintiff pays him. But plaintiff testified under counsel's own examination on Monday that she couldn't afford a $15,000 or $20,000 plastic surgery bill. So we know she's not going to pay Dr. Mulliken. Dr. Mulliken knows that he is going to get paid, if at all, the $17,500 only if his testimony helps plaintiff recover money in this case. That is a big incentive. And because of that risk, he testified he added a 20% premium to his bill. That's plaintiff's side of the scale, which keeps disappearing. And it pales in comparison to Cardi's side. So, of course, Cardi's evidence starts with Cardi's testimony, which will appear shortly. Thank you. Cardi is one of the 3 eyewitnesses who directly contradict plaintiff's story about what happened that day. Cardi testified that in February 2018, she was pregnant. You may remember in this trial that plaintiff's counsel asked Cardi, why does that matter? You're pregnant. No one knows, but why does that matter? Well, it did matter, and Cardi testified, and you should consider, and I hope you remember Cardi's response. She felt her privacy was completely being violated and that her medical issues are not anyone's business. Quote, especially something that is so sacred as your pregnancy. It's yours. No one knew she was pregnant. Her parents didn't know. And she shows up for an appointment, and this woman is photographing, filming her, and then getting belligerent. Now, I mentioned that Cardi testified her parents didn't know she was pregnant at the time, and it's common sense that no daughter would want their parent to find out that she's pregnant by social media. This was a secret. There were special arrangements made so that she could see an obstetrician while in LA on a Saturday. Now, Cardi testified that she came to Los Angeles for the NBA All-Stars weekend, and concerned, she made an appointment with the obstetrician for Saturday afternoon. I'll get to the photograph in a minute. Cardi testified that she got off the elevator to go to the doctor's office at about 1:30 on the 5th floor of that building, and plaintiff started filming and photographing her. Cardi objected, and plaintiff apologized at first, saying, "Oh, my bad," which is effectively an admission that she was doing what Cardi thought she was doing. Cardi testified that plaintiff wouldn't stop and just kept following her with her camera, with her phone out. Cardi testified that she was very concerned and nervous and confused by plaintiff's conduct. That is understandable. Cardi testified that she was concerned about her unborn child. Cardi referred to plaintiff as security heavy. She's a large woman. She's almost twice the size of Cardi. Cardi's pregnant, early in her pregnancy, and this person comes up to her in black boots and starts yelling at her. Cardi was concerned about her, and scared, frankly, about what she might do to her unborn baby. Cardi also testified she was confused. Why is this going on? Why is a security guard doing this? Why is she filming me? Why is she following me? Cardi also told plaintiff specifically that plaintiff was invading her privacy. But when Cardi told plaintiff to leave her alone, plaintiff went berserk. She yelled, it was plaintiff's phone. Plaintiff said, "That's my phone. This is my building. You can't tell me what to do." That's what Cardi testified, and it's consistent with what Tierra Malcolm, and Dr. Finke testified. But plaintiff advanced on Cardi, screaming and yelling and forcing Cardi backwards down to the hall to a corner, coming chest to chest with Cardi, yelling at Cardi about how, this is her building. She can do whatever she wants. Now, hearing the yelling, the doctor's receptionist, Tierra Malcolm, and then the doctor intervened and tried to get plaintiffs to stop and leave. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. In the meantime, Cardi testified that she and plaintiff yelled and used curse words, but neither struck the other. Cardi did not strike plaintiff. Plaintiff tried but did not strike Cardi. Cardi testified.
I don't want to interrupt. We're coming up on a break. If there's a logical place to stop, please.
I can stop there if you want.
Okay. All right. Why don't we stop there, folks? We're going to resume back at 1:30. In the meantime, please not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 1:30.
Hey guys, I'm meeting with them to get my lenses ordered, so I'll be right back. I know we're on the Cardi B lunch break, and then they're going to go into, I guess, the rest of the jury instructions, maybe? Anyway, I'll be back. Thanks for hanging in there. Well, guys, I'm done, and I've got to run by one other place before I get back. But I'm kind of not a happy camper right now. My prescription's changed greatly, and even with my insurance, my lenses alone are $1,000. And I mean, well, without my, without insurance, they're $1,000. Within my insurance, they're only $890. I'm like, what good is there having insurance if my lenses aren't fully covered? I was like, holy crap. And then, are you ready for this? I go in, and last time I went, I did a contact lens evaluation. This time, I didn't ask for a contact lens evaluation, but the doctor talked to me about it because I did the contact lenses and contacts for my thing, and I really struggled because they were not the correct, we couldn't get the correct contact lens. Everything was blurry. We were looking at the bifocal, so the distance was close. Bifocal was blurry as hell. And I go today, and the doctor just talked to me about that. And she goes, well, I'll order you some new ones. We changed some things. Let's see how that works. And then they charged me $125 I wasn't prepared to pay because they did a contact eval. And I said, well, you didn't ask if I wanted one this time or not. You just assumed that I wanted one. I don't wear contacts yet. Why am I paying again when I paid $125 for a contact prescription that I've never used? Oh, I'm pissed. I'm going to call the doctor when I'm calm and let her know I'm not liking what's going on. I feel that their prices have gotten exorbitant. I've been going to this place for 10 years, at least. It's just insane. Last year, I paid $600 for the lenses on my face with no insurance. And now they're $1,000 for the same. I don't know. I think I'm going to go shop around. I'm going to go talk to other people. I'm going to get another opinion. I am just absolutely flabbergasted at what I just forked out. So anyway, I'm going to head back to the shop, and I will see y'all in a little bit. I'm so pissed.
I don't know why you paid if you didn't ask for it.
Oh, I'm gonna call and talk to him about it. And say, next time, Matt, you can't mess with this needle, okay? Next time, I'm telling you, you need to confirm when before we go back what we're gonna do. You just don't assume. Hey, everybody, I'm back. How are y'all doing? I'm trying to get out of my thing and it won't let me. Am I still here? Okay, guys. Well, that was a trip. I am so not happy. Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh, I get my meds. Yay. Ooh, that hurt. I take shots for my rheumatoid arthritis. And yeah, I had to go do that. I went to the eye doctor and wow, you guys. Holy crap. What I paid $590 something for last year is $1,000 this year. That's just the lenses. That's using my old frames. Oh my God, y'all. And that's with the insurance. They said, yeah, everything's doubled in a year. Yep, in a year. So anyway, y'all don't go need new glasses, y'all. Whoa. I know, y'all. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I'm having fun. How about y'all? So Cardi B is on lunch break still. How long is their lunch break? They've been gone for over an hour. So I'm going to come back here.
It starts with Cardi's testimony, which will appear shortly.
Thank you, mods, for holding down the fort.
Cardi is one of the 3 eyewitnesses who directly contradict plaintiff's story about what happened that day. Cardi testified that in February 2018 she was pregnant. Confused. Why was receptionist Tierra Malcolm
1:30?
They should be back by now. Miss June, this is your neck of the woods. Why are they not back yet? Wow. That's weird. Weird. Let me see. Somebody's been busy in Discord. I saw a bunch of ding, 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 dings going off in my Discord. I love it when my mods are busy in Discord. June, you're simply amazing when it comes to Discord. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Y'all give Miss June a big thank you because she's been working really hard at rearranging her Discord and helping get all that put together. So I really appreciate you and thank you so very, very much. I am totally shocked at the way court ended today for Donna Adelson. I was like, no warning, just we're done. See y'all tomorrow. I guess they didn't have enough witnesses to continue and they didn't want to start Donna Adelson. They did not want to start her and then have to finish. They had another witness that they needed to call in. And on top of that, they ended up calling a witness back from an airport. They literally was it Cunningham? One of the good friends of Miss Donna Adelson's, they had to recall back from the airport. I was like, whoa, that's highly unusual. And I would be upset if I was the judge. I don't think that this case has gone very well for the defense in any way, shape, or form in the Donna Adelson trial. Now, with the Cardi B, what do you guys think with Miss Cardi B? Do you believe that she is going to win this or not? I think she very well could win it. I mean, come on. 4 years later, you go and get microneedling. The guy charges 15 grand plus 20% or whatever. And for a scratch on someone's face, I'm perplexed. I'm still highly perplexed. Oh, let me get this off. Because that court is not on break. Cardi B, closing arguments. And I think he's done, but we'll keep that up for now. What's this one? Jury instructions, closing arguments. Okay. So long story short, I think this woman is going for the money on Cardi B. That's my humble opinion. I think it sucks, but it is what it is. But I just am flabbergasted. Is what I am. I'm shocked that this woman would take it this far. $24 million for a scratch on the face. Okay, I want to know. Sorry about that. I need to know. What mathematical equation did you use to come up with $24 million for a hairline scratch on your face that you didn't complain about until after a car wreck? And then you go back and go after Cardi B. 4 years later. I don't know how this suit even made it to court, in my humblest of opinions. Let's see. So let's take a quick look at just a quick breakdown of the Cardi B closing arguments. Just come in and make a little bit of a rundown on that. So in the closing arguments today, sorry. The closing arguments for let me get where I can, there you go, I can read. The closing arguments today, the plaintiff, Imani Ellis, which spells backwards silly I name. I find that funny. Alleges that Cardi B scratched her face, spat on her, and used body shaming and racial slurs during a 2018 incident in Beverly Hills obstetrician office. Cardi B firmly denies the physical contact and testifies that the altercation was purely verbal. She emphasizes she didn't even touch Ellis and was concerned about being recorded while pregnant. The trial has sparked a social media frenzy on Cardi B's candid reactions and kind of stylish courtroom looks. I mean, yes. I mean, come on. Wig changes, tweed suits, memorable one-liners like, because I'm pregnant, this girl's about to effing beat my, and bitch, get the F out of my face. Why do you record me? Ain't you supposed to be security? I mean, she did give us a bunch of good one-liners, y'all. She really, really did. So let's kind of understand the closing arguments a little bit. The closing arguments are there. They're not just a summary. Lawyers frame the evidence and craft a convincing narrative that supports their legal interpretation of the events. Generally, a sequence is given. In civil trials like this one, the plaintiff presents the first closing arguments, Ellis's team, or silly, followed by the defense, Cardi B's lawyer, who rebuts and challenges the allegation. Thank you, Tinkatude. I'm glad you're here. Only reason she's doing what she's doing is because Cardi B's name is Cardi B. Yep. And she wants and needs the money, honey. She probably didn't get enough in the car accident lawsuit, so she's going after her. Then the lawyers must stick to the evidence presented in court, which did not happen on the suing side. The plaintiff actually had evidence that they put in there, and they ended up. The judge had to end up telling the attorneys that telling the jury. I am in live. Okay. Telling the jury that they had to ignore that evidence because it wasn't presented in trial. Oh, you're good, Tinkatude. This has been a day. I'm reeling over a $125 bill that I shouldn't have had to pay. Let's see. So the lawyers must stick to the evidence in their closing arguments that was actually presented in court. No new facts or personal opinions can be given. They must avoid things like, I believe the witness, or introducing outside information. The clear theme and the structure is important. It's concise and emotional timeline, verbal misunderstanding, privacy invaded, or unfounded trauma helps stick in the juror's mind. So they can say those things. They address the weak part of their case head on, appreciate the other side's arguments, neutralizes them before they are used against you. They connect the law to the evidence, showing how testimony, demeanor, and the facts meet legal standards, i.e., No physical contact, thus no assault. Oh, that pissed me off. I'm going to call them and say, hey, nobody asked me if I wanted a contact exam. I did one last year. I'm not wearing contacts now. The doctor talked to me about it. She said she was going to do this. She didn't. Nobody asked me. And then they charged me for it. Yeah, I'm not happy. $125 I didn't have. Now I really don't have. Get back in my happy place with you guys. So they connect the law with the evidence. They show how the testimony, demeanor, and the facts meet the legal standards. Like I said, no physical contact, so no assault happened. The delivery is important. The tone, the pacing, and the presentation, especially in the high visibility trials, can be very persuasive. I'm going to contact the doctor directly and say, look, when I came in, nobody asked, are we going to do an eye exam with the contact or just the eye exam? Because I don't own contacts. I tried them. They didn't have any that we could find to work for me. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. So what was important to look for in the closing for the plaintiff will likely be the emphasis alleged on the physical harm, the emotional trauma, and why Cardi B's testimony is incredible. So in order for them to win, they're going to really have to attack the credibility of Cardi B. Cardi B's defense are probably going to have to highlight the lack of evidence, the credibility of the account in and of itself, the emotional state of pregnancy, and the witness, Tierra Malcolm's corroboration. I mean, she's the one, I think, who got the scratch on the face that bled, and she used alcohol to clean it and let it go. So on the plaintiff's side, they said that it was unprovoked attack, lasting harm. And on the defendant's side, verbal confrontation, exaggerated claim, and no physical contact. So, yeah. Hey, 80s music man, how are you? Hey, Tinkitude. Well, I'm gonna calm down and call them tomorrow and tell them that, you know what, they were going to order me a pair of contacts to try. And I thought, the doctor didn't say, well, we're going to charge you, or you want to do this because it's going to cost $125. I got pissed last time because we could not get, I really prefer contacts right now in my lifestyle, but my lenses alone last year were just under $600. They're now $1,000. I am in bifocals. My frames were $800, but these are like the year 3 on the frames. I'm just riveting at the cost of all this and how it's gone up. And I had insurance, and the insurance would pay for a basic contact lens, which I understand. And they're thick, heavy glass. They're not the specialty stuff, which is fine. I would take it. And then the frames were $200 towards the frames. And so I'm like, no, I think I'm going to go elsewhere and look for lenses and frames. Oh, I'm so pissed. So pissed off. I really am. But it is what it is. I mean, I don't even make $125 every month doing this. It just pisses me off. We do. That's one of the places I'm going to go look. I already have the frames. I just need lenses. I expected to spend about another $500-600 on lenses, and the insurance I think it was like $250-300 towards the lenses. I'm like, if I have to stay in these, I can, but my prescription's changed a lot. She goes, you're pushing trifocals I might even want to put you in them, but I can't afford those. Yeah. I mean, and then I had to go pick up my rheumatoid arthritis medicine, which I pay a couple $100 a month for. It is what it is. It is life. There are worse things out there right now. I have to figure this out. But it's just when you go in not expecting to pay something and then they go, okay. Anyway. It'll be okay. It always works out. So on this Cardi B trial, oh yeah. And I don't understand how a progressive lens can go from $500 to $600 one year to over $1,000. It was $1,080 in next year. And it's not so much that the prescription itself increases cost the price. She said the glass, the lens itself has gone up that much. I don't know. I'm going to call and talk to my mom and see where she gets her glasses and talk to them and because I know she just got some glasses and I'm going to find out if hers increased that much because I know her prescription changed. And yeah, for 1 year, if you can wear contacts, I can get contacts for a year for $785 for contacts. Why am I getting all this? So, yeah. June, I see that you posted something. It just hit me, but it's not showing up in Discord. So did you just do something in Discord, June? Because I'm getting all these alerts. But it's not showing up on the computer. Ohio. Oh, I see what you're doing. Oh, you're doing it? Oh my gosh, you are so freaking amazing. I got to find it now. Where did you put it? Are you working on the state law thing? Oh, you are. Oh my God, you're so awesome. You're awesome, boo. Oh, hi. Oh. Why is Alicia? Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you're doing. You are so amazing. I do need to get the Texas law. We're working on something cool. Yes, but my question is, will they take they may not take my insurance. Yeah, I know. I know, boo. Yeah. It's frustrating. Home. We're still waiting for Cardi B. We're still waiting on Cardi B. And they said 1:30 their time, right? 2:30, 3:30. It's 4:00. Why are we still waiting? I will look into all of this, guys. Well, when I went in and it said you get lenses. Okay. So, but it's only so much. And I figured the very basic of lenses, they would pay, it would cover 100% in the bifocal. And I can get a frame for $200. And then she goes, but then there's the protective coating or whatever. It's 100 and something. And I'm like, I'm upset with the protective coating because this gets rid of the glare because, I mean, it does. But it scratches so easy. So easy. And she goes, well, it should be scratch resistant. And I said, but it ain't. I clean with the cloth only that I got from them. And I use their spray to clean with. And they scratched. I'm like, So I think what I'll do is I'll give it some time. I'll get my calm on. I will contact the manager and let them know how I'm feeling, and see if I can get that refunded. But if the contact lens that they are going to get for me to try, what are you doing? You better not go potty. My cat's wigging out. So anyway, the contact lens, if it actually works this time, because last time, boo, they didn't work. The distant was fine, but the close up was like way out of focus. If I can get a contact lens that would work, then I would think what I would do is wear contact lenses and then just use these because I can still see with them. They're off, but I can still see good enough that I would do the contact lenses. Because multiple reasons. Number one is having this earpiece with hearing aids all the time is very, very, it's painful. It's very tender all the time back there. So, but I never really wore contacts. So are contacts worth it? Are there any contact wearers out there that want to share with me? Talk to me about contacts. I don't know anything about contacts, but I want to try them. I do know that. I do know I want to try them. I mean, are they worth it? Tell me yes or no. Tell me yes or no. Because that would be cool to know. Let's look into I want to do a recap of the Donna Adelson. Today was an interesting day with Donna Adelson. Didn't turn out the way I thought it would. I got to get it pulled up. Mr. Nightbot, you're being real busy today. So today in the Donna Adelson trial, quit doing what I don't want you to do. Thank you. The defense finally took the stand. The defense began presenting its side, calling its first witness to the stand as the trial reconvened after this holiday weekend. The court is in the 10th day of proceedings after the start of testimony from the defense. Donna Adelson, just give us a little background. Donna Adelson, age 75, faces charges of first-degree redrum, conspiracy, soliciting in the connection with the 2014 unaliving of ex-son-in-law law professor Dan Markel. Prosecutors allege the bitter custody dispute motivated his redrum for hire plot. They were going to pay $100,000 for the redruming of this man. I think it's funny what people put on the price of somebody's life. I mean, really, I can't believe that's what they paid out for that. And then, so trial did start August 19th. So today was a big shift in the trial today, and it was definitely felt. The defense officially presented his case, calling the first witness after the prosecution rests. The transition follows nearly 10 days of proceedings. So I thought I pulled it up. Okay, so we had multiple witnesses today, by the way. Anne Elizabeth Cunningham, close friend of Donna and Harvey Adelson since 2009, took the stand as the very first witness in the defense's case in chief. She was called to speak about Donna's demeanor around the time of the Red Room of their son-in-law Charlie, around the Red Room and her son Charles' conviction. The defense counsel asked her to describe Donna's emotional state, to which she said, "I was called and Donna was quite hysterical." Ron Gutterson, and by the way, Cunningham came back to the stand later. It was kind of interesting. Ron Gutterson, Cunningham's lifelong partner. Well, she was married before him and he died and he had a divorce. So this is her partner, as she called him, not married. They were and high school friend of Harvey Adelson. So Ron Gutterson and Harvey Adelson went to high school together. He provided context on Donna's behavior and state of mind through a long-standing relationship with the family. Kelsey Guay, a digital forensic expert, was next. She testified on matters related to the electronic evidence, like the recovery data and the analysis.
We're going to resume the defense closing argument.
We're resuming. We'll finish this later.
So picking up where I left off, Cardi testified in this courtroom that the whole encounter was maybe 45 seconds, less than a minute. Counsel has urged, and I'll get back to this as well, that she didn't see what happened before, but if you add her and compare her estimates with those of Tierra and Dr. Finke, who said that it lasted about 45 seconds, it's clear that they came out right at the beginning. Now, Cardi also testified in front of you and under oath that she never spit on plaintiff. She never struck or cut plaintiff. She never touched plaintiff's face. She never used the N-word. She never threatened to get plaintiff fired. Cardi also testified that she is in fact left-handed, and we've talked already about how that undercuts Dr. Monica's theory that a right-handed person caused the claimed scar. Cardi testified that she didn't have any 3-inch nails at the time of this incident in February of 2018. She also testified that she was in Los Angeles. She lives back east, and she was in Los Angeles for the NBA All-Stars weekend in 2018. And we put into evidence a photograph of Cardi to prove that her fingernails were an inch or less. It's a photograph that she testified was taken at the NBA All-Star weekend. And you heard counsel earlier say that Cardi testified that photograph was taken on the same day of the alleged incident, on February 24th. That's absolutely untrue. She did not testify to that. If you are unclear, the record can be read back to you, but I expect that you were here and heard Cardi testify that she was here for a week or so and kept the same fingernails this entire time, and that includes February 24th. The assertion by counsel that she testified to something she did not, in fact, testify to is something that Your Honor that the judge had already indicated is something you should disregard. Now, she testified that the nails she was wearing while she was in Los Angeles were coffin square and not pointy. That was a new one on me. Apparently, coffin square means the shape and the square, and it can't cut anything. She also confirmed and testified that the rhinestone images were flat. They were not pointy, and they had no sharp edges. Apparently, you can get little rhinestones either as little decals on fingerprints or as rhinestones themselves. I'm not like Dr. Finke, a fingernail expert, so I won't talk about that. But the point is, rhinestones can appear on a fingernail, a decorated fingernail, either as three-dimensional or as flat, which of course flat can't cut anything. And she testified, as did Dr. Finke, well, excuse me, I misspoke. She testified that they were flat. Dr. Finke, counsel had said, testified that they were sharp. He actually testified he didn't know whether they were sharp or flat. It is very important, actually, also that while plaintiff's testimony about what happened is uncorroborated, she called no witnesses who were actually there. Cardi actually did have two witnesses. And we'll get back to that. I do want to mention something that plaintiff's counsel raised, which is there's testimony from Cardi that as plaintiff advanced towards her swearing and pushing her back, that their chests touched. And counsel told you that that's an assault right there. That's client wins. Well, there's a couple of problems with that. Just touching chests like that is not an assault. And if it is an assault, it's an assault by plaintiff on Cardi. Cardi was being pushed back. That's the testimony from all both of the witnesses and Cardi herself. But I should mention, just in case you want to know, there is an instruction in the jury instructions that deals with the defense of self-defense. Counsel said that that is inapplicable here because Cardi denies that she touched anyone or had to act in self-defense or that she cut plaintiff. The point he's overlooking is that is up to you. You've heard the evidence. We think it's overwhelming that Cardi did not touch plaintiff at any point in time and did not touch this magic appearing, disappearing scar. But we have to be careful as lawyers. So we've included a self-defense, a defense of self-defense, which means that if you were to find that Cardi did touch plaintiff or that somehow a chest-to-chest caused by plaintiff is an assault by Cardi, which we dispute strongly, there is an instruction that the judge has given you that self-defense applies if a person reasonably believes that another person was going to harm her or him, and the person uses only the amount of force reasonably necessary for protection. I think there can be no doubt that Cardi was faced with someone bigger than her who was trying to hurt her. We know that from both Cardi's testimony, Tiara's testimony, Tiara Malcolm, and I believe also Dr. Finke. But let's talk about Ms. Malcolm. Tiara Malcolm, we called her as a witness, so we'll add her there. And she is one of the four people who were in the hallway, and she testified as an eyewitness, and she has no axe to grind. She's not a friend of plaintiff. She's not a friend of Cardi. She doesn't work for Cardi. They never met before. And so, again, she's an independent third-party witness. She testified that she was Dr. Finke's receptionist and expecting Cardi for a secret appointment. As a receptionist, she was near the front door. That's why she got out first before Dr. Finke, whose office was in the back. She testified it was a Saturday and all the other offices in the building were closed. And they closed early because, quote, they didn't want anyone there when Cardi arrived. When Ms. Malcolm, she testified that when she heard yelling, she immediately ran out. She's near the door. There's nothing she really could have missed once the yelling started. A defendant's counsel has argued that, again, that she wasn't there in the beginning, but we know from her testimony that she was near the door, immediately ran out when she heard yelling. Now we have a visual rendering based on plaintiff's own photograph of the hallway outside the doctor's office and based on the testimony and Cardi of Ms. Malcolm. This shows how far, you see the elevator bank and you see the doors that are depicted in the photograph that plaintiff showed you, plaintiff's counsel showed you. And where did they end up? They ended up in that corner. That's how far this demonstrates, based on the testimony and evidence in this case, how far plaintiff forced Cardi B backwards and into the corner that Tiara Malcolm saw her when Tiara opened the door into the hallway. Ms. Malcolm specifically testified that when she opened the door, she saw that plaintiff had Cardi against the corner. Ms. Malcolm testified that she said, "What are you doing? You're at work. Go back to your post." And that the plaintiff just refused. She was going after Cardi. She was yelling, screaming. Ms. Malcolm testified that she got between them with Cardi behind her and with Ms. Malcolm facing plaintiff. The evidence is that at that point, Ms. Malcolm testified that plaintiff was swinging at Cardi, who was behind Ms. Malcolm. That's what she testified to. Now, Ms. Malcolm didn't realize at first that she was hit. She went after Dr. Finke came out and tried to deal with the plaintiff. Ms. Malcolm took Cardi into the office, and someone else at the office, this is what she testified, what Ms. Malcolm testified to, someone else at the office said, "What happened to your head?" That's when she found out. In all the brouhaha, she did not realize with Cardi behind her and plaintiff in front of her swinging away, Ms. Malcolm did not realize that she had been hit. Now, counsel told you in his opening statement that Ms. Malcolm didn't know she was hit. She knew she was hit. She went back to the office and she saw the scratch on her own head. Counsel has argued
Your
that.
Honor, I would object to him referring to counsel. We'll talk about facts, not counsel.
Plaintiff's counsel has argued to you that Ms. Malcolm didn't know who hit her. Okay, and he dwelled on that a lot in his cross-examination of Ms. Malcolm. And with all the things flying, with all of plaintiff's hands flying in the air, what Ms. Malcolm explained is her back was to Cardi. Ms. Malcolm specifically testified she did not see Cardi's hands go in front of her, go by Ms. Malcolm's head. But she did see plaintiff flailing away trying to get to Cardi. That's why she concludes that it was plaintiff who hit her. And it only makes sense. Cardi was behind Ms. Malcolm, and Ms. Malcolm was hit in the forehead, face to face with plaintiff. Again, I apologize for the language, but it's important that you hear this. Ms. Malcolm also heard plaintiff, who was almost double the size of Cardi, expressly threaten in no uncertain terms to harm Cardi. Quote, "I will F your shit up." That's what Tiara Malcolm testified to. She heard plaintiff threaten Cardi. That's an express threat. If anyone was being assaulted by threats of immediate offensive contact, it was Cardi who was being assaulted by plaintiff. Ms. Malcolm testified that while Cardi was behind her and Ms. Malcolm was face to face with plaintiff, Ms. Malcolm did not see any scratches or cuts on plaintiff's face, any blood on plaintiff's face, any injury at all on plaintiff's face, or any spit or spittle on plaintiff's face. Ms. Malcolm also testified that Dr. Finke came out of the office into the hallway and tried to get plaintiff to stop and leave. Ms. Malcolm then got Cardi into the doctor's office. She testified that throughout this, plaintiff had her phone in her hand. I want to repeat that since she testified here that she was using earphones. We've got another witness who says plaintiff was standing there, flailing away with her phone in her hand. Now, Ms. Malcolm also testified, and I know this gets a little bit repetitive, but it's important you remember this testimony and you take it into account when you deliberate. Ms. Malcolm also testified that Cardi did not hit plaintiff, that Cardi did not cut plaintiff with her fingernails, that Cardi did not use the N-word. Ms. Malcolm testified with Cardi behind her, almost touching her back. She did not see or feel Cardi swing at plaintiff. They didn't touch each other, although counsel asked what about chest to chest, and Ms. Malcolm testified, which seems truthfully, when plaintiff had Cardi in a corner, Malcolm could not tell if their chests were touching. That's because she's behind them. She's coming out of the office door. Ms. Malcolm also testified that a few months later, plaintiff asked Ms. Malcolm to help her go after Cardi. Now, if you remember, counsel for plaintiff elicited testimony from plaintiff that she never really intended to sue Cardi. She never intended to go after Cardi. But that's not what Ms. Malcolm says. Ms. Plaintiff was trying to elicit witnesses to support a claim against Cardi. And Ms. Malcolm said, thank you, but no thank you. And she did that because she felt the plaintiff was at fault and, quote, she handled everything unprofessionally, close quote. Now, we also called Dr. Finke. He too was there the day of the incident, and he too has no axe to grind. He is not her regular doctor and never has been. He saw her at one occasion on February 24, 2018, when Cardi was here for work for the NBA All-Star Weekend and was concerned. She was pregnant. She wanted to see an obstetrician, and an appointment was made. He is a completely disinterested third-party witness with no axe to grind. Now, Dr. Finke, like Cardi and like Tiara Malcolm, testified that plaintiff, well, first of all, he testified his office was at the back of the suite. He heard yelling and he immediately ran to the front. Okay, so he gets there very quickly too. And he just has a little bit more distance to cover. And he testified, like Cardi and like Ms. Malcolm, that plaintiff had her cell phone in her hand. He saw plaintiff trying to hit Cardi. He saw poor Ms. Malcolm in the middle. And by the way, do you remember in the opening, counsel for plaintiff said, well, Ms. Malcolm threw herself into the fight. If she gets hit, she gets hit. That's what happens when you try to help. I mean, really? I mean, she's a doctor's receptionist. She sees a patient coming there for a secret appointment, a pregnant patient. She tries to stop a security guard who's got the patient cornered in the hallway. And that's like, she asked for it? Is that really the answer? Dr. Finke also testified that Ms. Ellis had scratched Ms. Ellis, plaintiff had scratched Malcolm's head. If you remember, the evidence is that Tiara Malcolm did not realize she was scratched until someone else in the office, the doctor's office, pointed it out. And also that Dr. Finke, once he got plaintiff to leave, which he refused to do, that he went back into the office. So he had a chance to see her at that point. That supports his testimony that he saw the scratch on Malcolm, not on plaintiff. Dr. Finke also testified that he told plaintiff, do your job, you're a security guard. But plaintiff kept yelling and she refused to leave. Kept yelling at them, kept yelling at Cardi. Now, while Dr. Finke tried to get plaintiff to leave, he was face to face with her. He testified they were within a foot of each other. And he testified he saw no cuts or scratches to plaintiff's face. He saw no blood on her face. Despite the fact that he testified that a cut on one's face bleeds more than a cut on any part of the body. This woman claims that she was cut in that encounter, but no one has testified that she had blood in her face. In fact, she testified she doesn't know if she had blood on her face from a scratch that has supposedly ruined her life. He also testified that he saw no spit or spittle on her. He also heard, he was there when plaintiff expressly threatened harm to Cardi by saying, I will F your S up. Now, Finke testified that Cardi did not spit on plaintiff or anyone else, did not take a swing at plaintiff, did not hit plaintiff, did not cut or scratch plaintiff, did not threaten to get plaintiff fired, did not use the N-word, and did not call plaintiff fat or poor. Dr. Finke also testified that once Cardi was safe in his office, he examined her in an examining room, and she did not have 3-inch fingernails. Now, in an interesting term, that was a surprise to me as well. He said he actually notices his patient's fingernails because it's a way of calming them down. It's a way of lightening the mood in the examination. So he's seen a lot of fingernails. And he looked at hers, and hers were not 3 inches. there were allegations, and you've heard little bits of it, that Cardi supposedly got plaintiff fired. Actually, Dr. Finke said it was him. He told his administrator, his practice administrator, that this was outrageous, and based on the conduct he saw, plaintiff had to go. Cardi did not make a complaint. Cardi is not the reason that plaintiff got fired. Plaintiff is the reason that plaintiff got fired. Our evidence also included plaintiff's February 24, 2018 incident report. Plaintiff was asked in discovery, and we read some of that to you, which are formal written requests for documents or information, sworn under oath by plaintiff in this case. We asked for documents relating to the incident, emails relating to the incident. She never produced her incident report. We had to subpoena it from Ally. That's how we got it. We didn't get it from her. She claimed it didn't exist. Once again, common sense. There's something wrong there. We had to serve a subpoena on Ally, who produced a copy of the incident report, and we relied on that incident report because of plaintiff's inconsistencies and admissions. Now, it contains a lot of her accusations, and we believe the evidence is clear that they are false, but it also includes some interesting statements by plaintiff. And this is 2 days after the February 24, 2018 incident. Plaintiff, who testified, if you remember, that incident reports are very important. And she testified, and in the incident report, she told her supervisor that plaintiff, that Cardi had scratched plaintiff's nose. Not cheek, nose. 2 days after the incident, when she's blaming all of this on Cardi, which I think it's safe to assume that she was improperly doing so, given all the evidence we've heard. Plaintiff told her supervisor 2 days later, Cardi, with 3-inch nails, the evidence is against that as well, scratched plaintiff's nose. Nothing about a cheek. And again, a nose is not a cheek. They're different. This raises 2 points, really. Plaintiff's first statement that Cardi scratched her nose is directly contrary to plaintiff's sworn testimony here that Cardi scratched her cheek. Okay. So if we accept that, then the statement that she put in her report is clearly false. Because she's now saying, and she's been saying for a couple of years, no, it wasn't my nose, it was my cheek. Second, plaintiff admits that her nose was not scratched. So this is a very important document because it confirms that she made false statements about the incident. At a minimum, she made the false statement that Cardi had scratched her nose. This statement, this incident report that she said is very important, also apologized to Ally and the building owner, quote, for behaving the way I did. Okay. Why would she apologize to them if she was attacked? Why is it something that she would apologize for? Again, common sense. She was apologizing because of the way she was behaving. She's apologizing to them
I'll be at the
for
shop.
her professional misconduct. She's apologizing to them for attacking a medical patient who's trying to go in for a medical exam. Can I have a little bit of extra time since council got extra time?
I don't know that he did, but please figure out.
Okay. I'm going to do this a little bit faster, and I apologize. We also called Nicole McKenzie. Nicole McKenzie is an interesting person because she's a psychologist, a workers' comp psychologist, and plaintiff called her too. It's baffling why he did, because all of her testimony only helped Cardi. First of all, no one called Dr. McKenzie as a psych witness. There were no psych witness questions. We called her because what plaintiff told Dr. McKenzie in April of 2018, just 2 months later, is directly contrary to what she's been saying. Ms. McKenna testified that let me rephrase this because I'm trying to cut some of this out. Ms. McKenzie, who you may remember, testified in this case that everything that she was saying was what plaintiff had told her. And she testified that when Dr. McKenzie did the evaluation, plaintiff made no mention of being scratched, cut, or even touched by Cardi. She actually said Cardi, quote, almost, close quote, touched her. Almost is not touching. Plaintiff has offered no explanation as to why she told Dr. McKenzie Cardi almost touched her. Ms. McKenzie also testified that in doing her evaluation, she would note any physical symptoms. And she confirmed that plaintiff identified no physical symptoms 2 months after she supposedly got cut in this incident. In response to one or more of the jurors' questions, the judge elicited the response from Dr. McKenzie that it was her standard practice that even if someone came to her just for a psychological examination, that she would also note any physical symptoms that were reported, and also that if she saw the patient and saw, if they've got a cut or a scrape or a bruise or whatever, she'd note that as well in the report. And none of that was noted because none of it existed. We also asked plaintiff about her Kaiser medical records. At this point, I'll just mention that she testified and admitted that out of 161 pages of medical records over 2 years, there was no mention of any cuts, scratches, anxiety, PTSD, or anything else. Counsel noted that we called Dr. Rosenberg, who is a lifetime board-certified medical doctor who specializes in psychiatry. He has impeccable credentials and decades of experience. He, by the way, does not work on a lien basis. He does not work, we paid him, he does not work on a lien basis. So he doesn't have the same incentive that Dr. Mulliken has to spin his story. Dr. Rosenberg wasn't asked to diagnose any psychiatric conditions that plaintiff has. So in his report, he specifically said no diagnosis. But he did come to conclusions, okay, which is different than a diagnosis. And what he did was he had a 6-hour recorded interview of her, and he had her take a gold standard test of 335 questions. And what he learned from the test was that she claimed symptoms, different symptoms, and so many symptoms that only 2 out of 1 billion people in the world have those symptoms.
That doesn't compute to me.
That there were inconsistencies with her story. We talked about the McKenzie analysis, in fact, that the plaintiff didn't mention any problems or physical injuries to Dr. McKenzie. We've talked about the initial incident report, which says a scratch on the nose, but not a scratch on the nose. So with all these different inconsistencies, that went into his analysis as well. Now, he also considered that in the Kaiser medical records, there's no indication of any of those injuries. And counsel, for some reason, focuses on vaginal discharge to say, well, if you're going for that, you're not going to mention a cut or scrape. But that's not what Dr. Rosenberg testified to. He testified that in April 2022, plaintiff went into Kaiser for a complete history and physical, and plaintiff specifically in questioning denied any kind of mental health issues, including anxiety or sleep problems. In April 2023, she went in again, and for hand pain that time, and she was specifically asked, Dr. Rosenberg said that's what Kaiser does. They ask you about everything, just noted in the records. And she was asked, but again, reported no emotional problems and did not request mental health assistance. I should also mention this claim about PTSD. Dr. Rosenberg testified that you can't, quote unquote, an argument or an unpleasant interpersonal interaction isn't a trauma and can't lead to PTSD. The claim of PTSD is frankly an offense to those people who actually have it. She had a 45-second argument. She was fired. That is not what gives you post-traumatic stress syndrome. And we know that because we've heard it from a licensed psychiatrist who did all those tests and interviewed her for 6 hours. I should mention that Dr. Mulliken is a plastic surgeon. He's not a psychiatrist. So Dr. Mulliken couldn't and didn't rebut Dr. Rosenberg's conclusion that plaintiff is feigning. Counsel said, well, why didn't the defendants call a plastic surgeon expert? Because we don't see a scar. To call someone to say, can you examine this person? Do they have a scar? You can look at the photograph. Why would we call a plastic surgeon? Conversely, though, they want to prove that plaintiff had psychological injuries. Why didn't they call a psychiatrist? Let's talk a little bit about plaintiff's shifting stories. First of all, plaintiff alleges that Cardi spit on her. It's a disgusting allegation, of course, and I hate to even mention it. And everyone else says it didn't happen. But for her part, plaintiff also hasn't gotten her story straight. If you remember, last Monday she testified in her February 26, 2018 incident report. Plaintiff told her supervisor that Cardi spit on her before people came out of the doctor's office. But at her deposition, plaintiff testified that Cardi spit on her after they came out. She can't get her story straight. That's that simple. Counsel has referred to spittle. And so what he's basically backed off of is initially it was a terrible spitting at her client. Now it's, well, maybe it was an accidental spittle, say it, don't spray it kind of thing from junior high school. There's no evidence that happened, but it's also not an assault. It's also, when you look at the jury instructions, you'll see that an assault requires intentional conduct, intentional battery. Accidentally, spraying a little bit of spittle when you're arguing, that is not an assault, and there's no evidence that it even happened. Plaintiff also is strikingly inconsistent regarding her claim that Cardi touched her. We'll go through this quickly. We talked about in the February 26, 2018 incident report, supposedly Cardi scratched plaintiff's nose. In April of 2018, plaintiff told Dr. McKenzie that Cardi almost touched her. In sworn responses in discovery in this case, plaintiff stated under oath that Cardi viciously beat plaintiff about the head, face, and body. You haven't heard that, in this trial. No one said that occurred. In her deposition, plaintiff stated under oath that Cardi struck her on her nose and cheek, and plaintiff acted out Cardi jabbing plaintiff's face with an outstretched index finger, which is directly contrary to, and you saw that videotape of that, it's directly contrary to what Dr. Mulliken testified he thought happened.
Objection, Your Honor. We're going about over an hour now.
What's your objection?
That we agreed to 1 hour.
Okay, Counsel, why don't you wrap it up?
Can I have 3 minutes?
Just wrap it up.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's more to talk about, but I've got to go. Ultimately, this case comes down to what happened in a minute in a medical building hallway. And to believe plaintiff, you would have to disbelieve Cardi, you would have to disbelieve Ms. Malcolm, you would have to disbelieve Dr. Finke, and you would have to ignore all of plaintiff's contradictory statements, including whether she had a cell phone, whether she had an earpiece, all that stuff. This is not a difficult case. It is not a close case. Plaintiff has the burden of proof, and the evidence is overwhelming in Cardi's favor. Plaintiff has not met her burden of proof. And plaintiff's demand for whether it's the $24 million that was testified to at trial or the $250,000 plus that you heard today makes no sense. She suffered no injury. Cardi did not do anything wrong except try to protect her baby and get to a doctor. The court will provide you with a verdict form, and we urge you that the evidence and common sense require that you answer questions 1 to 2 is no. That will skip you over to section D. We ask that you answer question 5 no. That will skip you over to section C. We ask that you answer question 8 no, which will skip you to section D. We ask that you answer question 12 no, which is then the end of the verdict, and you can have the foreperson sign it. I also want to note that for each of these questions, as the judge previously told you, 9 people do not have to agree. You can have 9 people agree on one, a different group of 9 people on another. And we ultimately, we thank you for your time, for your consideration, and you know how we wish you roll. So thank you.
All right, and folks, as we indicated, plaintiff gets the first and last word, so time for a rebuttal case for plaintiff.
Yeah, so now the plaintiff gets to go again. So now we get to hear from them all over again.
I said a lot of things this morning, and I basically don't want to repeat.
Oh,
The main point that I want to highlight, which what counsel has brought up, is the incident report. In the incident report, Ms. Imani Ellis tells her supervisor that the defendant put her fingernail into her face. You will see that. Into her face and scratched her nose. She caused damage to her face. It was a physical contact.
whoa, whoa, stop. You just said nose when the scratch that was removed by microneedling was on her cheek. Get your story straight, boo.
I never brought up the word spittle. I don't know what that exactly means, but in either event, Imani Ellis, who was there, who was a witness to this incident, testified that the defendant spit on her, actually spit on her, which is an assault and a battery. Everybody gets an attorney. Everyone gets to have an attorney. Even Cardi B gets to have an attorney. All of these comments and all of these
Don't be jealous, boo.
Are smoke and mirrors to hide up the truth. Bottom line is, Miss Imani Ellis, who was there, testified multiple times. She never did anything wrong in her life. She was a model citizen, good person, and she basically was doing her job as a security guard. And the defendant refused to cooperate, caused a disturbance, physically assaulted and battered her, spit on her, took a swing at her, and ultimately a couple of witnesses came after the fact, and they were not witnesses to the entire incident. The entire incident really took place between Imani Ellis and Cardi B, and it really is going to come down to who do you believe? Who do you believe? Are you going to believe Imani Ellis, who was a security guard, who did her job, who was there, who never had any problems of any kind? Or are you going to listen to somebody who's yelling and screaming, has anger management problems?
Objection.
Got angry on that day. There's no question. She admitted it. She said she was angry. She got angry. She attacked the plaintiff. She spit on her. She used the N-word, disrespectful. She took a swing at her. She did everything possible to cause her so much emotional anguish and try to get a reaction out of her. I don't know how it was that Imani Ellis was able to contain herself, maybe because she is so peaceful. You heard lots and lots of testimony about how she was peaceful. The issue with Dr. Mullican, at some point I did ask Dr. Mullican, could this scratch, could this cut have been done by someone who's left-handed or right-handed? At the end, he was very clear. You can ask the testimony to be read back to you. He said it could be done by either a right-handed person or a left-handed person, either one. And when we had Cardi B on the stand, she said she was disabled because she was pregnant, but at the end of the day, she wasn't disabled with her hands, and you can cut someone with either hand, both hands. Go to the bench press, both hands. Anything can happen with both hands. This is not somebody who was taking a swing with a basket. In baseball, you must use the correct. No, this injury could happen with the right hand or left hand, and Dr. Melka clarified that and said it could happen with either hand. Again, the evidence that needs to be brought forth needs to be proven by a preponderance of the evidence. We don't have to prove 100%. We have to prove a featherweight more than 50%. In this case, we have given you so much different evidence from different people, which was Imani Ellis, her grandmother, her mother, and all of the medical records. We have a plastic surgeon who came here and explained everything. You now have the case before you where you can now determine what you feel Imani Ellis should receive to make her whole. And counsel brought up some points to try to maybe muddy the waters in a sense and try to change what really happened here. At the end of the day, we have overwhelming evidence that Imani Ellis was assaulted and battered, and we thank you for your service.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation of evidence and argument. You're now going to be shown to the jury room. We do have a hard stop at 4:30, and by no means would I suggest that you should try and rush to be done by then. You do need to deliberate and consider all of the evidence before answering the questions on the jury form. And so if indeed it takes you longer than 4:30 today, then we will need to come back tomorrow. If you want to take a break, you can take a break, but you all need to be back together in the jury room. So please do not deliberate until all of you are back together. To the extent that we do come back tomorrow, if you want to bring snacks or anything like that, that's fine. We can discuss that a little bit later. But for now, can I have Cynthia swear in Vanessa, please?
Y'all, come on, get in there and get it done.
Please raise your right hand.
She's guilty as hell.
You swear that you will take charge of the jury and keep them together, that you will not communicate with them yourself, nor allow
I'll be right
anyone
back.
else
I'm going to take a quick restroom break.
connected with the case, except on order of the court. And when they have agreed upon a verdict, you will return them into the court, so help you God.
I do.
And do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of the alternate juror and keep her apart from the jury while they deliberate on the cause until otherwise instructed by the court, so help you God?
I do.
May I please have you state your first and last name for the record?
Vanessa Garcia?
Thank you.
Vanessa?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to the juror, the alternate, before she closes.
Grab your pens, notebooks, and personal items, and we're going to go ahead and head into the jury room. Your number 8 can you come over. Your number 7 can you come up. And my alternate, if you could just stay in your seat. Thank you.
Counsel, do you see that the door's closed? There it is. Okay. All right, we're still on the record outside the presence of the jury. We do have the alternate number 1 here. Ma'am, on Wednesday, did you have any conversations with any of the witnesses? Were you sitting? Yeah, you.
Me?
Yes. Were you outside? Did you sit next to the plaintiff's grandmother on Wednesday?
The grandmother?
Correct.
I can't remember, but I did sit once, at least once.
Did you have a conversation with her?
I don't remember what I said, if I did.
Okay, so she didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything about this.
Nothing about the trial.
No.
Okay, very good.
Not at all.
Vanessa's
God
going to
only knows.
excuse you to the jury room. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
I'll take your notebook.
Thank you.
And then I'll take your.
Hello, it's Bridget. She will be paying damages, but it may not be the 24 million that's being sued for.
And just for the party's information, they were seen, they had some kind of conversation, may have been innocent, I just wanted to rule out an improper contact. If you could please either stay close or give a cell phone number to Cynthia. Just please stay within a couple minutes in case we get any questions from the jury or if we get a verdict. Yes.
So I do want to put something on the record, but not about counsel.
Okay.
I think it's important. I think this court has a duty to
to handle the situation, which is what happened. During the lunch hour, Cardi B went outside and threw something at one of the news reporters. I have it on video.
What?
She's been staring at my clients, all three of them, trying to intimidate them. I think it's unfair, and it's they feel scared. They feel scared about what she may do to them because of what she did to that court reporter, which I have on video.
To the court reporter?
I'm sorry, to one of the news reporters. She threw an item at the news reporter physically in front of this courthouse on court property outside this.
Whoa, shit!
I would ask that she be admonished and be told not to handle herself in this way and not to look at my clients anymore.
All right, so the court can't make any orders for conduct that the court didn't witness.
I can show the court the video.
Well, I still haven't witnessed it. To the extent I think it appropriate that the parties be. I don't think it's appropriate for anyone to.
That's interesting. What did I lose?
Either threatening anyone or even by way of staring at someone. People can take offense to that. So please continue that courteously with each other.
May I just add one thing?
Sure.
I've been sitting here throughout the whole trial. Plaintiff has never looked this way, so I don't know what she's talking about.
Okay.
Second, plaintiff is halfway between Cardi and the jury box and the witness. I have never seen Cardi do anything else other than watch. Sometimes she, in response to the witness, may like wonder like what. But I have not seen anything that plaintiff's counsel has claimed.
Okay. All right. And we do have extra security here just in case there's any kind of issue. All right. All right. Stay close. Rob.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Wow. Dude, put the video up on social media. We want to see the video. Hi, Joe Schmo. How are you doing, Bo? My son got this cereal. It's regular cereal. It's got oat. It's got sliced almonds. I didn't think I was going to like it. It's good, y'all.
Over and over and over again, and all the jury sees is me objecting.
Wow. I don't know. Let me look on my feed and see if it's showing up, like doing what it looks like it's doing on this end. There have been a lot of new changes. Nope, it's smooth on this end. Okay, it's only on my end. It is. StreamYard is adding some new features, which I'm really liking. One of which is the ability to move things around in the back office, but for me to move my logo from left to right corner. I wish I could put it anywhere on the screen, but I do appreciate that because I really want to support Court TV and have their logo in without mine interrupting it. Also, I have my logo up. I'm going to try and have it up all the time now, and it has a little captioning. I do not give consent for anybody to stream my lives. Any portion of my life without my permission. There have been some people who've been streaming my entire live, restreaming my entire live and getting all the credit for it. I'm like, no, that's not going to work. So I put a copyright on there. You know who you are, boo. I'm really surprised I like this cereal. Good. Okay, we got some cute stuff going on. We've got some more Judge Judy. Baby Judge Judy. Let me get it. I love Baby Judge Judy. Oh, give me Baby Judge Judy any day. Yeah. What did I say the name of what is? This is a. I'll have to go look if you're asking about the cereal.
How old are you?
21. No, 22. I'm sorry, I just had a
What?
birthday. 22.
What do you do for a living?
I'm unemployed right now.
What do you do to occupy your time?
Take care of my family right now.
How do you support yourself?
Well, I actually work through temp services, but I had an injury on my leg, so I'm waiting on a call right back.
You're waiting on a call from whom?
The temp service that I work for.
How do you support yourself?
The temp service calls me when they have a job opening.
You said you're unemployed. This is your girlfriend. You have a child with your
Oh.
girlfriend. She's very pregnant again with another child. Is that right?
Yes.
You're 22, but you thought you were 21. All I want to know is, how do you support your family?
I work.
You just told me you were unemployed.
My name is in the system for temp service in Atlanta, Georgia. So when they have jobs, they call you.
Right now, you said you're unemployed. And I asked you a very simple question. When you're unemployed, you have no money because you don't have a job and you have a girlfriend. Do you work?
No, ma'am.
Who doesn't work? And how old are you?
21.
21. And you have 2 children?
Yes.
And you're expecting a third, or you
No, I'm
have
expecting a
one?
second. I have
You're
one to
expecting a second. Who do you live with?
My fiance.
Just the 3 of you?
No.
Who else?
His mom and sister.
So you live with his mother?
Yes.
So your mother supports you?
Kind of, sort of.
What do you mean, kind of, sort of?
Because if I don't have it, then my mom helps me.
Don't you realize how ridiculous this all sounds? What does your mother do for a living?
She's a teacher.
She's a teacher, so she gets up every day and goes to work.
Yeah, I was working until I split my leg.
Listen to me, Zandor. There's a certain routine of life, and I'm willing to blur the lines at the end of it, because I'm getting older. And even Bird has learned that, we were both very rigid at one point, but we both say there are shades of gray, But there are certain things that we know that if you're unemployed, don't know how to make a living, and you're living with your mother, you don't make 2 babies with somebody who is also unemployed, doesn't do anything, when you have a mother who would probably prefer that her 22 or maybe 21-year-old child, depending upon the answer to the question, move out and do his own laundry and not occupy the house and let her breathe a little bit. You have siblings?
Mm-hmm.
How many?
Yeah, I got one that lives with me.
What does he do?
No, she
She
lives at home.
Does she work?
No, she just had a baby.
So let me understand this. Your mother, the school teacher, has 2 children who do nothing but stay home and make children that she supports. I'm just trying to figure this out. Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds to me? What's more ridiculous is that the 2 of you are fighting over him. Because this is a case of an assault. As if he was some sort of a prize. Sit down.
No.
You want to tell me about this fight that you had with Miss Dancer? I
Yes.
have a complaint and a cross complaint about an assault. I have limited patience with both of you because did you know that when you started to date him, he had a girlfriend and a baby?
No, actually, I dated Mr. Nash first when I was 17 years old, when we were still in high school. So that's how I know Mr. Nash.
When did you stop dating him?
It lasted about 6 months from the summer to the winter.
Just a minute. Just give me the month and year.
Maybe about July 2014. to
That's not winter.
2014.
So you weren't dating anymore in 2014?
No.
Were you dating him in 2014?
No, ma'am.
Did you have a child with him in 2014?
ma'am.
So what were you fighting about in 2000? This fight happened in 2017, right?
Yes.
What month?
June 25th, 2017.
You hadn't had any contact with him since 2014?
I've had contact with him. My last point of contact with Zandor was the summer of 2016.
What kind of contact?
I called to say hello, and he hung up in my face.
And
that was the end of that. I just decided to leave him alone. He told me he had a girlfriend. He didn't say who.
So he hung up. So you didn't see him in 2016?
No.
Were you mad at him?
No.
Now, Did you know that Miss Arnold had contacted him in 2016?
Yes.
How did you know?
I was standing beside him when she called.
And were you annoyed?
No, I just laughed.
At what?
Her. We was friends before.
Who was friends before?
Me and Destiny.
Did you know that they had become a couple?
No.
You didn't know?
No.
Did you remain friends with her?
No. Before I contacted Xandor in 2016, we became distant. So I didn't know why.
Two of you.
Yes.
Oh, now you know why, because she was pregnant.
Or yes, she was dating my ex-boyfriend from high school.
So what?
Yeah.
Who cares? Listen to me. He's not a door prize. You got it?
Yeah.
All right. So when did this assault take place?
Yeah, it was June 25th, 2017.
Where was
it? Atlanta, Georgia, on the main street called Metropolitan Parkway.
Well, tell me what happened.
I was taking my witness and good friend, Blessing.
Yeah, the one with the attitude. Yeah, go ahead.
I was taking her home, and I hear pebbles hit my car. Next thing you know, I hear a big boom, and a brick hit my car door.
Put your hand down.
A brick hit my car door, and I stopped to pull over my car to assess my damage, and a brick came through, and it shattered my window, and the brick hit me in the face. I had to get out of my car, because at that time I couldn't drive. My face was bleeding. I have pictures of my injuries here.
Just a second. Do you have a police report?
Yes, I have a police report.
Just a second. I'd like to see the police report, because that story that you just told me is different from what was written in this complaint.
At that time.
Could I please see the police report?
Yes.
So you were bleeding in the face from being hit with either glass or a brick or something?
Yes. And I was attacked.
Well, did you see who threw the brick?
Xandor threw the brick.
Xandor?
Yes.
Did you tell that to the police?
Yes.
Who's Danelle?
That's my cousin.
Did you plead guilty to vandalizing her car?
Yes.
Did you pay restitution to have it fixed?
No, the court told me.
Don't tell me what the court told you. I asked you two questions. You pled guilty for vandalizing her car, but you didn't make restitution.
No, the court didn't give me restitution.
Why didn't you sue him?
We have an upcoming court date, but I was assaulted by Miss Dancer.
Just a second. So you have an upcoming court date with regard to him?
Yes.
Sit.
Offset is publicly bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon Diggs?
On the microphone, please.
Cardi, your court look is amazing. Who are you wearing?
I still love you, even though you just do some stuff that.
I don't care. You're disrespectful. Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me?
No,
you see women asking those questions to me.
It's legit.
Why do you feel as a man you get to ask me those type of questions? Act like you have some manners. And your mama taught you respect
Oh, look
women.
at that, Sheriff. Oh, no, you don't.
Just took something and threw it at the person who asked the question.
Well,
what the hell?
The jurors don't see any of that. If they do see any of that, that's not a good look. Number two, if it was at all possible, Judge, I would have had her go out a different door, different entrance, different exit. She should not be talking to the reporters before this verdict. She shouldn't be saying anything at this moment. She can do it at another time. But I saw her testimony during this week, the clips from during last week.
Okay, she didn't throw it at them. Look, it goes straight to the ground. And you're just like, dude. Oh, I think she does have anger issues, but dang.
I thought she did really, really well. She was authentic. She was blunt. She was that Bronx, I'm going to tell it like it is. And now it seems like she's losing her composure. Is it going to affect the verdict? I don't know, but it's not a good look.
Wow.
Hey, Cardi, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Cardi, insiders are claiming that Offset is publicly bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon Diggs?
Stop disrespecting me.
On the microphone, please.
Cardi, your court look is amazing. Who are you wearing?
I still love you, even though you just do some stuff that.
I don't care. You're disrespectful. Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me?
No,
you see
ma'am.
women asking those questions to me.
It's legit.
Why do you feel as a man
You get to ask me those type of questions. Act like you have some manners. And your mama taught you, respect women.
She's got a
Ooh,
good
he hit a
point.
hot button, but Gina,
But do you know what? I don't disagree with her. Yeah, she does. Why is this? Yeah, I don't know why that thing is doing what it's doing, but let's get back over here. You know, if she hadn't have thrown the pin, I wouldn't. I'd be clapping. I'd still. Good for you. Good for you. Because do you know what? Media thinks that they can ask whatever they want to ask, and they can say whatever they want to say, just because you are a personality that you are open and free game to, and you have to take all their crap. I think it gets to the point that, you know, you have enough. And for somebody to be dishing her about getting pregnant again and somebody porking her up again, I think that was just, man, if I knew that was my son and I heard him ask that question, I'd be whooping his butt. Not literally, but figuratively. I'd be all over him. And if I hired him to be a reporter for me and he said that, I'd be firing him. There's no reason for people to be jackasses out there. And that's exactly what's going on. And people think that since they're in the media, they can say and do whatever they want to say and do, and it doesn't affect anybody. Well, guess what? I don't agree with that. I just am appalled that I'm appalled. I am. I think it's bullcrap and it shouldn't be happening. You know, people, yes, she picks things and throws things. I get it. She threw a microphone at somebody. Not a good thing. She's got money. Someone needs to do some therapy on that woman on that. She's also very hormonal and pregnant. No excuse but facts. It was very distasteful. And, you know, my thing is I would, if I was her team, I would not have taken her out that direction, first of all, number one. Number two, the defense could be, the prosecution could be trying to set her up. They could have planted that dude to get her to react, to get it on tape, to show it to the judge and get, yeah, definitely. That could happen, y'all. I'm just saying. That could have been a setup, but I'm ready for some more Miss Judge Judy at the moment. She's just so cute.
You could save your breath and save your time. He doesn't make any money. Who else was found guilty of assault? Raise your hand. How about you? Raise your hand. Were you arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you plead guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can sit. What were you doing in the parking lot that day?
I was taking Blessing, my witness and good friend, home. She stays about 5 minutes or less from the location where I was assaulted.
Do you both have medical records?
Yes. Yes.
Good. I'd like to see them both. You weren't arrested? No. Just the two of you?
No, 3.
Who was arrested?
Destiny.
I was arrested also. At the bond hearing, my charges were dropped. I have a copy of that dismissal if you would like to see it.
I would. She was never arrested?
No.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did you fight with each other?
I couldn't. I had my 9-month-old in my arm and the stroller was in front of me.
So the baby was in your hand?
Yes.
Excuse me, Judge. My charges were dropped because there was no evidence saying that her child was injured. Her child was not in her
Listen to me
hand.
carefully. That's not what I asked her. Where was the baby?
The baby was in a stroller, like off to the side while I was being attacked.
She wasn't holding the baby?
No.
Yes, I was.
Listen, do you have an order of protection?
No.
Do you have an order of protection?
No.
Okay. You want to tell me what you think caused this altercation on June 25th? Tell me what you think caused it.
Honestly, I really don't know.
But knowing her from her past and that she's assaulted all his ex-girlfriends before and been arrested for it, it's just
a second.
untrue.
Is what you're telling me that Miss Arnold has had a prior arrest history for assault?
Yes.
Interesting. When and involving whom?
I got in an altercation when Mr. Nash was in jail before, and two of us came to support him, and we got in a fight.
What happened to that case?
It was dismissed, and the record is restricted.
You're very, very lucky. All this stuff gets dismissed. I'm going to maintain consistency. Stay away from each other. Goodbye. Mr. Ramirez, how old are you, sir?
I'm 22.
What do you do for a living?
I work at a restaurant. I'm a server.
In what restaurant?
Ramen by York
And where is it located?
in Highland Park.
What are your hours of employment, sir?
I'm part-time right now.
What are your hours of employment?
From 6 to 11.
6 p.m.
Yes, to 11
to
p.m.
11 p.m. And what do you do all day?
Well, I'm starting school again. I just started school.
I don't care what you are doing soon. What do you do now during
go to
the day? Which school do you attend now?
I do an online schooling.
So you don't go to school, you do online, which means you work out of your house?
Yes.
And who do you live with?
My parents.
And what do they do?
Construction.
They both work?
Yes.
Are they working today?
No.
Where are they today?
They have regular regular activities that they do throughout the day. They I have a little sister, so they take care of my sister.
What are they doing today?
I have no idea. They're out doing their own thing.
But they're not working today.
No, I don't think so.
And where is your little sister?
With them.
Well, you don't think so. Does that mean that you were home today doing your online school?
No.
What were you doing today?
I had a family emergency today.
I want to hear what the emergency was.
I had a family emergency. I had a family emergency with my brother. He has a liver cirrhosis of the liver. So it was out of nowhere, and we all went to the hospital. And I just got home.
Just a second. What hospital is he in? You just told. Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Ramirez. You just told me a moment ago that your parents were out doing you don't know what today. They were out doing things. Regular things because they weren't working. That's what you told me 2 minutes ago. You told my staff in the back that you had a family emergency, but just a moment ago you said your parents were out doing their own thing. Now all of a sudden you have a family emergency and everybody was in the hospital. Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Ramirez. I'm going to explain something to you about time and other people's time. You purchased a car from Miss Rodriguez. You didn't know her before you purchased the car from her. Is that correct?
Yes.
You purchased the car from her because you saw the ad online, correct? And you bought the car and you had an agreed upon price.
Yes.
I'm going to get to the rest of the facts of the case because you didn't finish paying for the car.
Absolutely.
I'm going to get to the facts of the case in a minute. I'm not finished with you about other people's time. Now, I spent a lot of time in school preparing for what I do. All these people work. Do you know what I mean? Work. Full time. They work. They get up in the morning and they don't go to school online. If they went to school, they actually got out, put their behind in a car, drove to school, or went to school. Do you understand? I'm here waiting for you because you couldn't get here on time. Bird is here waiting for you because you couldn't get here on time today. Most important, the lady that you stiffed on the car that you didn't know was here at 1:15, the same time you were supposed to be here. Do you understand? That is disrespectful. Stop tapping. That's disrespectful. It's disrespectful of other people's time when you're late. You see all these people sitting in the gallery? They could have been home 40 minutes ago if it wasn't for you. I could have been home 40 minutes ago and been on the treadmill if it wasn't for you. She could have been on her way home if it wasn't for you. Do you understand? That's respect for other people's time. And if you're 22 years old and you don't understand that yet, I'm prepared to give you a dress down. Now we understand each other?
Okay, but I had a family emergency.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Mr. Ramirez, I understand your words, family emergency. You told me 5 minutes ago you didn't know where your parents were. They were out doing chores because they weren't working today. And then when you realized where I was going, you went back to your original route. I had a family emergency. Now, all of a sudden, your parents who were out doing chores were at a hospital with your brother who has cirrhosis of the liver? Is that what you're telling me? You forgot about that when I asked you first where your parents were? If I asked you, Mr. Ramirez, where are your parents today? And you said, we were at the hospital with my brother, that I could understand. But when I asked you where they were, uncross your hands. You said to me they were out doing their things because they're not working today. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Perfect. Now, you bought a car from Miss Rodriguez and you agreed to pay her how much?
$1,600.
You gave her a $500 deposit. She's a trusting soul. You gave her a $500 deposit, and because you probably said to her, I'm going to pay you every month religiously until the $1,600 is paid off, just like you told me you had a family emergency, she trusted you enough to give you the registration for the car, right? Right?
Yes.
And then you were smart enough to register the car in your own name, right?
Yeah, I wasn't registered.
You've never had the car
No,
registered?
it wasn't registered before.
I don't care whether it was or not. You had it registered in your own name.
Yes.
And that was the last Miss Rodriguez heard from you. Now, when he purchased the car, he came, he looked like a nice young man, right?
Yes.
And he said, I promise I'll give you what? How much a month?
It was supposed to be $500 every week.
He was going to give you $500 a week for 3 weeks?
December 12th was supposed to be the first payment of $500, and then December 19th was supposed to be another payment for $500, and the following week was supposed to be a payment of $100.
So what happened on December 12th?
I believe,
No, don't tell me.
I'm sorry.
December 12th comes and goes, you don't hear from him.
Yes.
And what happened?
I messaged him. I have text messages to prove it. I messaged him, and he was just giving me the runaround. It took me
That's a conclusion, giving you the runaround. You said, where's my $500? What did he say?
He told me that he was going to go to the DMV to go register because his mom wanted to make sure that the car could be registered. I told him, okay, but he still had to pay me the $500. And he said that he had to spend like $500 for the smog and to register the car. He said that he was going to go try to get a loan or borrow money from his cousin. But I told him if he pays me next week, he's going to have to pay me $1,000 because it's a late payment.
Right. Well, then he was supposed to pay you the $1,000.
Yes.
The following week, $500 a week. He doesn't make $500 a month. Serving, what kind of food do you serve? Ramen?
Yeah.
Ramen, working part-time, he doesn't make $500 a month. Now, you made a deal.
Yeah,
with
he
her
does.
for $1,600 for her car.
Yeah. No.
What, you paid her $500 for the car. You were late coming to court today. When you called the clerk's office in the back, you said, I'm getting off the freeway. Were you riding a bicycle on the freeway?
A car.
Were you riding on the freeway? Whose car?
Your producer's car.
What happened to your car?
Because I was just getting home from the emergency that I had, and he texted me and was like, "Hey, I'm in your area. I'll go get you." And I was like, "I'm sorry." I was like, "I'm just getting home. I just got home, threw on clothes, and came." Because I had earlier this morning, I had texted. I had said like, "Hey, I'm not gonna be able to make it. I have a family emergency. I'm really sorry. Like, is there any way we could push the day or the time?" Like, I just
early this morning.
Yes.
Early this morning. Well, what was your emergency early this morning? Early this morning, when you called and said, is there any way we could push over the date? What was your emergency early this morning? Not at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. What was your emergency early this morning?
Emergency I had today.
Did you, just a second, did you tell the producer that early this morning, that your brother early this morning was in the hospital with an emergency? Early this morning.
Yeah, when I say early, it's like 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock early this morning, yes.
And said?
Is there any way I could extend like a later time or the date? I would.
He's moving like he's your drunk baby.
Is that what you said to her? What about the brother in the hospital with an emergency?
That's why I had texted her saying, is there any way I...
That's a significant thing. That way the producer wouldn't have gotten in her car to go find you. Do you understand?
Yeah, I told her.
Do you understand? Where's the car?
What car? Her
car that you bought from her.
It's parked in front of my house.
Judging for the plaintiff.
No.
$100. We're done. Very much. Your lawsuit.
Janie 77, I'm watching.
At some point, you say you were notified and you must have reports.
Are you
to show
kidding?
That
It's not come up on my
in
end.
the house that caused your neighbors to call the police, and the police came. There was domestic violence. When you finally heard about it, you went and you found that the whole property looked like a trash house. She had
Are you
vehicles
kidding?
parked in the front. She had a trailer in the back, in the backyard where some other people were living.
Correct.
What kind of trailer?
I wasn't there when the trailer was there.
Well, how do you know there was a trailer?
31 minutes.
It was there at one point in time, but
So there was a trail. Well, and let's get it straight.
Yes, there was.
He has
Oh
pictures.
my
Yes,
God.
you can make up things. You can make up things, like you're the Wicked Witch of the North, or you're like the Good Witch from the East, or whatever it is. But for him to say she had a trailer parked in the yard, that's not something
It wasn't
that he makes up.
mine. It was something to do with him and the people that were back there.
Who?
OMG, we have verdict, y'all. 30 minutes. 30 minutes, 29 to 30 minutes. We have verdict. Hold on. The verdict is in on my trial. I'll call you in a minute, babe. Oh my gosh. I figured an hour. That's bad for the prosecution. The plaintiff, not prosecution, the plaintiff. That's bad for the plaintiff because that means no money, honey. Oh my Lord, y'all. We got a verdict. Thank you, Janie77. Thank you so much for watching and joining us. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, it just popped up. Depending on where you are in the country, sometimes it can be a minute delay, 2-minute delay, a few minute delay. All right, y'all. What do y'all think? Let me see. I'll put a... Hold on, I'm going to type it. Well, that's not what I want to do. Start a poll. Is Matthew here, Nala? Is Bobo here? The monkey, I don't know if y'all heard her. She's all... Y'all, the monkey sounds like a bird, by the way. Who's a good girl, Nolly? Yes, I have a monkey. Y'all missed it. She came out when we were watching a movie on Discord. We had monkey time. We were playing. I think the judge was kind of funny because y'all don't go too far now. Don't go far. Oh my gosh, the chat is like going crazy. Security is heavy. Someone made the comment, yeah, we pregnant women get very irritated very easily, especially when you get stupid ass comments by people like that guy who's talking about somebody knocking her up again. I'm all like, dude, this woman obviously isn't sleeping around with every Tom, Dick, and Harry if the same guy's gotten her pregnant 4 times. It's the same baby daddy for all the kids. I mean, come on now. That's a rarity in Hollywood. Hell, a lot of them don't even have daddies. They go get donor sperm. Just saying. I know I said the SP. I was just looking up some images of Cardi B. I can't put them up because they're copyright. By the way, they are if you're streaming this, they're copywriting. You can't monetize. It's shared monetization. She's making money on all this, boo. And then she should recoup the cost of those attorneys because I don't think this is fair for her to get hit with this. I don't think this case is so frivolous. I think that this person needs to be charged for all her attorney fees. I do. I think if you bring a frivolous lawsuit, you should be charged. In my humblest of opinions. I just waste of court time, people's money. People go, oh, well, she's filthy rich. Who cares? She can afford it. No, she worked hard for that money. I mean, some people don't think they work hard enough, and that's not the point. But she worked for that money. So if she's working for that money, she earned that money. She shouldn't have to be treated like, oh, well, she's rich. She can afford it. We'll just, no. If I was her, I'd sue back. I'd countersue for all of the financial losses that I encountered because of this frivolous lawsuit. Okay, so we will not have Cardi B tomorrow. We will be strictly Donna Adelson tomorrow. I'm looking at my calendar because things are kind of moving oddly, not as predicted by some. I know, Nala. So today, that's right. I need to check something out, y'all. I forgot about something that I was going to cover today with everything that's going on. We have Colton Gray on Friday and Karina Cooper on Friday. And then I'm going to be doing a trial rewatch next week. Okay, in the Barry Morphew trial, we had a hearing today. I need to get rid of Judge Judy. Love you, gotta go. As of today, September 2nd, the bond decision, the court denied the defendant's request to reduce Barry Morphew's $3 million cash-only bond. That means the bond remains unchanged. Pre-trial release conditions, Judge Hopkins outlined what would be required if Morphew was to post the bond in the future. He will be prohibited from using aliases and would be subjected to GPS monitoring. This was a status hearing, also referred to as a check-in, during which the court addresses the bond-related motions and protocol matters. So no changes to the bond indicates that Morphew will remain in custody as the $3 million bond rate until further legal developments. The court mentioned the conditions like GPS and alias restrictions, suggesting that he'd be open, but that he's not going to come up with $300,000 cash for the bond. The hearing did not advance the trial itself. Instead, it focused on the pretrial protocol issues. The next step will likely be the pretrial motions, evidence disclosures, and further scheduling towards preliminary formal trial. The hearing date was today. The bond next step motion. I'm pulling up another file. Okay, so who is Barry Morphew? He is allegedly unalived Suzanne Morphew, the wife who disappeared on Mother's Day of 2020 in Chaffee County, Colorado. Initial story is that Barry Morphew, I'm watching the videos, y'all. I'm waiting. They got to get everybody back. It claims that Suzanne went missing after a bike ride. Suzanne's bike was found, but no signs of accident. Over time, the investigators uncovered some very suspicious digital and forensic and behavioral evidence. One of the things with this case that kind of caught me off guard is that the police officer that found the bike did not leave the bike where it was, did not let CSI investigate that area. In fact, he picked it up and handled it and moved it around, and no gloves, and he contaminated the entire crime scene. In May 21, Barry Morphew arrested and charged with first-degree red room tampering with evidence and attempting to influence a public official. In 22, red room charges were dropped without prejudice. After a judge sanctioned the prosecutors in discovery violations failing to turn over key evidence, this meant charges were refiled. September 23, Suzanne's remains were discovered in Sasquatch County during a separate investigation. This reignited the case, and in 2024, the grand jury indicted Barry Morphew for the Red Room of Suzanne, and the case proceeds to pretrial hearing today. The digital forensic is that Suzanne's text revealed marital problems and the desire to leave the marriage. The cell phone and data is inconsistent with Barry's movements on the day of Suzanne's vanishing. The tranquilizer evidence, and I created a cool thumbnail for this trial with a gun, a lead shooter, and a tranquilizer dot. Anyway, they found a tranquilizer dart and materials linked to Barry, raising suspicion that he used them on Suzanne. He was the only one in the state, or one of the very few in the state, who had the license to use that said medication. And so, that's how they did it. Suzanne's body, once found, helped the prosecution bolster their case because because of the unaliving link to the trauma and possible sedative use. Wow. Now, the prosecution case argues that Barry unalived Suzanne because she wanted to leave him and have a whole new life. Pointed to the digital evidence, cell data, tranquilizer darts, and materials, and that suggested that Barry staged a bike accident and covered it up. The claims investigators rushed to judgment, botched evidence collection, and ignored other possible suspects. Points to lack of direct forensic evidence tying Barry to the remains. Access the prosecution of misconduct. Accused. There goes. I'm getting tired. My reading's going to suck more. As seen in the earlier charges, were dismissed in 2022. Well, they were dismissed, but guess what? We rebolstered those charges because they found her remains, and everything ties back to him. The bond was set for $3 million cash only, and the judge refused to budge on that bond today. They were trying to reduce the bond today. That did not happen. He did say that in the case that Barry was to make the $300,000 cash, the bond is $3 million cash only, so it'd have to be the $3 million, not the 10%. So the $3 million cash only bond, not the 10%. If he's able to raise $3 million in cash, then he can get out, and he will have to have GPS monitoring, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he remains in custody. The next part is the motions, pretrial motions and trial prep. The jury is likely to be the jury selection is most likely to be in 2026 if the schedule stays as it is now. Both sides still are fighting over evidence admissibility. The forensic digital and data experts and possible tranquilizer specialists are expected as expert witnesses. And the trial outlook is, with Suzanne's remains found, the case is even stronger than when it was in 2021 and 2022. But still, most of this case is based off of circumstantial evidence. So the potential witness list and evidence breakdown is this. Law enforcement investigators, Chaffee County Sheriff's Office, Salida PD, CDBI, FBI agents, all will be coming up as witnesses. They will detail the initial investigations, forensic cell tower data, Cellbrite, telematic data search efforts, and handling of all the evidence, and all of the, oh crap, we did this wrong and we shouldn't have done that, but this is what we did right. The coroner, anthropologist, entomology, a bunch of different scientific specialists are going to testify that Sarah's body was moved multiple times, decomposed elsewhere, and the evidence indicated movement and relocation. So he went back and moved her body multiple times, is what they're saying. The forensic and medical examiner, the coroner, and that was that one. The toxicologist will be presenting their findings of the BAM, which is the butorphanol azaprone the mining, in other words, chemicals, compounds in Susan's bone marrow and homicide ruling linking these sedatives to morphine. So the BAM is basically a combination of three drugs that are used to sedate animals. And it was found in her bone marrow. So they're saying that Morphew had used a tranquilizing dart to subdue and to control his woman. So sad. I don't understand. Just get a divorce. Just leave. What is up with the red room? Why do people feel the need to unalive their spouse when they're not happy? Just leave. Get in the car and go, people. So as far as the digital and electronic forensic experts, the cell phone and telematics, i.e. FBA CAS team, will highlight the suspicious gaps in Barry Morphew's phone and the vehicle data, especially around the critical time of 9 to 10, May 9th and 10th of 2020 time frame. The video surveillance analysis expands footage showing Barry's discarding items in the Broomfield trash can and his movements contrary to his stated alibi. BAM related and use evidence of veterinarian or a wildlife person will come in and discuss the veterinary and wildlife sedation specialists, in other words, to talk about the BAM's effect and its illegal use on humans and how Barry has exclusive access and admitted using in Colorado. The witness connection to Morphew's behavior and relationship will be family members, including his two daughters, possibly to provide the testimony that the family dynamics and behavior following Susan's disappearance. Acquaintance and friends or contractors, Jeff Puckett, could testify that Barry left the outside job site abruptly or that certain smells were present when he accessed, like decaying body. Hold on just a moment, though, please. Okie dokie. My friend's got to go to the airport early in the morning, which means we leave at 1 a.m. to drive her to Austin, Texas. I know. But anyway, acquaintances and friends, we read that. Shoshana Drake alleged romantic interest may factor into the motives as they had a relationship, depending on the context of that relationship. Jeff LeBleu is Susan's lover. See, Susan had a lover, could help establish her state of mind and tension in the marriage. Reporter Lauren Sharaff, a media figure who inclusion might relate to the communications and public public dissemination of case details. Sorry. The defense potential witness strategy is going to be very short and sweet. Probable cause and discovery violation specialist, the revisit of the 2022 dismissal due to withheld exculpatory DNA and testimony sanctions, helping frame the case as a prosecutorially compromised. Defendant might call Jeffrey Linsky, former DA, to the stand. And it looks like we have court.
Question, for example, for number one, did plaintiff Amani Ellis prove all the following elements of battery in yes or no, rather than reading the entirety?
That's fine with us, Your Honor. I would like the entirety of
Of course, that one wants.
It's not going to change the answer.
Well, I feel like she verdict form was not
Okay.
the right type of claim.
Okay.
So it looks like that there was some kind of question. So we're going to be following that case, by the way. That is a very interesting case, but it won't be hitting until 2026. Looks like I'm my friend. Looks like I will be getting any. I'm not kidding.
We're now joined by the members of our jury and alternate. And who is the foreperson? Do we have a foreperson? Number three? And have you reached a verdict?
Yes.
Can you hand the verdict to the clerk, please?
How did surgery go? Oh, this is definitely good for Cardi B. Well, maybe. We never know, but I think it's good for Cardi B. Is the volume okay?
All right, can the clerk please read the verdict?
Superior Court of the State of California for the County of Los Angeles, Imani Ellis, plaintiff, versus Belcalis Marlenes Almanzar, Cardi B, dose 1 through 50, inclusive defendant. Case number 20 STCV 07031. Verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled case, answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Section A, assault and battery. Question 1. Did plaintiff Imani Ellis prove all of the following elements of battery? 1. Defendant Belcalis Marlenes Almanzar, Ms. Almanzar, touched Ms. Ellis in the intent to harm or offend Ms. Ellis. Number 2, Ms. Ellis did not consent to being touched. Number 3, Ms. Ellis was harmed or offended by Ms. Almanzar's conduct. And 4, a reasonable person in Ms. Ellis' situation would have been offended by the touching. Answer, no. Question 2, did Ms. Ellis prove all of the following elements of assault? Number 1, Ms. Almanzar acted with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact with Ms. Ellis. Number 2, Ms. Ellis reasonably believed that she was about to be touched in a harmful or an offensive manner. Number 3, Ms. Ellis did not consent to Ms. Almanzar's conduct. Number 4, Ms. Ellis was harmed. And number 5, Ms. Almanzar's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. Answer, no. Section B, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Question 5, did Ms. Ellis prove all of the following elements of intentional infliction of emotional distress? 1, Ms. Almanzar engaged Ms. Almanzar engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct beyond mere insults, threats, indignities, annoyances, hurt feelings, or other trivialities that a reasonable person is expected to endure. 2, Ms. Almanzar intended to cause Ms. Ellis emotional distress. Number 3, Ms. Ellis suffered severe emotional distress. And number 4, Ms. Almanzar's extreme and outrageous conduct was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis to suffer severe emotional distress. Answer, no. Section C, negligence and contributory negligence. Number 8, did Ms. Ellis prove all of the following elements of negligence? Number 1, Ms. Almanzar was negligent. Number 2, Ms. Almanzar's negligence caused Ms. Ellis to suffer physical harm rather than only emotional distress. And 3, Ms. Almanzar's negligence was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. Answer, no. Section D, punitive damages. Question 12, did you answer question 4 and 7? Answer, no. Signed this date, September 2nd, 2025, by board person George Uloa, number 3.
All right, is it in Mr. Chipoldry?
No, you're right.
All right, let me ask the foreman, was it unanimous as to all the questions?
Yes.
All right, so the question that the clerk is going to be asking is, was it unanimous as to all questions?
Question 1.
Or just all questions?
No, as to all questions?
Was it unanimous?
Was it unanimous?
Yes.
And go through each of the jurors. Was it unanimous?
Was it unanimous, juror number 1?
Yes.
Number 2?
Yes.
Number 3?
Yes.
Number 4?
Yes.
Number 5?
Yes.
Number 6?
Yes.
Number 7?
Yes.
Number 8?
Yes.
Number 9?
Yes.
Number 10?
Yes.
11?
Yes.
And 12.
Yes.
All right, sounds like it was unanimous verdict as to all questions. Can the clerk please record the verdicts?
The verdict has been recorded, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and dedication to this case. I know that you've paid a great deal of attention throughout the matter, which was especially evidenced by the questions that you did submit. I want to thank you for that time and attention on behalf of myself, the parties, the court system, as well as the people of California. As I indicated before, this system does not work unless people like you are able and willing to serve. And so I want to thank you once again. Throughout the trial, I have admonished you that you could not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. And at this point in time, I am relieving you from the admonition. You can speak with anyone about the case from this time forward. I suspect that there's going to be not only the parties that will want to speak with you, but I suspect also the members of the press are going to want to speak with you. And so I'm going to tell you this. I'm telling the members of the media this. And I'm telling the parties and their assistants that it's up to you whether or not you want to speak with anyone. If you don't want to speak with anyone, then you can just head right out the double doors, out the elevators. If there's press outside that want to speak with you, you can just walk past them. Don't let them stop you. If you do want to speak with them, then go ahead and you can wait outside the double doors. We're not going to be speaking with anyone in the courtroom. And if you do speak with someone, please be respectful of the views of any of your other jurors in terms of the deliberations. You can speak with respect to your point of view and how you saw the case. And the other admonition or the other issue with respect to speaking with people is that it's got to be at a reasonable time and place. And so if people start bothering you, or if people reach out to you that's inconvenient for you and they continue to do so, let me know and I'll take care of it, okay? All right. All right, with that, once again, I want to thank you. You are now dismissed.
I decided. Oh, I'm sorry about that. So what I'm waiting to see if we can get it and see if there are any interviews that happen. So we'll wait and see. But I had one of her videos on just a minute ago, just trying to get a feel for. I've never heard her sing. She's not my type, not my cup of tea. But when F and S and B and I mean, every word's a cuss word, it turns me off. I mean, come on now. The music is more than just throwing a bunch of cuss words to a beat. Just saying. So I'm not surprised. Are y'all surprised? Oh my gosh, we had 67. Oh my God, 67% of you thought she was guilty. Oh wow. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Only 33% she was innocent. Wow. Well, everybody there thought she was innocent because boo, they got that. I mean, that decision came down like that. OMG. Well, we're going to wait a minute and see if anybody does an interview on her. But I don't understand her music. Here we go. 9 minutes ago.
Bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon Diggs?
Stop disrespecting me. Don't disrespect me.
Cardi, how you feeling?
Your court look is amazing.
You're amazing, Cardi. I still love you even though you've been through some stuff that
I don't care. You're disrespectful. Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me? You see women asking those questions to me.
It's legit.
Why do you feel as a man you got to ask me those type of questions? Act like you have some manners. And your mama taught you, respect women.
Right on, Cardi. Insiders are claiming that Offset is publicly bragging.
I don't disagree at all. I do believe that woman needs to get some anger management. That is for sure. For sure. She really needs help with the anger management. I wonder how she reacts when her kids throw things in anger. They probably behave just as well as she does. I mean, not try to be disrespectful or mean, but the apple don't fall far from that tree, I am sure. You know, what is she, about 6 months, 5 months pregnant, 6 months? I mean, she's got if she stripped the clothing away, you would see that she's got a belly on her. She's got a belly on her, so especially depending on what angle you look. And I know she's trying to downplay it. Just saying. Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen. I'm looking for an interview. Cardi B interview. I don't know. Oh, the other girl was guilty. Yeah. No, Cardi B, is she innocent or guilty? What do you think, Teresa? What do y'all think? There's not many of us here today, but that's okay. Breaking news: 4-minute Cardi B not liable in a civil assault case. Rapper was accused of attacking a security guard in Beverly Hills obstetrician office in 2018. I just couldn't. I just looked at that evidence. I mean, there's no way. Yeah, the girl was out for money. 4 years later and a scratch. She would have sued for $5,000. That might be more. I might be more believable, but $24 million lawsuit. That girl probably had that money already spent. Now what is she going to do? Now what is she going to do? I'm looking at some of her videos.
Good. Hey. They so good with me if they want. Dance.
Said, little bitch, you can fuck with me if you wanted to. These expensive, these is red bottoms, these is bloody shoes. Hit the school, I can get them both. I don't wanna choose, and I'm quick, cut a nigga
horrible.
off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Say I don't gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now speak, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss, you a worker, bitch. I make bloody moves. Now she say she gon' do what or who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at, you know where I be. You in the club just to party. I'm there, I get paid a fee.
I just watched, there's a mix called Cardi B. I'm looking at some of her stuff. And oh my gosh, I mean, where's the musicality in any of this? Where's the musicality in any of her videos? It's all about the body. It's all about nudity. That's 7 years ago, boo. I know.
Hey, yo, let me put some gas in this motherfucking year, bitch. I ain't really talking my shit in a minute. Like, who the fuck these bitches really think they talking to? Like, bitches, who
She
fucking
have
dumb?
fake boobs, fake butt. That butt is so implanted, and those tits are so implanted.
Class C in a cunt. Blocks and money getting spun. Like what? Like a coach bag, baby, this ain't what you want. If I ask for all I wanna hear is yes. Bitch says she wanna be my op, God bless. Look, I ain't even got dressed. Any L that I took come after YS, so man. Baby, here we go again. Pussy real fat, probably got a double chin. First that bitch hate me, then this bitch hates me. And somehow they link up and they become
I'm
friends.
watching the videos, guys. It's horrible.
Down, move board, oh yeah, imitating my style. Bad bitch, red lip.
What music? What music? Y'all are hearing that? How are you hearing that? Holy crap, how are you hearing that? You shouldn't be hearing that. I didn't know you could hear it. I was trying to figure it out for myself. Okay. I didn't know you could hear that. How are you hearing that? It's not even being shared on stage. Okay, well, I turned it off. I'm not monetizing this anyway. Oh, I don't understand that. You shouldn't be able to hear that. Can you hear? I'll put something on that you can hear. All right, can you hear this? Can you hear that? Can you hear that? Did you hear the Golden Girls talking? How is that happening when y'all y'all should not be able to hear all this stuff. That is weird, y'all. Okay, anyway, now you know what I'm talking. It sounds like crap to me. I can't go there. Okay? I can't go there. She's going to copyright everything with her face in it anyway. So I did not monetize this for that reason.
I want to thank the jurors. I missed my kid's first day of school.
Stand by, guys. Stand by.
Thank my lawyers. I want to thank the jurors. I want to thank the judge, and I want to thank the respectful press. I really, really appreciate that, and I want to thank everybody at home supporting me. I know you guys having a little key with the moment, but to be honest with you, I have missed my kids' first day of school today. I missed my kids' last week of school yesterday because of this, and I'm not even playing around. I would, even if I'm in my deathbed, I swear to God, I will say it in my deathbed. I did not touch that woman. I did not touch that girl. I didn't lay my hands on that girl. And with that being said, this time around, I'm going to be nice. The next person to try to do a frivolous lawsuit against me, I'm going to countersue, and I'm going to make you pay, because this is not okay. I think people have like this misinterpretations of celebrities, like it's like, oh, well, we can ask for this and they're going to settle.
See,
you don't
remember I
work at
said,
home and you don't work all day and you don't work for your money to give out your money.
Mhm.
So don't ever think that I'm just gonna give you my money that I work hard for. I don't lay in bed all day. I work all day and I work
It
hard for my money
shouldn't
for my
be.
kids and for people I take care of. So don't you ever think that you're gonna sue me and I'm just gonna settle and just give me my money. It's not gonna happen.
Tell them, Cardi. Tell them,
I
Cardi.
do also want fans at home though, not to find their social media, her family's social media, her social media, and bother her. I hope that this is something that I leave behind, that she leave behind. Don't go bother her. Don't be talking about her. Don't be talking about how she look. Don't call her no nasty names. Let's just put this behind. But I'm giving a warning. I am not that celeb that you're gonna sue and you think it's gonna settle. I'm not gonna settle, especially when I'm super completely innocent. I know I got a little reputation, but I swear to God I'm innocent. I swear to God.
We believe you, Cardi.
Like I'm really innocent.
Oh, shut
for
up,
real.
man.
And I just want to say thank you,
We stand with you.
everybody. It's been really tough. It's been really long nights for me. I'm in the middle of album rollout, so it's been late nights.
Am I the drama?
And early 5:30 in the morning. Yeah, I gotta get up 5:30 so I can look like this for y'all. Muchas gracias para toda mi gente latina que me están soportando y vinieron toda la mañana. Ustedes se ven bien maquillada, pelo, cuerpo bonito y vinieron para acá para
5 días.
show me support. 5 días. Y los hombres también.
Una peluca diferente.
Una peluca diferente. I'm telling you guys, when I say that my forehead is raw from changing all these wigs, raw. And yeah, thank you for the witnesses and thank you for everybody that just took their time to come out. No.
They came back so quickly. No, pero solo un warning para que no te
It says that it's bullshit.
Ahorita dijiste de que cualquier persona que te vuelva a hacer algo así, que demandar, vas a contrademandar.
Voy a contrademandar, tú a ver. Si me joden otra vez, lo voy a contrademandar.
Oh, dude, come on. You're making me nauseated.
It's really funny that people are just like, oh, she's amazing up here. I'm like, I'm just saying the truth. I'm just telling everything as much as detailed as I can remember. I'm just telling the truth. To be honest with you, like I didn't do nothing special.
Tus abogados hicieron un gran trabajo.
Sí.
Tus abogados hicieron un gran trabajo. ¿Cuál crees tú que fue la estrategia?
Yo pensé que
Oye, Carlos, tus hijos cómo están?
They're good. I got some birthdays.
Cardi, what did this case take out of you? What did this case take out of you, Cardi?
Un saludo al gol de la placa. You guys are amazing.
Cardi, you plan on celebrating your birthday?
And like I said, thank you guys for this or my album. Having that album, having this done, being able to move on. It's a lot, but I'm ready to move forward. And please stop asking me about people you don't see. Ready? I know this right now.
Give us some space, guys, please. Thank you.
All right, back up.
Give us some space, guys. Give us some space. Thank you. Watch your backs. Watch your
I
backs.
hate that stuff. Weak.
Jaws, push them a little bit forward.
Guys, back up, please. Back up. Back up.
Thank you very much.
Cardi, we love you.
Back up.
Don't let them swing.
Back up. Back up. Mis hijos quieren una foto contigo, por favor. ¿Dónde que te Donatio? Ven. Donatio.
I'll take it first.
Allá están mis hijos, pero ya no los van a dejar.
How you like the court TV coverage?
Y vinieron para ver. They got good angles of me. They had good angles.
Court TV angles was amazing. Can I get that on tape?
Pop in.
Court TV, you had some good angles of me now.
Court TV?
Except for the first day.
I had you covered though.
Except for the first day.
I had you covered though.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
You're so beautiful.
Thank you. There we go. I'm hot.
Take care, Courtney.
Thank you.
Start backing up, Lavani.
Car coming out, guys. Thank you. Watch your back. Vehicle coming out.
On the next one, okay? Start backing up for me.
Okay, guys, that'd be all. Yeah, I don't know why the music was coming through. It was not supposed to. My Rodecaster is really messed up. Usually I can play something in the background and I can hear it and y'all can't hear it. So that's why I was like, what the hell? So don't worry about it. If I have to, I'll just cut that part out. I'm no big deal. I'll copy it out. I don't know. I don't know why everything was cutting over and crisscrossing. I didn't have court going on in the background. Sorry about that, Tinkitude. I don't know where that was coming from. But anyway. Drama is lova. You know, we do have the, where is it? Oh, I guess I deleted it. I had a Drama Llama. Where's my Drama Llama? There it is. Drama Llama ding dong. We're done. Dun, 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 dun. It's not still. How is it still playing? I don't have anything up. I literally do not have anything up. I don't even have my Discord up. I don't know where it's coming from. All I have up on here is this live. I'm looking. I have no other thing up. I'll have to go figure it out. I'm sorry, guys. I need to let y'all know that I will be probably up 90% of the night tonight, but I will be here in the morning at 7:30 in the morning. Get ready for court. We will be going strong tomorrow morning at 7:30 in the Donna Adelson, and I'm pretty sure that Donna Adelson is going to testify tomorrow. I did it. I don't know what I did, because I didn't hear it even on my side. I didn't even see it. See, I have these little graph things, and if I have multiple things going, multiple will be going. So that's weird. It may have been on their end. I don't know. Anyway, guys, you guys have a great evening. We will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, for Good the Donna Adelson. Another day of drama. Drama mama. See you later, y'all. Blessings. Have a great evening. Until tomorrow, stay safe. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.